You wake up in complete darkness. The smell hits you first. Wood smoke, animal fat, and something else. Something metallic. Blood? No, sweat. Fear, the kind that soaks into timber and stone and never really leaves. You're lying on a straw mattress that crackles like a dying fire every time you shift. The sheets, if you can call them that, are coarse wool that scratches your skin raw. Above you, wooden beams sag under centuries of weight. Snow presses against the roof like a cold hand trying to push its way in. Welcome to December 23rd, 1789, Bavaria, Germany. A country inn called Zum Goldenen Stern, the Golden Star. But there's nothing golden about tonight. Outside, the wind howls through the black forest like a chorus of wolves. Inside, the tavern below is silent. Too silent. The kind of silence that makes your heart beat louder than it should. You're 12 years old. Your name is Klaus Hoffmann. And in approximately 4 hours, you will become a legend. But right now, you're just a kid who forgot to lock the cellar door. Let's rewind. The Golden Star isn't some fairy tale inn with gingerbread trim and carolers. It's a squat, 2-story structure built like a fortress. Thick stone walls, narrow windows, a roof designed to survive Bavarian winters that could kill a man in his sleep. Your family has run this place for 3 generations. Your grandfather built the original structure with his bare hands after the 30 Years' War turned half of Germany into a graveyard. Your father runs the tavern now. Your mother cooks. Your older sister serves drinks and dodges the hands of drunk travelers. You do everything else. Haul wood, feed the horses, clean the stables, scrub floors, empty chamber pots, the glamorous life of an innkeeper's son. Tonight, your entire family left for the Christmas market in the next village. They'll be gone until tomorrow afternoon, singing carols, trading goods, pretending the world isn't falling apart. Because here's the thing about 1789. The world is falling apart. France is on fire. The revolution started in July, and the shockwaves are rippling across Europe like cracks in ice. Borders are porous, governments are weak. And the roads belong to thieves. Your father knows this. That's why he took the family silver with him. That's why he told you to bolt every door and window. That's why he left you, a 12-year-old boy, alone in a country inn, filled with enough stored food, wine and coin to make you a very attractive target. Don't open the door for anyone, he said. Not travelers, not merchants, not the Holy Roman Emperor himself. You nodded. You understood. And then you forgot to lock the cellar. The first sound you hear is a creak. Not the usual settling of old wood creak. This is different. Deliberate. The creak of weight being carefully distributed across a threshold that shouldn't be bearing weight at all. You sit up. The darkness is absolute. No moon tonight, just clouds and snow and the suffocating blackness of a forest that has swallowed entire armies. Another creak. Closer. Your heart hammers against your ribs like a prisoner trying to escape. You swing your legs off the mattress. Your bare feet hit the freezing floor, and you bite back a gasp. Stone in December. There it's like standing on a frozen lake. You move toward the door of your tiny room, barely more than a closet really, and press your ear against the wood. Voices, muffled, low, speaking in a dialect you half recognize. Not French, not quite German either. Something in between border trash. The kind of men who slice throats for a warm meal and don't lose sleep over it. How many? 2? 3? You can't tell. Your mind races. No weapons in your room. Your father's hunting rifle is downstairs. The kitchen knives are downstairs. Everything useful is downstairs, where the thieves are. Here's what you know about thieves in 1789. They're not romantic figures. They're not Robin Hood. They're desperate, starving, violent men who've been spat out by a collapsing world. Some are deserters from various armies. Some are peasants whose lords bled them dry. Some are just born cruel. They travel in packs. They hit inns, farmhouses, churches, anywhere with food or coin. They don't leave witnesses, and they definitely don't negotiate with children. You're 12. You weigh maybe 70 pounds. You've never been in a fight in your life. And yet, something shifts inside you. Not bravery, not courage, something colder, more practical. This is your home, your family's livelihood. 3 generations of sweat and blood soaked into these walls, and you'll be damned if you let a pack of border rats take it without a fight. You move back to your mattress. Kneel beside it, reach underneath. Your fingers close around a small wooden box. Inside, flint, steel, a stub of candle, and a small carving knife your grandfather gave you before he died. It's barely sharp enough to cut cheese. It'll have to do. You light the candle. The flame gutters and hisses, casting wild shadows across the walls. Your room looks different in candlelight. Smaller, more vulnerable. The voices downstairs grow louder. Someone laughs. The sound is wrong, too relaxed, too confident. They think they're alone. They think this is easy. You blow out the candle. Darkness again. But this time, you're not afraid. You're thinking. Your grandfather used to tell you stories. Dark ones, not fairy tales. Real stories. About the war, about sieges. About what happens when you're outnumbered and outgunned, and the only thing standing between you and annihilation is your ability to think faster than the bastards trying to kill you. War isn't about strength, he'd say, tapping his temple with one gnarled finger. It's about making the other guy think he's already lost. You're not strong, but you know this inn better than anyone alive. Every creaking floorboard, every loose stone, every hidden corner and passage and weakness in the architecture. And suddenly, like a key turning in a lock, you realize something. You don't need to fight them. You need to make them fight the inn itself. The plan forms in your mind like frost spreading across glass. Simple, brutal, elegant. You've seen enough tavern brawls to know how men move when they're drunk or cocky or both. You've watched your father break up fights without throwing a single punch, just positioning, timing, using the environment. You've also spent the last 5 years learning every inch of this building, where the support beams are weak, where the stairs creak loudest, where the cellar door swings if you don't prop it right. You know the traps, you just never thought you'd use them. You open your door, inch by inch. The hinges don't make a sound. You oiled them yourself last week. The hallway is pitch black. Below, candlelight flickers. Shadows move like restless ghosts. You count 3 distinct voices now, maybe 4. All men, all speaking that rough border dialect. One of them says something about the wine cellar. Another laughs and mentions your mother. Your jaw clenches. You move toward the stairs. Each step is a calculation. Avoid the 3rd step. It groans like a dying cow. Skip the 5th. The wood is split. Hug the wall on the 7th. You reach the landing. From here you can see into the main tavern. 3 men, definitely 3, dressed in ragged coats and mud-caked boots. One has a knife, one has a cudgel, the 3rd has a pistol tucked into his belt. They're ransacking the place, smashing bottles, overturning tables. Looking for your family's hidden coin, they won't find it. Your father buried it under the hen house, but they'll keep looking, and when they're done looking, they'll come upstairs, and they'll find you. Unless you find them first. You smile in the darkness. It's not a nice smile. It's the kind of smile your grandfather wore in his stories. The kind that said, "You poor bastards have no idea what's about to happen." You turn, head back down the hallway, not to your room, to the storage closet, where the real fun begins. If this feels too real, subscribe before it gets worse. Trust me, you'll want to see what a 12-year-old with a grudge and a working knowledge of medieval engineering can do to 3 grown men. Block 2 starts in exactly 3 seconds. Don't blink. The storage closet smells like dust and mouse droppings and forgotten things. You shove the door open with your shoulder, it always sticks, and step into a space barely wide enough to turn around in. Shelves line the walls from floor to ceiling, packed with the detritus of inn life. Spare linens, broken crockery, candle stubs, rope, nails, a rusted bear trap your grandfather claimed he took off a poacher in 1762. You never believed that story. Now you're glad he was a liar. You grab the bear trap first. It's heavier than you expected. Solid iron, teeth like a predator's jaw. The spring mechanism is stiff, but functional. You test it carefully, pressing down on the plate with a piece of wood. Snap. The jaws slam shut with a sound like a bone breaking. The wood splinters. Perfect. You set it aside and scan the shelves. What else? What else can you use? Rope. Definitely rope. 3 coils of it, varying thickness. Hemp, braided tight. Your father uses it for securing cargo on the wagons. Nails, a whole jar of them. Rusty, sharp, irregular. Medieval caltrops, basically. A bucket. 2 buckets. One with a broken handle. Lard. A clay pot of rendered pig fat used for waterproofing boots and greasing axles. And, your eyes light up, a small barrel of lamp oil. You grin. Oh, this is going to be fun. Downstairs, the thieves are getting louder. One of them starts singing, off-key. A drinking song about a miller's daughter and a very unfortunate wedding night. You've heard that song 100 times. Your father sings it when he's 3 ales deep. But tonight, it makes your skin crawl. You load your arms with supplies. The bear trap. 2 coils of rope. The jar of nails. The bucket. You can't carry it all at once, so you make 2 trips, moving silently, bare feet padding across the stone floor like a ghost. You set everything down in the upstairs hallway. Your brain is working now, not panicking, not freezing, just working, like a clockmaker assembling a mechanism, piece by piece, cause and effect. Trap 1, the stairs. Trap 2, the upstairs hallway. Trap 3, your room. And if they make it past all that, well, you've got one more idea, but it's risky. The kind of risky that could burn down your family's livelihood, but better ashes than letting them win. You start with the stairs. The staircase in the Golden Star is steep, narrow, designed more for defense than comfort, another relic of your grandfather's paranoid genius. The steps are uneven, worn smooth by decades of foot traffic, easy to trip on even in daylight. In darkness, with foreign feet, fatal. You uncoil the first length of rope. It's thin but strong. You tie one end to the banister post at the top of the stairs, threading it through the carved woodwork. Then you stretch it across the staircase at ankle height, about 3 steps from the top, and secure it to the opposite wall with a nail. You test the tension, taut, invisible in the dark. Anyone rushing up those stairs is going face first into wood. But that's not enough. You take the jar of nails and begin scattering them across the upper steps. Not randomly, strategically, placed where someone trying to not trip over the rope would instinctively put their feet. Points up, rust and all. In 1789, there's no such thing as a tetanus shot. A puncture wound from a rusty nail can turn gangrenous in days. Amputation if you're lucky. Death if you're not. You're not aiming to kill, but you're not aiming to be gentle either. Trap 2 is more elaborate. The upstairs hallway is long, dark, lined with doors leading to guest rooms, all empty tonight. At the far end is your parents' room. At the near end, the storage closet and your own tiny chamber. You need to funnel them, control their movement, make them think they have options when really, they're walking exactly where you want them to walk. You take the second coil of rope, thicker this time, and string it across the hallway at chest height. You tie it to door handles on either side, pulled tight. Then you take the bucket with the broken handle and fill it with the rendered lard. The stuff is thick, greasy, disgusting. It stinks like a slaughterhouse. You climb onto a chair, carefully, quietly, and balance the bucket on top of the half-open door to the first guest room. The door is positioned so that anyone walking down the hallway will brush against it. Just a touch. And 20 pounds of pig fat will cascade down onto their head and shoulders. In winter, in the cold, that grease will harden like candle wax. And in the dark, covered in slippery fat, trying to navigate a narrow hallway with rope at chest height. They're going down. You step back. Admire your work. Your grandfather would be proud. Trap 3 is the bear trap. You place it just outside your bedroom door. Cover it lightly with a threadbare rug. The kind of rug that looks like it's just lying there, forgotten. Harmless until it's not. You test the positioning 3 times. Make sure the trigger plate is sensitive. Make sure the rug doesn't interfere with the mechanism. Snap, snap, snap. Each time, the jaws slam shut like the mouth of hell. Good. You reset it one final time. Step carefully around it. Close your bedroom door most of the way. just a crack of darkness visible. Bait. They'll see the crack. They'll think you're hiding inside. They'll rush forward, and iron teeth will bite through boot leather and bone. Now comes the hardest part. Waiting. You crouch in the storage closet, door ajar, watching, listening. Your heart is still pounding, but it's different now. Not panic. Anticipation. The feeling you get right before a thunderstorm breaks. Downstairs, the thieves have finished ransacking the tavern. You hear the scrape of chairs, the clink of bottles. One of them belches loudly. Another curses. Then footsteps, heading toward the stairs. Your breath catches. "Check upstairs," one of them says. The leader, probably. His voice is rough, like gravel in a tin cup. "Kid might have hidden coin up there. Or jewelry. Check the rooms." "What if someone's up there?" another voice asks. Younger, nervous. "Then we have a problem," the leader says, "and we solve problems." Laughter, cold and sharp. You close your eyes. Count to 3. Open them. The footsteps start up the stairs. The first thief hits the rope on step 3. You hear the exact moment it happens. The muffled thump of boot-catching fiber, the sharp intake of breath, the brief, almost comical moment of weightlessness. And then, the fall. It's not graceful. It's not cinematic. It's brutal and chaotic and loud. He goes down hard, limbs flailing, trying to catch himself. His head cracks against the edge of a step with a sound like a mallet hitting a melon. He screams. The other two shout. Chaos erupts below. "What the... Dummkopf, watch where you're..." The fallen thief is groaning, cursing, trying to get up, but his hands are searching blindly in the dark, and another scream, higher pitched, more raw. He found the nails. You can't see it, but you can hear it. The wet, meaty sound of iron punching through flesh. The frantic scrabbling. The realization setting in that this wasn't an accident. This was intentional. "Someone's here," the first thief hisses. "Someone set this up." "A trap?" The younger voice, definitely afraid now. "No shit, a trap," the leader snarls. "Get up, move." They're coming. You press yourself against the back wall of the storage closet. Your hand finds the small carving knife. You grip it so hard your knuckles turn white. 2 sets of footsteps now, slower, cautious. They've learned. They reach the top of the stairs. Pause. "Can't see a damn thing," one mutters. "Light a candle." "With what?" "Left the tinderbox downstairs." "Then feel your way, idiot." They move into the hallway. You hear the brush of cloth against wood, the creak of floorboards. One of them brushes the door to the first guest room. You hold your breath. The bucket tips. 20 pounds of pig fat cascades down in a greasy avalanche. The scream is immediate. Outraged, disgusted. The thief stumbles backward, slipping, arms windmilling. He hits the rope at chest height and goes down hard, crashing into his companion. Both of them hit the floor in a tangle of limbs and profanity. You almost laugh. Almost. But you're not done yet. The leader is still downstairs. You can hear him shouting, demanding to know what's happening, getting angrier by the second. The two upstairs are struggling to their feet, covered in grease, disoriented. One of them has definitely broken something. You hear him whimpering, cradling his arm. They stagger down the hallway, toward your room, toward the bear trap. You can't watch. But you don't need to. The snap is unmistakable. So is the scream that follows. This one doesn't stop. It just goes on and on, a high, keening wail that makes your teeth ache. The sound of a man who's just realized his foot is no longer structurally sound. The other thief is shouting now, panic, pure panic. "It's a trap, it's all traps, we need to..." Another voice, from downstairs, the leader. "Get down here, now." They retreat, limping, dragging their companion. You hear them struggle down the stairs, slipping, cursing, leaving a trail of blood and pig fat behind them. You count to 10. Then you move. You emerge from the storage closet like a shadow, silent, purposeful. The hallway is a disaster. Grease everywhere. Blood smeared on the floorboards. The bear trap lies open, its jaws red and wet. You step around it carefully. Move to the top of the stairs. Look down. 3 men, 2 injured, 1 furious. The leader is staring up at you. He's holding a pistol now, pointed directly at your face. "You," he says. His voice is ice. "You did this." You don't answer. Just stare back. 12 years old, 70 pounds, barefoot and armed with a knife that couldn't cut butter. But you're standing at the top of the stairs in your inn, surrounded by your traps, and the look in his eyes tells you everything you need to know. He's afraid, not of you, of what else you might have planned. "You have 10 seconds to leave," you say. Your voice is steadier than you expected. "Or I burn this place down with all of us inside." You're bluffing. Mostly. The leader's eyes narrow. He's trying to read you, trying to figure out if you're serious. Behind him, his companions are groaning. One is trying to wrap his foot with a strip of cloth. The other is cradling his arm and rocking back and forth. The leader looks at them, looks back at you, lowers the pistol. "This isn't over," he says. "Yes," you reply. "It is." They leave, dragging themselves out into the snow, into the forest, into the night. You watch from the window until they're swallowed by darkness. Then you collapse. Your legs give out. You sit down hard on the cold floor and start shaking, not from fear, from the aftermath. The adrenaline crash. You did it. You actually did it. You defended your home alone, against grown men with weapons, using nothing but rope, pig fat, and a 70-year-old bear trap. When your family returns the next afternoon, they find you asleep in the tavern, surrounded by wreckage, blood on the stairs, grease on the floor. Your father wakes you gently, asks what happened. You tell him. He doesn't speak for a long time. Then he pulls you into a hug so tight you can barely breathe. "Dummkopf," he whispers. "Brave, brilliant Dummkopf." The story spreads, inn to inn, village to village. The boy who defended the Golden Star. The child who outsmarted thieves with medieval ingenuity and pure spite. By New Year's, you're a legend. By spring, you're a cautionary tale. And every Christmas after, travelers stop at your inn. Not just for the food or the beds, but to hear the story. The night a 12-year-old became a fortress. Christmas morning, 1789. You wake up to the smell of blood and rendered pig fat. Not exactly frankincense and myrrh. Your body hurts in places you didn't know could hurt. Your shoulders ache from hauling iron and rope. Your hands are blistered from tying knots in the dark. There's a bruise blooming across your ribs where you slammed into a doorframe in your panic. But you're alive. And the Golden Star is still standing. That's worth something. You roll off the tavern floor. Apparently you fell asleep there after your family found you, and immediately regret it. Every muscle screams in protest. 12-year-old bodies aren't designed for midnight guerrilla warfare. Your mother appears in the doorway to the kitchen. She's holding a wooden spoon like a weapon. Her face is pale, eyes red-rimmed. She hasn't slept. "Klaus," she says. Her voice cracks. "Klaus, come here." You obey, because you're still 12. And no matter how many thieves you outsmart, your mother is scarier than all of them combined. She pulls you into the kitchen, sits you down at the preparation table. Doesn't say a word, just ladles steaming porridge into a bowl and sets it in front of you. You eat. She watches. Finally, your father is upstairs, cleaning. You swallow a mouthful of oats. Is he angry? Angry. She laughs. It's not a happy sound. "Klaus, he hasn't stopped crying since we got home." "Oh, your father is indeed upstairs." You find him in the hallway on his hands and knees, scrubbing pig fat off the floorboards with a bristle brush and a bucket of lye water. His hands are raw. His face is wet. He doesn't look up when you approach. "I counted 12 traps," he says quietly. 12 separate mechanisms. Rope, nails, the bear trap, a bucket of lard positioned with the precision of a military engineer. You don't know what to say. You're 12 years old, Klaus. I know. You were supposed to hide. Lock yourself in the cellar. Wait for us to come back. I know. Instead, you turned our home into a medieval death trap and fought off 3 armed men with nothing but spite and pig fat. You shift your weight. They were going to rob us. They were going to kill you. Your father finally looks up. His eyes are bloodshot. Do you understand that? If any of those traps had failed, if they'd been smarter, faster, angrier, You would be dead, and I would have found your body on Christmas morning. The words hang in the air like smoke. But I didn't fail, you say softly. I won. Your father stares at you for a long moment. Then he sets down the brush, stands, crosses the hallway in 2 strides and grabs you by the shoulders. Don't you ever do that again, he says. His voice is shaking. You hear me? You run. You hide. You let them take everything, because nothing in this inn is worth your life. Nothing. You nod. Because he's your father. Because he's terrified. Because you love him. But in your heart, you know you'd do it again. In a heartbeat. News travels fast in small villages. By the time the church bells ring for Christmas Mass, everyone knows. The Hoffmann boy, the thieves, the traps, the blood on the stairs. Some details get exaggerated. By midday, people are saying you fought off 5 men, 6, a whole gang, that you used crossbows and caltrops and boiling oil. You didn't, but you don't correct them. By evening, the first travelers arrive. They're not staying at the inn. They just want to see, to ask questions, to hear the story from your own mouth. Your father turns them away, politely but firmly. My son needs rest. But they keep coming, and coming, and by the time New Year's Eve rolls around, the Golden Star has more visitors than it's seen in a decade. Here's what happens when you become famous in 1789. You don't get a book deal, you don't get a Netflix series, you don't get sponsorship offers from armor manufacturers. You get attention. And attention in a collapsing world is dangerous, because some people hear your story and think, that boy is clever, resourceful, brave. And other people hear your story and think, that boy made us look like fools. And fools don't last long when their reputation is all they have. The thieves, or what's left of them, are still out there, injured, humiliated, angry. And winter in the Black Forest is long. January 1790, the snow doesn't stop. It just keeps falling day after day, until the forest looks like a frozen cathedral, beautiful, silent, deadly. Trade slows to a crawl. The roads are impassable. Only the desperate travel in weather like this. Which means the Golden Star is quiet. Too quiet. You spend the days helping your father reinforce the inn. New locks on every door. Shutters on the windows. A heavy crossbeam for the main entrance. Just in case, he says. You both know what he means. At night, you lie awake and listen. 4 footsteps, 4 voices. For the creak of a door that shouldn't be creaking, nothing. But the silence is worse than noise, because silence means they're planning. The letter arrives in mid-January. A traveler delivers it, a merchant passing through on his way to Munich. He hands it to your father with a grim expression and refuses payment. Just read it, he says, and be careful. Your father opens the letter in the kitchen. You watch his face go pale. What is it? Your mother asks. He doesn't answer, just hands her the letter. She reads. Her hand goes to her mouth. Klaus, your father says slowly, go to your room. What? Why? Now, Klaus. You obey, but you don't go far. You press your ear to the door and listen. Your parents speak in low, urgent voices. You catch fragments. Revenge. Price on his head. Not safe here. What choice do we have? Your stomach drops. A price on your head. For what? For defending your home. Welcome to 1789. Where justice is a joke and reputation is currency. That night your father sits you down. Klaus, he says, we need to send you away. Your heart stops. What? Just for a few months, until things calm down. There's a monastery in the mountains, St. Benedict's. They'll take you in, keep you safe. I don't want to go to a monastery, you say. Your voice is rising. I want to stay here. This is my home. Your home will still be here when you get back, your mother says gently. But if you stay, you're in danger. We all are. Because I defended us, because I didn't let them rob us, because you humiliated them, your father says, and humiliation is a wound that doesn't heal. They're looking for you, Klaus. And when they find you, He doesn't finish. He doesn't need to. You leave on January 20th, early morning, before dawn. Your father drives the wagon himself, taking back roads through the forest. Your mother packs your bag with extra clothes, bread, cheese, and a letter of introduction for the monks. Your sister doesn't say goodbye. She's too angry. At you, at them, at the whole situation. "This isn't fair," she'd shouted the night before. "He defended us, and now he's being punished?" Your mother had no answer. The monastery is 3 days away. 3 days of frozen roads, silent forests, and your father's grim expression. You don't talk much. What is there to say? On the 3rd day you crest a hill and see it, St. Benedict's, a stone fortress perched on the mountainside like a sleeping giant. Walls thick as tree trunks, narrow windows, a single gate. It looks like a prison. "They'll keep you safe," your father says. You nod. You don't believe him. The monks are kind. Distant, but kind. Brother Thomas, the guest master, shows you to your cell. It's smaller than your room at the inn. Stone walls, a narrow bed. A single window looking out at the mountains. "We rise at 4 for lords," he says. "Breakfast at 6. Work begins at 7. You'll help in the kitchens, the gardens, whatever is needed. This is a place of prayer and labor. You understand?" You nod. "Good. Welcome to St. Benedict's, Klaus. May God keep you." He leaves, closes the door. You sit on the bed and stare at the wall. This is your reward for being clever, for being brave. Exile. The first week is hell. You wake before dawn. Stumble to the chapel. Kneel on cold stone and listen to Latin prayers you don't understand. Eat watery porridge in silence. Scrub pots, haul firewood, shovel snow. The monks don't speak. They barely acknowledge you exist. You're alone in a building full of people. At night you lie awake and think about home, about the tavern, about your family, about the thieves who are probably still out there, still looking. You imagine them finding the golden star, breaking down the door. Your father trying to fight them off. Your mother screaming, your sister, you can't finish the thought. The second week something changes. You're in the kitchens peeling potatoes when one of the younger monks, Brother Andreas, sits down beside you. "You're the boy from the inn," he says. You glance at him, nod. "I heard the story, the traps, the bear trap, the pig fat, all of it." He grins. "Brilliant." You blink. You think it's brilliant. Are you kidding? You're 12. You fought off armed men with household items and spite. That's not just brave, it's smart. My father says I should have run. Your father is a good man, but he's wrong. Andreas leans closer. You know what the problem is with good men. They think the world is fair. They think if you follow the rules, you'll be safe. And you don't? I know better. I was a soldier once. Before this. He gestures at his robes. French army. Saw things. Did things. The world isn't fair, Klaus. It's brutal. And the only people who survive are the ones willing to fight dirty. You stare at him. Why are you telling me this? Because you're wasting your time here. Hiding. Waiting for the danger to pass. He shakes his head. It won't pass. Men like those thieves. They don't forget, they don't forgive. They'll wait months, years if they have to. And the moment you let your guard down, they'll strike. Your chest tightens. So what am I supposed to do? Andreas smiles. It's not a monk's smile. It's a soldier. Brother Andreas doesn't answer right away. He just sits there peeling potatoes with the methodical precision of a man who's done this exact task in a dozen different contexts. Camp kitchens, prison cells, monasteries. The blade moves in his hand like it's part of his anatomy. Finally, you're supposed to stop thinking like a victim. You frown. I'm not a victim. No. He raises an eyebrow. You're sitting in a monastery 3 days from home, hiding from men who want you dead, waiting for adults to solve your problems. That's not agency, Klaus. That's surrender. The words sting, because they're true. What else can I do, you ask? I'm 12. I don't have an army, I don't have weapons, I don't even have... You have a brain. Andreas taps his temple with the knife handle. The same brain that turned an inn into a battlefield. The same brain that made grown men afraid of a child. He leans closer. You want to know the secret to winning? It's not strength, it's not numbers. It's making your enemy believe you're more dangerous than you actually are. You stare at him. You want me to go back. I want you to stop running. He resumes peeling, but first you need to learn, because luck won't save you twice. That night, after Compline, the final prayer service, Andreas finds you in the corridor. Follow me, he whispers. You shouldn't. You're exhausted. It's freezing. The monastery goes dark after Compline, and wandering the halls is forbidden. But you follow anyway. He leads you through a maze of passages, down narrow stairs, into the underbelly of the monastery. The air grows colder, damper. You're beneath the main building now in what must be the old storage cellars. Andreas pushes open a wooden door. Inside, a small room. Stone walls, a single candle, and weapons. Not fancy weapons, not knights' swords or cavalry sabers. Practical weapons. A staff. A short blade, a hunting bow, a cudgel, tools that could be explained away as monastery property. Where did you get these, you ask? I never stopped being a soldier, Andreas says simply. I just started praying between battles. He picks up the staff, tests its weight. Every week after Compline I come down here, practice, remember? Make sure I don't go soft. Why are you showing me this? Because you need to learn how to fight. Really fight. Not with traps and luck, but with skill and intention. He tosses you the staff. And because I'm bored, training a 12-year-old genius sounds more interesting than scrubbing floors. You catch the staff. It's heavier than it looks. Solid oak, worn smooth from use. I don't know how to use this, you admit. I know, that's the point. Andreas grins. By the time spring comes, you will, and when you go home, and you will go home, you'll be ready for whatever's waiting. The training begins. Every night, after Compline, 1 hour in the cellar. Andreas doesn't go easy on you. He's not cruel, but he's not gentle either. He treats you like a recruit, like someone whose life might depend on muscle memory and split-second decisions. First lesson, the staff. Forget everything you think you know about fighting, he says. Forget duels and honor and fair play. In a real fight, there are no rules, only survivors. He demonstrates, strikes, blocks, disarms. Each movement is economical. Efficient, no wasted motion. A staff is better than a sword, he explains. Longer reach, both ends are weapons, doesn't require a blacksmith, and everyone underestimates it. Looks like a walking stick, feels like a battering ram. You practice, over and over. Your hands blister, your arms ache. You fall more times than you can count. But you learn. How to block a knife thrust, how to sweep someone's legs, how to use leverage instead of strength, how to turn an opponent's momentum against them. Andreas watches, corrects, pushes. Again, again, again. By the third week, you can hold your own, barely, for about 30 seconds. Then Andreas disarms you and you're on your back, gasping. Better, he says, offering a hand. You're starting to think like a fighter. Second lesson, awareness. Combat isn't just physical, Andreas says. It's mental. You need to read a room in seconds. Who's armed? Who's drunk? Who's looking for trouble? Exit routes, improvised weapons, terrain. He makes you practice during meals, during work. Wherever you are, he'll suddenly whisper, "Analyze, now." You'll scan the room, report back. Brother Thomas, kitchen knife in his belt, favors his left leg, weak point. Brother Paul carries a walking stick, strong grip, treat as armed. Exit, main door, 6 paces, window 12 paces. Window is faster if door is blocked. Andreas nods. Good, now do it faster. It becomes second nature. You can't stop. Every room is a battlefield. Every person is a potential threat or ally. Every object is a weapon or shield. Your father wanted you to be safe. Andreas is teaching you to be dangerous. There's a difference. Third lesson, psychology. Men are predictable, Andreas says. Fear makes them sloppy. Anger makes them reckless. Pride makes them blind. Learn to read emotion, and you control the fight before it starts. He teaches you tricks. How to project confidence even when you're terrified. How to use silence as a weapon. How to make someone doubt themselves with nothing but a look. You did this already, he says. With those thieves, you made them afraid of what else you might have planned. That's psychological warfare, and it works. But I was terrified, you admit. Doesn't matter. They didn't know that, and that's what counts. He taps your chest. In here, you can be scared. Out here? He gestures at the air. You're a fortress, understand? You nod. You're beginning to. February blurs into March. The training continues. Your body changes. You're still 12, still small, but you're faster, stronger, more confident. The monks notice. They don't say anything, but you catch them watching, whispering. Brother Thomas pulls you aside one day. You're different, he says. Not unkindly. Harder. Is Brother Andreas teaching you something? You consider lying. Decide against it. He's teaching me to defend myself. Brother Thomas is quiet for a long moment. The abbot wouldn't approve. I know. But, he sighs, these are dangerous times. And you're not a monk. You're a boy who needs to survive. He places a hand on your shoulder. Just be careful. Some lessons can't be unlearned. You promise you will. You're lying. March brings a thaw. The snow begins to melt. Rivers swell. Roads open. And with the roads, travelers. One afternoon, a merchant arrives at the monastery. He's brought supplies, salt, flour, wine for the sacraments. He also brings news. You're in the courtyard hauling firewood when you hear your father's name. Hoffmann's place, yes. The Golden Star. Heard there was trouble there back in winter. You drop the wood, run to the gate. The merchant is speaking with Brother Thomas. Both turn as you approach. What trouble? You demand. What happened? The merchant looks surprised. You're the Hoffmann boy? What happened? He exchanges a glance with Brother Thomas. Nothing happened, that's the strange part. Those thieves, the ones you fought off, word is they plan to come back, hit the inn again, finish what they started. Your blood turns to ice. And they disappeared. All three of them, vanished into the forest 2 months ago, haven't been seen since. Relief crashes over you, then suspicion. They just disappeared, or got eaten by wolves, or killed each other over the loot, or froze to death. Winter was brutal. The merchant shrugs. Either way, they're gone. Your family is safe. You can go home. You find Andreas that night in the cellar. The thieves are gone, you say. He's practicing forms with the staff. Doesn't stop. I heard. I can go home. Yes. You don't seem surprised. Andreas completes the form, sets the staff aside, turns to face you. His expression is unreadable. 3 men, he says slowly. Injured. Humiliated, vengeful. They wouldn't just disappear, not on their own. Your stomach clenches. What did you do? I didn't do anything. His eyes are flat. I'm a monk, Klaus. I pray, I work, I teach. Andreas, you're a smart boy. You can figure it out. He picks up the staff again. Or you can accept the gift and go home to your family. Your choice. You stare at him. At this man who used to be a soldier, who still keeps weapons in a cellar, who trains in secret after dark, who might have left the monastery for a few weeks, in the middle of winter, to do what needed to be done. I didn't ask you to, I know, but some problems don't get solved with laws or prayers or waiting for justice. He meets your eyes. They get solved by people willing to do what others won't. Remember that. You leave St. Benedict's on March 25th. Your father comes to collect you. He looks older, thinner, but he's smiling. The roads are safe, he says, pulling you into a hug. It's over. You can come home. You glance back at the monastery, at the stone walls, at the window of the cellar where Andreas taught you to be more than just clever. Brother Andreas is standing in the courtyard, watching. He raises one hand, not a wave, an acknowledgement. You nod. Some lessons can't be unlearned. The journey home takes 3 days. Your father talks the whole time. About the inn, about business picking up, about how your sister has been managing the accounts, about your mother's relief that you're coming back. You listen, smile, nod, but your mind is elsewhere. You're thinking about Andreas, about what he might have done, about the 3 men who vanished into the forest and will never be found, about the difference between justice and revenge, about the kind of man you might become. You're 12 years old. You've defended your home with traps and ingenuity. You've trained with a soldier monk in a cellar. You've learned that the world doesn't reward cleverness, it rewards survival. And you've learned that sometimes the price of safety is paid in ways you'll never speak about. Your father glances at you. You're quiet, just tired. Well, rest up. Your mother is planning a feast. Half the village wants to see you. You're a hero, Klaus. A hero. You think about Andreas's words. Some problems don't get solved with laws or prayers. You think about 3 bodies somewhere in the Black Forest, slowly returning to the earth. I'm not a hero, Papa, you say quietly. Yes, you are. You saved our home, our livelihood, everything. You don't argue. There's no point, because you know the truth. Heroes are stories people tell themselves, neat, clean, simple. Reality is messier, darker, more complicated, and you're 12 years old. But you're not a child anymore. You're something else, something harder, something the world made. And now has to live with. Block 5 will show you what fame costs. Because when a 12-year-old becomes a legend, everyone wants to use that legend for their own purposes, and not all of them care whether you survive the process. You smell home before you see it. Wood smoke, roasting meat, the faint tang of hops from the brewery next door. And underneath it all, so familiar it makes your chest ache, the smell of your mother's bread baking. The golden star appears through the trees like a painting. 2 stories of stone and timber, smoke curling from both chimneys. Fresh snow on the roof, starting to melt in the early spring sun. It looks exactly the same, but you're not the same. And you know somehow that nothing will ever be exactly the same again. Your father reins in the horses. The wagon creaks to a stop in the courtyard. Before you can climb down, the door bursts open. Your mother, your sister, both running. The collision nearly knocks you over. Your mother is crying, your sister is shouting, your father is laughing. It's chaos and warmth and home. Let me look at you, your mother says, holding you at arm's length. Her eyes scan your face like she's reading a document. You're taller, thinner. What were they feeding you at that monastery? Porridge, you say. A lot of porridge. Well, we'll fix that. Come inside. I've made sauerbraten and spätzle and apple cake. And everything, your sister interrupts, grinning. She's made everything. The kitchen looks like we're feeding an army. We are, your mother says. Half the village is coming tonight. They want to see Klaus. Your stomach drops. Tonight? Of course tonight. You're home. We have to celebrate. You glance at your father. He shrugs. What can I do? By evening, the Golden Star is packed. Every table full. Every bench occupied. People standing along the walls. The tavern hasn't been this crowded since... ever, probably. They're not all here for the food. They're here for you. You sit at a corner table trying to make yourself small. Doesn't work. Every few minutes someone approaches, wants to shake your hand, asks about the night, about the traps, about how it felt. Weren't you scared? How did you think of it? I heard you used boiling oil. I heard there were 6 of them. I heard you fought them off with a sword. None of it is accurate. But you don't correct them. What's the point? The story has become bigger than the truth, and people don't want truth, they want legend. Herr Schmidt, the village blacksmith, sits down across from you uninvited. He's a massive man, hands like anvils, beard like steel wool. Klaus, he says, I have a proposition. You blink. A proposition? My boy, Ernst, he's about your age. Good lad, strong, but... He leans in. Not clever, not like you. I was thinking maybe you could teach him. Show him some of that ingenuity. How to think like you think. I'd pay, of course, good coin or trade. You need metal work? I'll do it for free. Just Teach my boy. Make him sharp. You don't know what to say. You're 12. You're not a teacher. But Herr Schmidt is looking at you with something like desperation, like you hold the secret to survival and he needs it for his son. I'll think about it, you say finally. He claps you on the shoulder hard enough to rattle your teeth. Good lad, you're a good lad. He leaves. 3 more people immediately take his place. It's going to be a long night. Around midnight, the crowd finally thins. Your parents are cleaning up. Your sister is counting coin. Apparently your fame has been very good for business. You slip outside, into the cold, into the silence. The stars are incredible. No clouds. Just an endless field of light stretching from horizon to horizon. In the city, you'd never see this. But here in the Black Forest, the sky goes on forever. You sit on the edge of the well, close your eyes, breathe. Klaus? You turn. It's your sister. She's wrapped in a heavy shawl, arms crossed against the cold. You're not celebrating, she observes. I'm tired. You're hiding. She sits beside you. I don't blame you, that was exhausting. All those people, all those questions. You don't respond. They think you're a hero, she continues. But you're not, are you? Not really. You glance at her sharply. What's that supposed to mean? It means I know you, little brother. I know what you did was smart and brave and necessary. She pauses. But I also know it scared you, and I know you're pretending it didn't. Your throat tightens. I'm fine. Liar. She bumps your shoulder with hers. It's okay to be scared, Klaus. It's okay to have nightmares. It's okay to be 12 and not have all the answers. Everyone thinks I do. I know. That's the problem with being a legend. You stop being a person. She's right, over the next few weeks you feel it happening. The distance, the shift. People treat you differently. Not worse, but not normal either. They look at you like you're a puzzle they're trying to solve, like you're not quite real. Children stare, adults whisper. Travelers specifically request to stay at the Golden Star because that's where the boy lives. Your father starts charging extra for the Klaus Hoffmann experience. He doesn't tell you this. You find out when you overhear him talking to a merchant. Yes, he's here. You can meet him. Buy him a drink. Hear the story firsthand. Just be respectful, yeah? He's still a child. You don't know how to feel about this. Proud, angry, used, all of the above. April brings more visitors, not just travelers, officials. First, a local magistrate. He arrives with 2 guards and a list of questions. Wants a formal statement about the incident. Wants descriptions of the thieves. Wants to know if you'd recognize them. They're dead, you say flatly. The magistrate blinks. How do you know? Because they disappeared. In winter. In the Black Forest. People don't survive that unless they're very lucky or very prepared. They were neither. Still, if they surface, they won't. The magistrate looks uncomfortable. He asks a few more questions, takes notes, leaves. You never hear from him again. Second, a military recruiter. This one is worse. He arrives in late April. Prussian uniform, sharp eyes, sharper smile. Klaus Hoffmann, he says. The boy who thinks like a general. I've heard stories. They're exaggerated. Perhaps. But even exaggerations have a kernel of truth. He sits without being invited. The Prussian army is always looking for clever minds, strategic thinkers, problem solvers. You're 12. He's recruiting you. I'm not interested, you say. You say that now. But in a few years, when you're 15, 16, think about it. A commission, training, a future. He slides a card across the table. We could use someone like you. Your father appears in the doorway. His face is stone. My son is not joining the army. The recruiter stands smoothly. Of course, just extending an offer for the future. He tips his hat. Think about it, Klaus. Smart boys don't stay in taverns forever. He leaves. Your father tears up the card without a word. Third, a scholar. Professor Gottlieb from Munich, historian, writer, annoying. He wants to write about you, document the event, publish it in an academic journal, make you a case study in Youthful ingenuity and crisis adaptation. No, you say. But this is important. A historical record. Future generations. No. Surely you understand the significance. I understand that you want to build your career on my trauma. No. He sputters, argues, pleads. Your mother physically escorts him out. Vulture, she mutters. May. The visitors slow down. The novelty wears off. Life returns to something resembling normal. You work at the inn, help your father, learn the business, try to be a regular 12-year-old, but you're not. You know too much. You've seen too much. At night you practice in secret in the barn, with the staff you carved yourself, the movements Andreas taught you, muscle memory, repetition. Your sister catches you one night, watches from the doorway. You're still training, she says, just staying sharp. Why, the threat is gone. You lower the staff. There's always another threat. She looks sad. You're 12, Klaus. You shouldn't have to think like that. But I do. You meet her eyes. And I can't stop. June brings the worst visitor yet. He arrives alone. No guards, no fanfare. Just a man on a horse. Well-dressed, well-armed, dangerous. He asks for you by name. Your father fetches you. You come downstairs warily. The man is standing in the tavern, middle-aged, scarred, eyes like chips of ice. Klaus Hoffmann, he says, not a question. Who's asking? Someone with a business proposal. He gestures to a table. Sit, please. You don't trust him. But curiosity wins. You sit. Your father stands behind you, protective. The man leans forward. I represent certain interests. People who need problems solved quietly, creatively, without official involvement. I don't understand. Yes, you do. You're clever. You think strategically. You're willing to do what others won't. He slides a small purse across the table. It clinks, heavy. We have problems. You have skills. Seems like a good match. You stare at the purse, then at him. You want to hire me? In a manner of speaking. To do what? Whatever needs doing. He smiles. It doesn't reach his eyes. Think about it. No rush. You know where to find us. He stands. Leaves. The purse remains on the table. Your father picks it up. Weighs it. Gold, he says quietly. A lot of gold. He hands it back to the stranger as he's mounting his horse. We don't want your money. The man shrugs. Your loss. The offer stands. He rides away. You watch him go, your stomach churning, because you understand what just happened. Someone just tried to recruit a 12-year-old as an assassin, or spy, or worse. And part of you, a small, dark part you don't like to acknowledge, was tempted. That night, you can't sleep. You lie in bed and stare at the ceiling and wonder who you're becoming. 3 months ago, you were just an innkeeper's son. Now you're a legend, a commodity, a tool people want to use. Everyone wants a piece of you. Your story, your skills, your future. No one asks what you want. Do you even know? You think about Andreas, about what he said. Some lessons can't be unlearned. You think about the thieves, about 3 bodies somewhere in the forest. You think about the man with the gold, about problems that need solving. You think about the difference between being clever and being dangerous, and you realize you've already crossed that line. The question now is, how far will you go? July. The summer heat settles over the Black Forest like a blanket. The inn is busy again. Regular travelers, regular business. Your life returns to routine, work, chores, stolen moments of practice. But you're not the same. Everyone knows it. Your sister watches you with sad eyes. Your mother worries. Your father tries to pretend everything is fine, and you go through the motions, smile when expected, laugh when appropriate, play the role of the clever boy who saved the inn. But inside, you're changing, hardening, preparing, because you learned something that winter, something the monks and the magistrates and the scholars don't understand. The world is not safe, it's not fair, it's not kind. and the only way to survive is to be harder than whatever's coming. You're 12 years old, and you're already planning for the next fight. Because there's always a next fight. Block 6 will take you inside the mind of a child who's learned too much too fast. Because trauma doesn't come with age restrictions, and neither does the cost of survival. August 1790. You dream about the thieves, not the real ones, the ones Andreas maybe killed, the ones who disappeared into the forest and became rumors. You dream about different thieves, ones who succeed, who make it past your traps, who reach your room. In the dream, the bear trap doesn't work, the rope snaps, the pig fat evaporates like morning mist, and they keep coming, up the stairs, down the hallway, closer, closer. You wake up sweat-soaked, heart hammering. 12 years old and your body knows terror in a way it shouldn't. Your mother hears you. She always hears you. Appears in your doorway like a ghost in her nightgown. Again? She asks softly. You nod. Can't speak yet. She sits on the edge of your bed. Doesn't touch you. You've started flinching when people touch you unexpectedly, and she's noticed. Just sits there. Presence without pressure. It's been 6 months, she says. The nightmares should be fading. They're not. I know. She's quiet for a moment. Your father thinks we should take you to Father Wilhelm. He says confession might help. I didn't do anything wrong. I know that, Liebling. But maybe talking about it, I don't want to talk about it. Another silence, longer this time. Then what do you want? She asks finally. You don't answer, because you don't know. Or maybe because you do know, and it scares you more than the nightmares. You want to feel safe again, but safety is a lie. You learned that. What you really want is control, power, the certainty that no one can hurt you or your family ever again, but you can't say that to your mother. So you say nothing. She sighs, kisses your forehead, leaves you alone with the darkness. Let's talk about trauma, not the way adults talk about it, with clinical distance and reassuring platitudes. Let's talk about what it actually does to a 12-year-old brain. Your body is constantly prepared for threat. Every creak of the floorboard sends adrenaline spiking through your system. Every stranger who walks into the tavern gets catalogued. Threat assessment, weapon check, exit strategy. You can't turn it off. Andreas taught you too well. Or maybe the Night of the Thieves taught you, and Andreas just gave you language for what your body already knew. The world is dangerous. Everyone is potentially hostile. Safety is temporary. Trust is luxury you can't afford. This is not a healthy way for a 12-year-old to experience reality, but it's the reality you have, so you adapt. You start sleeping with a knife under your pillow, not the carving knife from your grandfather, something better. You borrowed a kitchen knife, sharp, balanced, capable of doing damage. Your father finds it one morning while making your bed. He doesn't say anything, just looks at you with this expression, half sadness, half understanding. That night he gives you a proper knife, smaller, designed for a child's hand, with a leather sheath. If you're going to carry a weapon, he says quietly, carry one that won't get you killed. And Klaus, don't tell your mother. So now you're 12 years old with a knife, sleeping better, hating that you sleep better because of it. September, school starts, or rather, it would start if you were going. But you're not. Your father makes the decision unilaterally. He needs to work, he tells the village schoolmaster. The inn needs him. This is a lie. The inn doesn't need you. Business is good. Your sister can manage. Your father could hire help. The truth is, he doesn't want you around other children. Because you're not a child anymore. Not really, and putting you in a room with actual 12-year-olds would make that painfully obvious. You're grateful. You don't want to be around them either. Don't want their questions. Don't want to explain. Don't want to be the weird one. More than you already are. So you work. Full-time. Adult hours. Adult responsibilities. You're 12, and you're working 14-hour days, and nobody thinks this is strange. Welcome to 1790. October. A merchant passing through tells a story. He doesn't know you're listening, he's in the tavern, 3 ales deep, talking to anyone who'll listen. Found the bodies last week, hunters did. Up in the high forest. Been there since winter, looks like. Frozen, thawed, frozen again. Animals got to them, but you could still tell. Your blood turns to ice. 3 men. Looked like they killed each other. Or maybe wolves. Hard to say. But they had weapons. Knives. A pistol. Not travelers. More like thieves, someone supplies. Exactly, thieves. Word is they were the same ones who tried to rob the Hoffmann place back in December. The ones that boy... Your father appears out of nowhere. Cuts off the merchant mid-sentence. Enough, he says. His voice is steel. We don't tell that story anymore. The merchant blinks. But I just thought, you thought wrong. Drink up, on the house, then move along. The merchant knows a threat when he hears one. He finishes his ale in 3 gulps and leaves. Your father catches your eye across the room. The message is clear. Don't ask. You don't. But now you know. The bodies were found. The truth is out there somewhere, rotting in the forest alongside what's left of 3 men who picked the wrong inn, and Andreas's name never comes up. Not once. He's a monk. A man of God. Beyond suspicion. Very convenient. You think about writing to him. The monastery is only 3 days away. You could send a letter. Task him directly. Did you kill them? Did you do it for me? Am I responsible for 3 deaths? But you don't write. Because some questions don't need answers. Some truths are better left buried. In shallow graves, in frozen forests, in the parts of your memory you don't visit after dark. You're 12 years old, and you're already learning the art of convenient amnesia. November. The first snow falls. You watch it from your window. Beautiful, pristine, deadly. Last year this snow was your enemy. It trapped you, isolated you, made you vulnerable. This year it's just snow because you're not vulnerable anymore, are you? Your sister knocks. Enters without waiting for permission. She does that now, ever since she realized privacy is just another word for isolation. Klaus, she says, we need to talk. About what? About the fact that you're disappearing. You frown. I'm right here. No, you're here. She gestures at your body. But you're not here. She taps her own chest. You're somewhere else, somewhere dark, and I'm worried. I'm fine. You're not. You barely eat. You don't sleep. You watch everyone like they're going to attack at any moment. Klaus, you're exhausted. And you're 12. I know how old I am. Do you? Because lately you act like you're 40. Like you've seen too much. Like you've forgotten how to be a kid. Maybe I did forget. The words come out sharper than intended. Maybe you don't get to be a kid after you fight off thieves with pig fat and traps. Maybe that's not how this works. She sits on your bed, looks at you with those sad eyes. You're right, she says quietly. That's not fair. None of this is fair. But Klaus, you have to find a way to live with it. Because if you don't, they win. Not the thieves, the fear, the trauma. The thing that makes you stop being human. I don't know how. I know. That's why I'm here. To remind you. She takes your hand. You don't flinch this time. You're my little brother. You're clever and brave and good. And I need you to remember that. Even when it feels impossible. You want to cry. You can't remember the last time you cried. Months. Years. I'm tired, you whisper. I know. I don't know how to stop being afraid. I know. I don't want to be this person. Then don't be. She squeezes your hand. You get to choose, Klaus. Every day. What kind of person you become. The fear doesn't own you, not unless you let it. That night you make a decision. You take the knife from under your pillow. You take the knife from under your pillow. Hold it in both hands. Feel the weight of it. The cold metal. The promise of violence it represents. And you put it in the drawer, not thrown away, not destroyed, just away, within reach if you need it. But not pressed against your ribs while you sleep. It's a small thing, barely worth mentioning, but it feels like surrender. And victory, both at once. You sleep that night without the knife. You dream still. But when you wake, gasping, you don't reach for the blade. You reach for the memory of your sister's hand, the warmth of it, the reminder that you're not alone. It's not much, but it's something. December 1790. 1 year. It's been exactly 1 year since the night that changed everything. Since the traps. Since the blood on the stairs. Since you learned that 12-year-olds can become weapons if the world pushes hard enough. Your mother wants to mark the occasion. A small celebration. Family only. A reminder that you survived. That you're here. Your father thinks it's a bad idea. Why commemorate trauma? Because ignoring it doesn't make it go away, she says. And because I need to mark this day. The day I could have lost my son, but didn't. They compromise. No celebration, but a special dinner. Just the four of you. And maybe some acknowledgement that the year happened. That it mattered. December 23rd, 1790. Morning feels like any other winter morning. Cold, grey, ordinary. You help your father with the horses. Haul firewood. The routine is comforting. Mechanical. Your mind can drift while your body works. You think about the year. Everything that's changed, everything that hasn't. The inn is the same. Your family is the same. The black forest outside is the same. But you're different. Fundamentally. In ways you can't articulate. You're harder, more cautious, less trusting. You see threats everywhere. You catalogue weaknesses. You plan escape routes from every room you enter. This is not normal. You know this. But you don't know how to stop. Around noon, a traveller arrives. Alone. On foot. Covered in snow and mud. Your father greets him. Offers food. A warm fire. Standard hospitality. The traveller is grateful. Middle-aged. Thin. Exhausted. He sits by the fire and orders soup and bread. You watch him from the kitchen. Habit. Threat assessment. He doesn't look dangerous, just tired. Defeated even. Like someone who's been running for a long time and finally stopped. But something about him bothers you. Something you can't quite identify. The traveller stays for an hour. Eats slowly. Warms himself. Pays in coin. Good coin, you notice. Not copper. Silver. Before he leaves, he approaches your father. Speaks quietly. You're too far away to hear. But you see your father's expression change. Harden. He shakes his head. Firmly. No. The traveller says something else. Urgent. Pleading. Your father's voice rises. I said no. Leave. The traveller glances around the tavern. His eyes find you. Lock onto you. Recognition flickers across his face. He knows who you are. Your father steps between you, blocks the man's view. Leave, now. The traveller nods, backs toward the door, pauses at the threshold. Tell him, he says, not to your father. To you across the room. Tell him the offer still stands. We could use someone like him. And then he's gone, into the snow, into the forest. You stand frozen in the kitchen, heart pounding. Klaus, your father's voice, strained. Come here. You obey, woodenly. He sits you down, takes a breath. That man. He's a recruiter, for a group I won't name. People who do work I won't describe. He's been asking around, about you, about what happened here. How did he find me? You're famous, son. Stories travel, and some people pay attention to stories about clever children who can think like soldiers. He grips your shoulder. I told him to leave, to never come back. But Klaus, he won't be the last. Your stomach drops. What do you mean? I mean you've become valuable. And valuable things attract attention. Not all of it good. He looks old suddenly. Tired. I don't know how to protect you from this. From people who see you as a tool. A weapon. I don't know how to make you just a boy again. I'm not a boy anymore, you say. The words taste bitter. True. I know. He pulls you into a hug. Fierce, desperate. I know. And I hate it. I hate that the world did this to you. I hate that I couldn't stop it. You don't respond, can't. The words are stuck somewhere in your throat alongside everything else you can't say. Dinner that night is quiet, tense. Your mother made sauerbraten, your favorite. The smell fills the kitchen. Vinegar, spices, slow-cooked meat. Normally it would make you hungry. Tonight you can barely eat. Your sister keeps glancing at you, worried. She knows something happened. She always knows. Your father drinks more than usual, not drunk, just seeking warmth in wine. Your mother tries to pretend everything is fine, talks about Christmas, about the market tomorrow, about plans for the new year. Nobody mentions the date, December 23rd, the anniversary. But it's there, in the room, like a ghost at the table. After dinner you go outside. Need air, need space, need to not be surrounded by family members trying very hard to pretend you're okay. The snow is falling again, soft, silent. The kind of snow that muffles sound and makes the world feel smaller. You walk to the edge of the forest. Not far, just far enough to see the trees, the darkness between them, the endless depth. Somewhere in there, 3 bodies are buried under snow and time. 3 men who came here to rob you, to hurt you, who ended up dead instead. Did they have families, mothers, sisters, people who miss them? You don't know. You'll never know. And the worst part? You're not sure you care. That's what scares you most. Not the violence, not the fear, the numbness, the growing certainty that you could do it again, could set traps, could hurt people, could survive at any cost, and feel nothing. Klaus, you turn. Your sister. She's wrapped in a heavy cloak. Her breath makes clouds in the cold air. You shouldn't be out here, you say. Neither should you. She comes to stand beside you, doesn't ask questions, just stands, looks at the forest. Finally, do you regret it? You don't pretend not to understand. Regret what? Defending our home? Regret what it cost you? Good question. Do you? I don't know, you say honestly. Sometimes I think I should have run. Let them take everything. Stayed a child a little longer. You pause. But then I think about what would have happened to you, to Mama and Papa, if I'd done nothing. We would have survived, rebuilt. Maybe. Or maybe they would have killed you all. Maybe I'd have come home to bodies instead of my family. You shake your head. I made the choice I could live with, even if it means I can't live with myself sometimes. She's quiet for a long moment. Then, you're too young to talk like that. I'm too young for a lot of things. Doesn't change reality. No, she agrees. It doesn't. You stand there together until the cold becomes unbearable. Then you go back inside, back to the warm kitchen, back to your parents trying desperately to hold together a family that trauma tried to break. That night, you don't take the knife from the drawer, but you think about it. Long and hard. In the end, you leave it there. Make yourself vulnerable. Make yourself trust that tonight at least you're safe. You dream, of course, but the dreams are different. Not thieves breaking in, something stranger, darker. You dream you're standing in the forest, surrounded by shadows that might be men, might be trees, might be versions of yourself you haven't become yet, and a voice, Andreas's, your grandfather's, your own, whispers, you can't go back, only forward. So choose carefully what you're moving toward. You wake up, don't know what the dream means, not sure you want to. December 24th, Christmas Eve. The day passes in a blur of preparation. Cooking, cleaning, setting up the tavern for evening guests, everything normal, everything fine. Except it's not fine, because you're waiting. For what? You don't know. Another threat, another visitor, another reminder that the world sees you as something other than human. Evening comes. Guests arrive. The tavern fills with warmth and laughter and the smell of mulled wine. You work, serve drinks, clear tables, smile when expected, play the role. Around midnight, the tavern empties. Just family left. And Father Wilhelm, the village priest. He stayed late, talking with your father, drinking schnapps, laughing at old stories. He sees you cleaning up, calls you over. Klaus, he says. His voice is warm, a little slurred. Sit, please. You sit, wary. Your father tells me you've had a difficult year. Understatement, but you nod. I want you to know something. He leans forward, earnest. God doesn't give us more than we can bear. What happened to you? What you survived? That was a test. And you passed. You want to believe him. You do, but something cold and hard in your chest won't let you. With respect, Father, it wasn't a test. It was just chaos. Random violence. Wrong place, wrong time. Perhaps, but how you responded, that wasn't random. That was character, courage, faith. I didn't have faith. I had fear and pig fat. Father Wilhelm laughs. Actually laughs. Sometimes, my boy, those are the same thing. Faith isn't the absence of fear. It's choosing to act despite it. You consider this. Turn it over in your mind. It's almost comforting. Almost. What if I did something wrong? You ask quietly. What if defending myself meant someone else got hurt? Died? What if I'm responsible for Klaus? Father Wilhelm's voice is gentle, firm. You were 12 years old. You were alone. You were protecting your home. There is no sin in survival. There is no shame in refusing to be a victim. The church says many things, but Christ himself overturned tables in the temple, drove out those who would defile sacred spaces with violence and greed. He places a hand on your shoulder. Your home is your temple, Klaus. You defended it. That's not sin, that's sacred. You don't know if you believe him, but you want to, desperately. Christmas Day, 1790. You wake up early, before dawn. The house is silent, everyone's still asleep. You dress, slip outside, walk to the well. The sky's just starting to lighten. Grey and pink and gold all mixed together. Beautiful, cold, indifferent. You stand there, breathe the winter air, feel the ache in your chest that never quite goes away. 1 year. You survived 1 year, and you'll survive the next, and the next. Because that's what you do now. Survive. But somewhere in the surviving, you hope, desperately, foolishly hope, that you'll also learn to live, to be more than fear and vigilance and the memory of blood on stairs. To be Klaus, just Klaus, the innkeeper's son, the boy who likes bread and stories and the way snow catches light. Not the legend, not the weapon, not the thing that trauma made. Just you. Is that possible? Can you unmake what you've become? Can you go back? You don't know. Probably not. Probably you're this person now, forever changed, forever marked. But maybe you can carry both. The boy and the survivor, the trauma and the hope, the fear and the courage. Maybe you don't have to choose. Your mother finds you there, at the well, watching the sunrise. She doesn't say anything, just wraps a blanket around your shoulders, stands beside you. "Merry Christmas, Liebling," she whispers. "Merry Christmas, Mama." You stand together, mother and son, survivors both, watching the world wake up. And for just a moment, just one perfect, fragile moment, you feel safe. It won't last. You know it won't last. The world is still dangerous. People still want things from you. The fear still lives in your bones, but right now, in this moment, wrapped in your mother's blanket, watching Christmas dawn break over the Black Forest, you're okay. You're 12 years old, and you're okay. It's enough. For now, it's enough. Spring 1792. You're 14 now. Taller, broader in the shoulders. Your voice finally cracked last winter, and now sits somewhere between boy and man. Awkward, unpredictable, embarrassing. Your hands have changed too. Calloused, scarred. The hands of someone who works, who builds, who doesn't flinch anymore when handling knives or fire or difficult truths. The golden star has changed as well. Business is better than ever. Your father expanded last year, added 4 new guest rooms, renovated the stables, brought in a second cook. The inn isn't just surviving, it's thriving. And a lot of that is because of you. Not because of the story, though that still brings curious travelers. But because you've become useful. essential even. You manage inventory now, keep the books, negotiate with suppliers. You're better at it than your father, and everyone knows it. You have a head for numbers, for patterns, for seeing 3 moves ahead. Turns out the same brain that designed traps is excellent at running a business. Who knew? You're in the storage cellar, counting barrels of beer when you hear the commotion upstairs, shouting, furniture scraping. The distinctive sound of a tavern brawl starting. You sigh. Set down your ledger, grab your stuff, you keep one down here now just in case, and head upstairs. The main room is chaos. 2 men locked together, fists flying, tables overturned. Your sister backed against the wall, holding a serving tray like a shield, other patrons scrambling to get out of the way. Your father is moving toward the fight, but he's on the other side of the room. Won't get there in time. You will. You step into the brawl, don't shout. Don't announce yourself, just move. Fluid, precise, the way Andreas taught you. Sweep the first man's legs. He goes down hard. Before he can recover, you pin his arm with the staff, pressing just hard enough to cause pain without breaking anything. The second man turns toward you, drunk, angry, bigger than you. Doesn't matter. You shift. Use his momentum. A quick strike to the solar plexus. Not hard enough to cause real damage, just hard enough to knock the wind out. He doubles over, gasping. 10 seconds. Start to finish. Both men on the ground, you standing over them with the staff, not even breathing hard. The tavern goes silent. Your father reaches you, looks at the 2 men, looks at you. His expression is complicated. Pride mixed with something else. Worry, maybe. Take them outside, he says quietly. Make sure they understand they're not welcome back. You nod. Haul both men to their feet, neither resists, and escort them to the door, firmly, efficiently. Come back and it'll be worse, you say. Your voice is flat, empty of threat because the threat is obvious. Understand? They understand. Stumble out into the spring mud without a word. You close the door. Turn back to the tavern. Everyone's staring. Show's over, you say. Drink up. Gradually, conversation resumes. But people keep glancing at you, recalculating, reassessing. You're not the 12-year-old anymore, you're something different now. Something people respect and fear a little. You're not sure how you feel about that. Later that night, your sister corners you in the kitchen. That was impressive, she says. Doesn't sound impressed, sounds worried. Just doing my job. Your job is managing inventory, not breaking up fights like you're a hired enforcer. Someone had to. Papa could have handled it. Papa's getting older, his back, his knees, he shouldn't have to. You wipe down the counter, avoid her eyes. I can help. So I do. Klaus. She waits until you look at her. You're 14. You should be, I don't know, chasing girls, getting into trouble, being stupid, not running this place like you're 30. Someone has to be responsible. But it doesn't always have to be you. You don't know how to explain it to her. The need to be useful, to be necessary, to prove that what happened to you meant something, that you're not just a victim who got lucky, that you're valuable, that you're worth keeping around. So you say nothing. Just finish cleaning and go to bed. The thing nobody tells you about trauma is how it metabolizes over time. At 12 it was raw, immediate. Terror and adrenaline and the constant fear of the next threat. At 14, it's different. Harder. Like scar tissue forming over a wound. You're not afraid anymore. Not constantly. But you're not soft either, you can't be. The world taught you a lesson and you learned it well, maybe too well. Summer 1792. A letter arrives from St. Benedict's monastery. Your mother brings it to you. Her face is strange. She's been crying. What is it, you ask? Just read it, she says. You open the letter. The handwriting is unfamiliar, formal, a monk's script. Dear Klaus, it is with deep sorrow that I inform you of the passing of brother Andreas. He died peacefully in his sleep on the night of June 3rd. He was 62 years old. In his final days he spoke of you often. He wanted you to know that teaching you was one of the great joys of his later years. He believed you would do great things. He left something for you, a package. We are sending it with this letter. May God keep you. Brother Thomas, guestmaster. The world tilts sideways. Andreas. Dead. You barely knew him. Just a few months. But he changed everything. Gave you tools. Skills, confidence. The knowledge that you could survive, and now he's gone. Your mother hands you a wrapped package, small, heavy. Inside, Andreas's staff. The one he trained with, polished oak, worn smooth from decades of use. And a note in Andreas's own hand. Klaus, if you're reading this, I'm dead. Good. Means I didn't have to get old and useless. The staff is yours. You earned it. Use it well. Use it wisely. Remember, violence is a tool, not a solution. Know when to fight. Know when to walk away. Know the difference. You're going to be something, kid, I don't know what. But something important, just don't let it destroy you. A. You read the note 3 times, then carefully fold it and put it in your pocket. The staff you carry upstairs, place it in the corner of your room, a reminder, an inheritance, a warning. That night you don't sleep. Just lie there, staring at the ceiling, thinking about a soldier monk who saw something in a scared 12-year-old. Who taught you how to be dangerous, and then told you to be careful with that danger? You understand now. What he was trying to do. He wasn't just teaching you to fight. He was teaching you to choose when not to. The lesson you're still learning. Fall, 1792. France is on fire again. Revolution isn't done, it's eating itself. The terror is beginning, though you don't know that's what history will call it. Refugees start trickling across the border. Germans, French, anyone caught in the middle. They bring stories, nightmares. The kind of chaos that makes 3 thieves in the night seem almost quaint. Your inn becomes a way station, a safe harbor. Your father doesn't turn anyone away, even when they can't pay. It's the right thing to do, he says. You agree. But you also quietly increase security, more locks, better awareness. You teach your sister some of what Andreas taught you. Basic defense. How to read a room, when to run. She's a quick study, smarter than you, honestly. Just never had reason to learn before. Now she does. The world is getting darker. One night a refugee family arrives. Mother, father, 3 children, exhausted, terrified. The mother is pregnant, very pregnant. Your mother takes them in immediately, gives them the best room, food, warmth, everything. The father tries to pay. Your father waves him off. Consider it Christian charity. You're standing in the kitchen when the father pulls you aside. You're the boy, he says. His German is rough, French accented. The one from the story, the traps. You nod, wary. My children were terrified when I told them, said you were like something from a fairy tale, a clever hero. He grips your shoulder. Thank you for showing them that children can be brave, can fight back, can survive. You don't know what to say, so you just nod again. But later, lying in bed, you think about it, about being someone's hero, someone's inspiration. It feels strange, heavy. Like a responsibility you didn't ask for. But maybe that's what growing up is. Carrying weights you never volunteered to lift. Winter, 1792. You're in the barn, practicing with Andreas's staff, when a stranger approaches. He's young, maybe 20, well-dressed, confident. He watches you for a moment, then claps slowly. Impressive, he says. You've been trained. You lower the staff. Who are you? Johann Weber. I'm a recruiter for the Bavarian Military Academy. We're looking for promising candidates, young men with particular skills. He gestures at the staff. You'd qualify. Not interested. You haven't heard the offer. Don't need to. I'm not joining the military. Why not? You clearly have aptitude, training, natural talent. You could have a real career, a future beyond. He glances at the inn. This. Your jaw tightens. This is my home, my family, my future. For now. But Klaus, may I call you Klaus? Men like you don't stay in small places. You're meant for bigger things. Battlefields, strategy, leadership. You don't know anything about me. I know your story. Everyone does. The boy who outsmarted thieves at 12, who trains in secret, who breaks up brawls like a seasoned soldier. He steps closer. I know you're wasting your potential here. Something snaps inside you. You move. Fast. The staff comes up, stops an inch from his throat. Leave, you say quietly, and don't come back. Johann doesn't flinch, actually smiles. There it is. That's what we need. That fire. I'm not your weapon. I'm not anyone's weapon. Everyone's someone's weapon, Klaus. The only question is, who gets to wield you? You press the staff closer. Last warning. He raises his hands, backs away. Think about it. That's all I ask. The offer stands. He leaves. You're left standing in the barn, shaking, not from fear, from rage. Because he's right. Part of you knows he's right. You are wasted here. You could do more, be more, make a real difference, but at what cost? That night at dinner, you're quiet, picking at your food. Klaus, your mother, always noticing. What's wrong? Just tired. Liar, your sister, also always noticing. What happened? You sigh, put down your fork. A recruiter came today, military academy, wanted me to enlist. Your father's face goes stone. What did you tell him? No. Good. But you hesitate. What if he's right? What if I'm supposed to be doing something more? More than what? Your mother asks. More than running an inn. More than breaking up drunk fights and counting barrels. Your father sets down his knife. Klaus, look at me. You do. You're 14 years old. You have your entire life ahead of you. If you want to leave, want to do something else, we'll support you. But don't let some recruiter make you feel small. What you do here matters. This inn, it's not just a business, it's a community, a refuge, a home, and you help make that possible. But nothing. Your mother, fierce. You survived something terrible, learned from it, grew stronger. That doesn't mean you owe the world your violence. You get to choose what kind of man you become, and we will love you no matter what you choose. You feel something break inside your chest. Not painfully, more like release. I don't want to leave, you admit. I don't want to be useless. Useless? Your sister laughs. Actual laughter. Klaus, you run half this inn. You keep us safe. You make travelers feel welcome. You're teaching me to defend myself. How is any of that useless? It's not glory. It's real, your father interrupts. It's tangible. It's meaningful. Glory is what men chase when they don't have anything real to hold on to. You sit with that. Turn it over in your mind. Maybe he's right. Maybe glory is overrated. Maybe there's something more valuable in this. Family, home, the quiet dignity of useful work. Maybe you don't need to be a legend. Maybe you can just be Klaus, the innkeeper's son, who survived, who learned, who chose to stay human despite everything. Maybe that's enough. Block 8 is where things get complicated, because you're about to meet someone who will change everything. Again, sometimes the most dangerous threat isn't violence, it's connection. March 1793. She arrives on a Tuesday. You notice her immediately, which is unusual. Travelers come and go. You barely register faces anymore, but her. She's different. Not beautiful. Not in the conventional sense. But striking. Dark hair pulled back severely. Sharp eyes that missed nothing. Dressed, practically. Boys' traveling clothes, sturdy boots, a pack that's seen serious use. She's maybe 16, maybe older. Hard to tell. She walks into the Golden Star like she owns it. No hesitation, no deference. Just strides to the bar and says in perfect German with a strange accent, "Room 1 night, how much?" Your father quotes the price. She pays, in French coin, without haggling. "Dinner?" he asks. "Yes, and information." "What kind of information?" "The kind about the boy who defended this inn, Klaus Hoffmann. I'm told he lives here." Every head in the tavern turns, toward her, then toward you. You step out of the shadows. "I'm Klaus Hoffmann." She turns, studies you with those sharp eyes. Evaluating, calculating. "You're younger than I expected. I was 12 when it happened. I'm 14 now. Still young. Old enough." She smiles. It's not a warm smile. More like appreciation. like you've passed some test you didn't know you were taking. My name is Marie Colette. I'm a writer, journalist. I'm documenting stories of survival during wartime. Yours interested me. It's been documented, multiple times, by academics, priests, military observers. She dismisses them with a wave. I want the real story, not the legend, the truth. And if I don't want to talk about it, then I'll leave. Your story, your choice. She pauses. But I think you do want to talk, just not to the wrong people. I might be the right people. You don't know why, but you believe her. Tomorrow, you say, after breakfast. We'll talk. She nods. Fair enough. That night, your sister pulls you aside. Who is she? A journalist. Wants to hear about that night. And you said yes. I said maybe. Your sister frowns. Be careful, Klaus. Writers are dangerous. They take your words and make them into whatever serves their purpose. I know. Do you? Because you're looking at her like she's interesting, and interesting people are always trouble. She's not wrong, but you don't admit it. The next morning, Marie is in the tavern early, writing in a journal, drinking coffee, completely absorbed. You approach. She looks up. Klaus. Good. Sit. You sit. She produces another journal, opens it, pen ready. First question, she says. Why did you stay? When the thieves came, why didn't you run? You weren't expecting that. Expected questions about the traps, the violence, the dramatic parts. It was my home, you say finally. I couldn't just abandon it. But you were 12, alone, outnumbered. The logical choice was to hide, to wait for your family to return. Logic doesn't always win. No, she agrees. So what does? In that moment, what made you choose to fight instead of flight? You think about it, really think. Spite, maybe. She laughs, actual laughter. Spite. I was angry. That they thought they could just take what wasn't theirs. That they assumed I'd be easy. That they underestimated me. You lean back. I wanted to prove them wrong. And did you? Yes. At what cost? Good question. The question nobody else asks. Everything, you say quietly. I'm not the same person. Can't be. That night changed how I see the world, how I move through it. I can't trust, can't relax, can't stop calculating threats and exits and strategies. Do you regret it? Surviving? No? What it cost me? You pause. Yes, sometimes. She writes, fast, efficient, then looks up. Tell me about the monastery, about Brother Andreas. Your throat tightens. How do you know about Andreas? I'm a journalist. I research, I ask questions, I talk to people. She leans forward. He trained you, didn't he? Taught you to fight, really fight, not just with traps, but with your body, your mind. Yes. Why? Because, you struggle for words, because he saw what I was becoming, knew I wouldn't survive on luck alone, needed skills, real skills. And the thieves, the ones who disappeared. You think he... I don't know. You cut her off. And I don't want to know. Some truths are better left buried. She studies you, nods slowly. Fair enough. The interview continues for hours. She asks everything. About your family, your nightmares, your training, how you manage the inn, how you've changed. She doesn't judge, doesn't moralize, just listens, records, understands. It's exhausting and liberating. By afternoon, you're drained, empty, like you've bled out emotions you didn't know you were carrying. Marie closes her journal. Thank you. That was illuminating. What will you do with it? Write it. Publish it. Add it to my collection of survival stories. She pauses. With your permission, of course. Will you use my real name? Do you want me to? You think about it. No. I'm tired of being famous, tired of being a story. Use a pseudonym. Done. She stands. I'll send you a copy when it's published, so you can see how I told your truth. How long will you stay? I leave tomorrow. Other stories to collect, other survivors to interview. Where are you going? France, the Vendée. There's a rebellion happening. Terrible violence, but also stories of incredible bravery. I need to document it. That's dangerous. So was fighting off thieves at 12. She smiles. We all have our battles, Klaus. That evening, you find her in the tavern again, writing, always writing. You sit down uninvited. Can I ask you something? She looks up. Of course. Why do you do this? Collect these stories? Risk your life for other people's trauma? She sets down her pen. Considers the question. Because someone needs to, she says finally. History is written by generals and politicians. The official record, because someone needs to, she says finally. History is written by generals and politicians. The official record, the grand narrative. But the truth? The real truth lives in the margins, in the stories of children who fight off thieves, of families who flee revolutions, of ordinary people doing extraordinary things just to survive. But why you? Because I can write, and I can move freely. People underestimate women, especially young women. They talk around us. Forget we're listening. It makes me useful. She pauses. And because someone should remember. The victims, the survivors, the ones who don't get monuments or medals. Someone should say, this happened. This person existed. This mattered. You sit with that. The weight of it. What if the stories are too painful, you ask? What if documenting them just spreads the trauma? Then I don't publish them, or I wait. Or I change names, details, whatever protects the people involved. She meets your eyes. I'm not here to exploit, Klaus. I'm here to witness. There's a difference. Is there? I think so, I hope so. She picks up her pen again. Time will tell if I'm right. The next morning, Marie leaves at dawn. You're awake. You're always awake at dawn now, can't sleep past first light. And you walk her to her horse. Travel safe, you say. France is complicated right now. Everywhere is complicated. That's why I have work. She mounts smoothly, looks down at you. Klaus, can I give you some advice? You're going to regardless. She grins. True, here it is. Don't let the story consume you. What happened when you were 12? That was real. It mattered. But it's not all you are. Don't let it be all you are. What else is there? Everything. You're 14. You have time to become anything, anyone. Don't lock yourself into being the boy from the story. Be something more, something unexpected. Before you can respond, she's gone, riding down the forest road, toward France, toward revolution and violence and stories waiting to be told. You stand there long after she's disappeared from sight. Her words echo. Don't let the story consume you. Too late, you think. The story already did. Years ago, the night 3 men broke into your home and you learned what survival costs. But maybe she's right. Maybe there's still time to be something else. Someone else. You just don't know who that person is yet. April 1793. Spring is in full bloom. The forest explodes with green, life returning after the death of winter. A metaphor so obvious it makes you cringe, but it's also true. The world is waking up, including you. You've been thinking about Marie's words, about becoming more than the story, about choosing who you want to be instead of letting trauma choose for you. It sounds good. In theory. In practice, you have no idea where to start, so you do what you always do. You work, you manage the inn, you help your family, you break up the occasional fight, you survive. But something is shifting, slowly, like ice cracking under the first warm sun of spring. A young woman starts coming to the tavern. Her name is Anna. She's the baker's daughter from the village, maybe 15, pretty in a quiet way, shy. She brings bread twice a week, fresh loaves, still warm. The smell makes your mouth water. Your mother pays her, makes small talk. Anna smiles politely, leaves. But recently she's started lingering, asking questions about you. Is Klaus here? Could you tell Klaus thank you for last week? He helped my father fix the cartwheel. Does Klaus like rye bread or wheat? I want to know what to bring next time. Your sister finds this hilarious, teases you mercilessly. She likes you, your sister says, grinning like a demon. She's being polite. She's being obvious, and you're being oblivious. I don't have time for what? Being a normal 14-year-old boy who notices when a pretty girl pays attention to him? Your sister shakes her head. Klaus, you can't spend your whole life preparing for the next disaster. Sometimes you have to just live. I don't know how. The words come out more honest than you intended, more vulnerable. Your sister's expression softens. Then learn. Start small. Next time Anna brings bread, actually talk to her. Ask her something. About herself. Not about baking or business. Something real. Like what? I don't know. What does she like? What does she dream about? What makes her laugh? Anything that shows you see her as a person, not just the baker's daughter. You promise to try. You're not sure you mean it. The next week Anna arrives with bread. You happen to be in the kitchen. Your mother elbows you subtly. Not subtle at all, actually. Anna, you say, awkward. Hello? Klaus, she smiles. It's a nice smile. Warm. I brought extra rye this week. Your mother said you liked it. I do. Thank you. Silence. Painful silence. Your mother busies herself across the kitchen, pointedly not helping. How's your father? You ask finally. His back? After the cart incident? Better, thanks to you. He's grateful you helped. It was nothing, just logical. The wheel was mounted wrong. Simple fix. Maybe to you. To us it was magic. She laughs. You have a gift for solving problems. Not always. Sometimes I create them. I doubt that. You don't know how to respond. This is excruciating. You can break up brawls without breaking a sweat, but a conversation with a 15-year-old girl leaves you paralyzed. Do you ever take breaks? Anna asks suddenly. From working, I mean. Do you ever just leave the inn, walk in the forest, enjoy spring? Not really, too much to do. That's sad. She says it simply, not judging, just stating fact. You should. The woods are beautiful right now, wildflowers everywhere. It's like walking through a painting. I wouldn't know. Haven't had time to notice. Then make time. She's bolder now, meeting your eyes. Tomorrow afternoon. I'm taking bread to the Schmidt's farm. The path goes through the forest. You could join me if you want. Carry the basket. See the flowers. Take a break. Your heart does something strange. Skips, races, panics. I don't know if... Just think about it. She smiles again, that warm, genuine smile. No pressure. But Klaus, you deserve to see the flowers. Everyone does. She leaves. You're left standing in the kitchen, frozen, terrified, intrigued. Your mother appears at your elbow. If you don't go, I'm disowning you. Mum, I'm serious. That girl just asked you to walk with her in the forest. That's not about bread. That's about you. And if you're too stupid to see that, then I raised a fool. I don't know what to do. You go. You walk. You talk. You be a boy for once instead of a soldier. She cups your face in her hands. Klaus, my darling boy. You've been so strong for so long. But strength isn't just defense. It's also letting someone in. Letting yourself be vulnerable, being open to connection. What if I'm bad at it? Then you'll be bad at it. So what? Everyone is bad at it at first. You learn, you try, you fail, you try again. She kisses your forehead. Go. Walk with the baker's daughter. See the flowers. Be 14. You go. The next afternoon, you meet Anna at the edge of the village. She's carrying a basket of bread. You take it from her without asking. It's heavier than it looks. Thank you, she says. Chivalrous. Just practical. You're smaller than me. I have better leverage. She laughs. You really don't know how to take a compliment, do you? Not really. Never had much practice. Well, you'll get practice today, because I intend to give you several. You walk. The forest path is exactly as she described. Wildflowers everywhere. Yellow, purple, white, blue. The sun filters through new leaves, creating patterns of light and shadow on the ground. It's beautiful, actually beautiful. You'd forgotten the world could be beautiful. Anna talks about her family, about the bakery, about her younger brothers who are terrors, about her dreams of maybe someday opening her own shop, maybe in Munich, maybe farther. You listen, actually listen, not calculating threats, not planning exits, just listening. What about you? She asks eventually. What do you dream about? I don't. Everyone dreams. Not me, I just survive, day to day. That's it. She stops walking, turns to face you. That's the saddest thing I've ever heard. It's practical. It's tragic. She reaches out, hesitates, then takes your hand. Her fingers are warm, slightly sticky from bread dough. Klaus, you're allowed to want things, to hope for things, to imagine a future that's more than just not dying. Your throat closes. When was the last time someone held your hand? Years? Ever? I don't know how, you whisper. Then let me help. She squeezes your hand. Start small. What's one thing you want? Right now, in this moment. You look at her open face, her honest eyes, the way the sunlight catches in her dark hair. This, you say, I want this. To walk in the forest, to see the flowers, to not be afraid for 5 minutes. Then that's what we'll do. She smiles, starts walking again, still holding your hand. 5 minutes. We can manage 5 minutes. You walk for an hour, deliver the bread, walk back, talk about nothing, everything, small things. Safe things. When you reach the village, Anna releases your hand reluctantly. Thank you, she says, for carrying the basket, for walking with me, for being here. I didn't do anything. You did everything. She turns to leave, pauses. Klaus, same time next week? Yes, same time. She grins, actual delight in her face. Good. It's a date. She's gone before you can panic about the word date. You walk back to the inn in a daze. Your hand still tingles where she touched it. Your chest feels strange, tight but not painful, warm but not uncomfortable. Is this what normal feels like? Is this what 14-year-old boys experience when they're not traumatized soldiers in a child's body? You have no idea, but you want more of it. That night at dinner, your family knows. They don't ask, they just know. Your sister is grinning. Your mother looks tearful. Your father looks proud and terrified simultaneously. So, your sister says, how was the walk? Fine. Just fine. It was good, really good. And you're seeing her again. Next week, maybe. Definitely, your mother corrects. You're definitely seeing her again. And Klaus, wear the blue shirt. It brings out your eyes. Mama, I'm serious. Appearance matters. Your father clears his throat. Son, do you need to talk about anything? About, how things work with girls? And no, you nearly shout it. No, I'm fine. I know things. I'm good. Because if you have questions, I don't. We're not having this conversation. Your sister is dying laughing, actually dying. His face, oh God, his face right now. You flee to your room. Behind you, your family's laughter follows. Warm, affectionate, normal. For the first time in years, you feel like you're part of something other than survival. You feel like you're part of a family. May 1793. You're falling in love, not dramatically, not all at once, but slowly, like snow melting, like winter giving way to spring. Anna is uneasy. That's the only word for it. Easy to talk to, easy to be around, easy to not have to perform strength or competence or anything except yourself. You've walked with her 4 times now, each time lasting longer, each time ranging farther into the forest, each time feeling more like something real instead of something you're pretending at. Last week she kissed your cheek, quickly, before running off, laughing at your stunned expression. Your face burned for hours afterward, in a good way. The kind of burning that has nothing to do with shame or fear, and everything to do with being alive, being young, being normal. Your sister says you're insufferable, says you smile too much, says it's creepy. You don't care. For the first time in 2 years, you're happy. Actually happy, and it feels fragile and precious and terrifying, which means, of course, that something has to ruin it. May 15th, 1793. You're in the barn grooming the horses when you hear horses approaching. Multiple horses, fast. Your body reacts before your mind catches up. Adrenaline spike, muscles tensing, hand reaching for the staff propped against the wall. You move to the barn door, peer out. 6 riders, uniforms. Austrian from the colors, military, not bandits, not thieves. Worse, somehow. Your father is already outside, standing in the courtyard. His posture is carefully neutral, not aggressive, not submissive. Just cautious. The lead rider dismounts. An officer, maybe 30, scarred face, the kind of man who's seen combat and carries it in his bones. Herr Hoffmann? The officer asks. Yes. Colonel Friedrich Adler, Austrian Imperial Army. I'm looking for your son, Klaus Hoffmann. Your stomach drops. Your father's voice doesn't change. Why? I have questions. About an incident 2 years ago. 3 dead men found in the forest. Men with criminal histories. Men last seen heading toward this inn. Oh no. My son defended our home from thieves, your father says carefully. He's already given statements to the authorities. Multiple times. I'm aware. I've read them. The colonel pauses. But new information has come to light. Information that suggests there's more to the story. What kind of information? The kind I discuss with your son, not with you. Where is he? You step out of the barn. Can't let your father take this alone. I'm here. 6 pairs of eyes turn toward you. The colonel's gaze is sharp, assessing. Not unkind, but not friendly either. Klaus Hoffmann, you're younger than I expected. Everyone says that. You're what? 13? 14? 14. And 2 years ago at 12, you fought off 3 armed men using household items and improvised traps. Yes. Impressive. Thank you. I wasn't complimenting you. I was stating fact. He steps closer. Not threatening. Just close. Here's my problem, Klaus. 3 men enter a forest. 3 men disappear. Months later, their bodies are found. Officially, they died of exposure. Animal attacks. Each other. That's what the investigation concluded. Yes, but investigations can be incomplete. His eyes don't leave yours. Tell me about Brother Andreas. Your blood turns to ice. Who? Don't play stupid. Brother Andreas. Former soldier. Served in the French army before taking vows. Stationed at St. Benedict's Monastery. Where you spent 3 months in early 1790. He was my teacher. Helped me recover from the trauma. Helped you recover, or helped you prepare? I don't understand the question. I think you do. The colonel produces a document, unfolds it. Brother Andreas died last year, June. In his personal effects, we found a journal, detailed journal, training regimens, combat techniques, and a schedule. Dates he was absent from the monastery. February 1790, 2 weeks. Right around the time 3 thieves disappeared. You can't breathe, can't think. The world is closing in. Your father steps between you and the colonel. What are you implying? I'm implying that a trained soldier left a monastery for 2 weeks, in winter, during which time 3 wanted criminals vanished, and that same soldier had been training a 12-year-old boy, a boy those criminals wanted dead. You're suggesting Andreas killed them. I'm suggesting it's possible. And I'm suggesting your son might know more than he's saying. My son was at the monastery. How would he know anything? Perhaps Andreas told him. Perhaps he suspected. Perhaps he's been carrying that knowledge for 2 years. The colonel looks at you again. Klaus, did Brother Andreas kill those men? Did he do it to protect you? You meet his eyes. Force yourself to stay calm, to channel Andreas, to be stone. I don't know, you say. Your voice is steady, empty. Andreas never told me. Never admitted to anything. He taught me to defend myself, that's all. If he did something else, he did it alone, without my knowledge, without my permission. But you suspected. I suspect a lot of things. That doesn't make them true. The colonel studies you long and hard, looking for cracks, for tells. For anything that says you're lying, you give him nothing. Finally, he folds the document. The investigation is officially closed. Andreas is dead. The thieves are dead. No one living to prosecute or question. But Klaus, if I find out you're lying, if I find out you knew and said nothing, that's complicity. Accessory after the fact. You understand? I understand. Good. He mounts his horse. One more thing. We're recruiting. Smart young men, strategic thinkers. War is coming. Bigger than anything we've seen. France is exporting revolution. We'll need people like you. I'm not interested. You will be, when the fighting reaches your doorstep, and it will. He gathers the reins. Think about it. You have skills, training. You're wasted here. So I keep being told. Because it's true. He tips his hat. Good day, Herr Hoffmann, Klaus. They ride away, 6 riders, dust and hoofbeats, and the echo of threats barely veiled as conversation. You stand in the courtyard, shaking, not from fear, from rage, from the sheer exhaustion of being interrogated for something you didn't do, something you only maybe knew about, maybe benefited from, maybe should have stopped. Your father puts a hand on your shoulder. Are you all right? No. Did Andreas? I don't know, Papa. I don't know, and I don't want to know. Can we not talk about this? He nods, understands. Go, take a walk. Clear your head. You do. You walk straight to the village, to the bakery, to Anna. She's kneading dough when you arrive. Looks up, sees your face, immediately wipes her hands, and comes to you. Klaus, what happened? Can we walk? Please. I need to walk. Of course. You leave the village, head into the forest, the same path you've walked together 4 times now. But today it's different. Today you're not seeing flowers, you're seeing bodies. 3 of them, frozen and thawed and torn apart by animals. You're seeing Andreas, soldier monk, doing what needed to be done. You're seeing your own complicity, your own guilt, your own relief that someone solved your problem permanently. Talk to me, Anna says quietly. Whatever it is. Just say it. So you do. You tell her everything, the thieves, the monastery, Andreas, the training, the suspicion, the colonel's visit. You tell her what you've never told anyone, that you think Andreas killed them, that you're glad he did, that you're horrified he did, that you don't know how to live with either feeling. She listens, doesn't interrupt, doesn't judge, just walks beside you and listens. When you finish, you're crying. Actually crying. For the first time in years. Ugly, gasping, embarrassing crying. Anna stops, pulls you into a hug. You're taller than her, but she holds you like you're small, like you're still 12, like you're allowed to fall apart. It's not your fault, she whispers. Whatever Andreas did, he did it. Not you. You were a child. You are a child. You don't carry that sin. But I'm glad he did it. Doesn't that make me complicit? It makes you human. It makes you someone who wanted to survive, who wanted his family safe. That's not evil, Klaus, that's just love. Fierce, desperate love. You pull back, look at her. Her eyes are wet too. How are you so wise, you ask. You're 15. My mother died when I was 10. My father nearly drank himself to death afterward. My brothers would have starved if I hadn't taken over the bakery. She wipes her eyes. Trauma makes you grow up fast. You know that better than anyone. You do. God, you do. I don't know what to do, you admit. The colonel is right. War is coming, bigger war, and people keep trying to recruit me to make me a weapon, and part of me wants to be useful, wants to matter. You already matter. Here, with your family, with... She hesitates. With me, if you want to. Your heart stops. Anna, I know we're young. I know this is complicated. But Klaus, I like you. Not the legend, not the story. You. The boy who carries bread baskets and forgets to notice flowers until someone reminds him. The boy who's trying so hard to be good despite everything. I don't know if I am good. Nobody does. We're all just trying, making mistakes, trying again. She takes your hand. But I think you are. I think you're better than you believe, and I think you deserve to be happy. Not just surviving, actually happy. What if I'm bad at it? Then we'll be bad at it together. She kisses you, on the mouth this time. Soft, brief, perfect. When she pulls back, you're both blushing, both terrified, both hopeful. Tomorrow, she asks. Same time. Tomorrow, you agree. Always tomorrow. You walk her home, return to the inn. Your family is waiting. The colonel, your mother asks. Gone. It's fine. Officially closed. And unofficially. Unofficially, I'll never know for sure, and I'm okay with that. Your father nods. Accepts this. And the girl? You can't help it. You smile. The girl is good. Really good. Your sister squeals. Actually squeals. Did you kiss her? That's none of your business. You did, oh my God, you did. Your mother is crying again. Happy tears this time. My baby growing up. I'm 14, Mama. Not a baby. You'll always be my baby. She hugs you, fierce, desperate. But yes, you're growing up and I'm so proud of who you're becoming. That night lying in bed, you think about the day, the colonel, the accusations, the guilt, the kiss, all of it tangled together, past and present, trauma and healing. Fear and hope. You don't have answers. Don't know if you're good or bad, innocent or complicit, hero or survivor or something in between. But you know this, you're trying, you're choosing. Every day you're choosing what kind of person to be. And today you chose connection over isolation, vulnerability over armor, hope over despair. It's not redemption, but it's something. And for now, that's enough. Block 10 will take you forward one more year. Because 15 is when everything changes again. When the war Austria's colonel warned about arrives on your doorstep. When survival becomes about more than just you and your family. When you have to decide, hide and wait it out, or become the weapon everyone thinks you already are. Winter, 1794. You're 15 now. Taller, broader. Your voice finally settled into something resembling an adult register. Facial hair that requires actual shaving instead of wishful thinking. You look older than 15. Life has a way of aging you when it needs to. The inn is busier than ever, not with regular travelers, with refugees, deserters, people fleeing the war that's consuming Europe like a slow-moving fire. France is chaos. Austria is mobilizing. Prussia is involved. Everyone is involved. And the borders are bleeding. Your father doesn't turn anyone away, can't afford to, but also won't. It's not in his nature. So the Golden Star has become a way station for the desperate. Every room full, people sleeping in the barn, in the common room, wherever there's space. You and your sister manage it, coordinate sleeping arrangements, ration food, keep order. Your parents are too overwhelmed, too exhausted. At 15, you're effectively running the inn. No pressure. Anna is still in your life, still the bright spot in increasingly dark days. You've been, whatever you are, for over a year now. She calls it courting, you call it spending time together. Your sister calls it being adorable and oblivious. You've kissed her maybe a dozen times, held her hand countless times, talked about everything and nothing. She wants to leave. Open a bakery in Munich. Start fresh somewhere the war hasn't touched yet. Nowhere's safe, but she's optimistic. You love that about her. She wants you to come with her. You haven't answered, can't answer, because leaving means abandoning your family, and you can't do that. But staying means watching her go. And you can't do that either. So you exist in limbo. 15 and trapped between duty and desire. Welcome to adulthood. January 12th, 1794. A wagon arrives, covered, escorted by 2 men on horses. The men are armed, serious. They ask for you specifically. Your father fetches you from the cellar. You come upstairs warily, hand instinctively checking for the knife you now carry. Always. Klaus Hoffmann? One of the men asks. Yes. We have a delivery from Marie Colette, the journalist. Your heart skips. You haven't heard from Marie in almost a year. Thought maybe she'd forgotten or died. Journalists in war zones don't have great life expectancy. What kind of delivery? They pull back the wagon cover. Inside, books. Dozens of them. Crates full. Her publisher, the man explains. She documented survivor stories from across Europe. Published them as a collection. This is your share. She wanted you to have copies. To distribute. To sell. However you see fit. You're stunned. Speechless. They unload the crates, stack them in the tavern, refuse payment. Already paid by Mademoiselle Colette. She said to tell you, don't let the story consume you, but don't forget it either. They leave. You're left standing in a tavern full of books. Your father picks one up, opens it, finds the table of contents. Klaus, he says softly, your story. It's here. Chapter 7. The Innkeeper's Son. You take the book, find the chapter, start reading. It's accurate. Painfully so. Marie wrote exactly what you told her. No embellishment, no romanticization. Just the truth. The fear, the choices, the cost. She used a pseudonym. Johann. Close enough to honor the real story, different enough to protect you. At the end of the chapter, a note. This story was shared by a young man who wishes to remain anonymous. He survived something terrible. He learned from it. He grew stronger. But he refuses to let survival define him. He's choosing every day to be more than his trauma, more than his fear, more than the weapon the world wants him to be. If you're reading this and you've survived something similar, know this. You're not alone. You're not broken. You're not defined by what happened to you. You get to choose who you become next. MC. You close the book. Your eyes are burning. Your father puts a hand on your shoulder. She honored you. The real you, not the legend. What do we do with all these? We give them away, sell them, whatever helps people. He smiles. Your story might save someone, Klaus. Might show them survival is possible. That's worth something. The books become popular. Refugees read them, share them, pass them around like currency. You start hearing stories, people saying, I read about the innkeeper's son, and if a 12-year-old can survive, maybe I can too. It's strange, uncomfortable. You're famous again, but anonymously. The story is out there, but your name isn't attached. It's the best of both worlds, and the worst. Because now you're not just you. You're a symbol, an inspiration, a proof of concept that ordinary people can endure extraordinary things. No pressure. Again. March 1794. The war gets closer. French revolutionary forces push into Austrian territory. Battles rage 50 miles away, then 30, then 20. Your father starts making plans. Emergency plans. How to evacuate. Where to go. What to take. You make different plans, defense plans, reinforcement, preparation. Klaus, your father says, we're not staying. If the fighting comes here, we leave. And go where? Every road is clogged with refugees, every town is full. Where exactly are we going? Anywhere that's not a battlefield. Everywhere is a battlefield now. Running doesn't solve anything. Neither does staying and getting killed. You don't argue, but you don't agree either. You've spent 3 years learning to defend yourself, learning to fight, learning to survive. You're not running, not again. This time, if danger comes, you're ready. April 1794. Anna's father decides to leave, move the family to Munich, get away from the border before the fighting arrives. Anna tells you in the forest, your place. She's crying. Come with us, please. I know your family needs you, but Klaus, you'll die here. The war is coming. You can't trap an army. You can't outsmart a revolution. I can't abandon them. They'd want you safe. They'd want us all safe. And we can't all leave. Someone has to stay. Someone has to keep the inn running. It's our livelihood, our legacy. It's just a building. You're irreplaceable. So is my family. She grabs your face, forces you to look at her. I love you. Do you understand that? I love you, and I'm terrified I'm going to lose you to this stupid, pointless war. Your brain stops functioning. You... What? I love you. I've loved you for months, maybe longer, and I need you to come with me, or I need you to promise you'll survive. One or the other. You kiss her, desperately, like it might be the last time. It might be. I love you too, you whisper, and I promise. I'll survive. I always do. That's not a promise you can keep. Watch me. She leaves in mid-April, the whole family, wagon loaded with baking equipment and possessions and hope. You watch them go. Anna looks back. Once. Her face is wet. You don't cry until they're out of sight. Then you go to the barn, close the door, and break. Your sister finds you 20 minutes later. Doesn't say anything, just sits beside you while you put yourself back together. You could have gone, she says finally. No, I couldn't. You love her. I love you more, all of you. Family first. That's stupid and noble, and I hate you for it. I know. She leans her head on your shoulder. If we die here, I'm haunting you forever. Fair. May 1794. The fighting arrives, not the full force, just the edges, skirmishes, scouts, deserters from both sides looking for food, shelter, somewhere to hide. Your inn becomes a target, not intentionally, just convenient, isolated, full of supplies. The first group comes at night, 5 men, French uniforms, hungry, desperate, armed. They don't break in, they knock. Your father answers. You're behind him, staff in hand, ready. The leader speaks broken German. Food. We need food. We pay. How much? Your father asks. What we have. He produces coins. Not much, but something. Your father looks at you. You nod. He lets them in, feeds them. They eat like they're starving, because he lets them in, feeds them. They eat like they're starving, because they are. You watch from the kitchen, every muscle tensed, calculating. These aren't thieves, they're soldiers, trained, organized, dangerous in completely different ways, but they're also exhausted, defeated, human. They finish eating. Thank your father. Actually, thank him. Leave peacefully. You exhale. First test passed. Your father looks at you. That's how we survive this. We feed everyone. We help everyone. We don't pick sides. What if they don't let us stay neutral? Then we adapt, but we try neutrality first. It works for a while. Over the next month, you feed Austrian soldiers, French soldiers, deserters from both armies, refugees, locals, anyone who comes to your door. You don't ask questions. Don't judge. Just provide food, shelter, basic humanity. Word spreads. The Golden Star becomes known as neutral ground, a place where the war stops at the door. It's exhausting, expensive, dangerous, but it works. Until it doesn't. June 3rd, 1794. A French patrol arrives. 10 men, led by a young officer, maybe 25. Ambitious, idealistic, the worst kind. He doesn't knock, just enters. Surveys the tavern with proprietary eyes. This establishment is hereby commandeered by the French Republic, he announces, in French. Your father doesn't understand. You do. You've been learning, because knowing your enemy's language is survival. We're neutral, you say in French. Your accent is terrible but functional. We serve everyone, we don't take sides. The officer looks at you, surprised. You speak French? Enough. Then you understand. France doesn't recognize neutrality. You're either with the revolution or against it. He gestures around. This inn will serve as headquarters for my unit. The family will vacate immediately. No, your father says. Doesn't understand the words, but understands the tone. Papa, you say in German. He wants the inn. Wants us to leave. Your father's face hardens. Tell him no. This is our home. He can eat here, sleep here, but we're not leaving. You translate. The officer's expression darkens. Your father is brave. Or stupid. He steps closer to you. Tell him this is not a negotiation. Tell him France has liberated this territory. Everything here belongs to the Republic now, including this building. My father says you can go to hell. You didn't translate exactly, but close enough. The officer's hand goes to his sword. His men shift, tense, ready for violence. You don't move. Don't flinch. Just meet his eyes. You're what? 15, 16, the officer says. You think you can stand against 10 armed men? No, but I can make it expensive. You say it calmly, factually. This inn has been here 3 generations. It's survived wars before. It'll survive this one, with or without you. But if you try to take it by force, I promise you'll regret it. Is that a threat? It's a prediction. The officer stares at you, evaluating, calculating, trying to decide if you're bluffing. You're not. Your hand is behind your back, gripping the knife. If he draws that sword, you'll move. Fast won't win, but you'll make him bleed. He sees it, the readiness, the willingness, the same cold calculation he probably sees in himself. Finally, he laughs. You're either very brave or very stupid. I've heard that before. I believe it. He turns to his men. We'll use the barn and the common room, but the family stays, for now. Relief crashes through you. You don't show it. Thank you, you say, still in French. Don't thank me. This is practical. If we throw you out, the locals will hate us. If we let you stay, run the inn, we have a functional base and goodwill. He pauses. But understand, you work for France now. You cook for us, house us, support the revolution, or you leave, permanently. Clear? Crystal. Living with French soldiers is complicated. They're not monsters. They're men, young men, mostly. 18, 20, 22. Far from home, scared, pretending to be brave. Some are true believers. Revolutionary idealists who quote Rousseau and talk about liberty, equality, fraternity like it's scripture. Others are conscripts, forced into service, just trying to survive long enough to go home. You learn their names, their stories. You serve them food, clean up after them. Pretend you're not watching, learning, preparing, because soldiers get comfortable. They talk, and you listen. You learn troop movements, supply lines, weak points in the command structure. Information that might be valuable someday. Your father notices, pulls you aside. What are you doing? Surviving, same as always. Klaus, you're gathering intelligence. That's dangerous. If they realize, they won't. I'm just the innkeeper's son, harmless, useful, beneath notice. You're playing a game you can't win. I'm playing the only game there is. He doesn't like it, but he doesn't stop you, because he knows you're right. In war, information is currency, and currency is survival. July 1794. You're serving breakfast when one of the soldiers, Pierre, a farm boy from Normandy, mentions something casually. Supply convoy, coming through tomorrow, should reach us by noon. Another soldier, Jacques, elbows him. Idiot, don't talk about operations. Relax, who's going to hear? The kid? Pierre laughs. He doesn't understand French anyway. You smile, nod, serve more bread, say nothing. But you understand. Every word. Supply convoy. Noon tomorrow. That night your sister catches you writing, making notes, lists of information. What are you doing? She asks. Nothing. Liar. You're making maps, documenting everything they say. Why? Because knowledge is power, and we're powerless right now. So I'm collecting power. For what? Klaus, what are you planning? I don't know yet, but when the opportunity comes, I'll be ready. She sits down. You're going to get yourself killed. Maybe. But at least I'll die doing something. Not just waiting. That's not courage, that's suicide. What's the difference? She doesn't have an answer. Neither do you. The convoy arrives as scheduled. 6 wagons, guarded by 20 soldiers, supplies, ammunition, food, everything the French unit needs. You watch from the tavern window. Memorize faces, count weapons, note vulnerabilities. The officer, his name is Captain Moreau, you've learned, oversees the unloading. Efficient, professional, he's good at his job, which makes him dangerous. That evening, Moreau sits in the tavern, drinking wine, reading dispatches. You clear his table, invisible. He glances up. Boy, more wine. You fetch it. Pour carefully, the way your father taught you. Attentive but not obtrusive. You're the one who speaks French, Moreau says. Not a question. A little. More than a little. I've been watching you. You understand everything we say. You're just smart enough to pretend you don't. Your heart stops. But your face doesn't change. I don't know what you mean, sir. Don't insult my intelligence. I've been a soldier for 10 years. I know when I'm being observed. He leans back. Question is, what are you planning to do with the information? Nothing. I'm 15. I run an inn. What could I possibly do? That's what I'm trying to determine. He studies you. You're the one from the story, the boy who defended this place, aren't you? No point denying it. Yes. I thought so. The way you move, the awareness, you've been trained. He sips his wine. By whom? A monk, years ago. A monk who knew combat? A monk who used to be a soldier, like you. Moreau smiles. So we're similar, you and I. Both trying to survive. Both doing what's necessary. We're nothing alike. No? I think we are. You'd kill me if you could, if you thought you'd survive it. Wouldn't you? The question hangs in the air. Dangerous. Honest. If you threatened my family, you say finally. Yes. I would try. Good. At least you're honest. He finishes his wine. Here's my offer, Klaus. I'm going to pretend I don't know you're collecting intelligence. You're going to pretend you're not planning something suicidal. And we'll both survive this war. Deal? Why would you make that deal? Because I'm tired. Because this war is pointless. Because I'm 26 years old and I've seen enough death to last several lifetimes. He stands. And because you remind me of my younger brother. Same age, same fire, he died at Valmy. Musket ball through the chest, 16 years old, he walks away. Leaves you standing there, shaking, confused, angry. The enemy just showed you mercy and humanity, and you don't know what to do with either. August 1794. Life continues. You serve the French, feed them, house them, pretend you're compliant, but at night you train, in secret, in the barn, with Andreas's staff, maintaining skills, staying sharp. Your sister joins you. She's 15 now too, old enough to understand what's coming, old enough to prepare. Teach me, she says one night. Teach you what? What Andreas taught you, how to fight, how to survive. You don't need to know this. Yes, I do. Because when the next crisis comes, and it will come, I'm not going to be helpless. Neither of us are. So you teach her. Basics. How to fall, how to block, how to use leverage, how to hurt someone efficiently if you have no other choice. She's a natural. Better than you were at her age. More fluid, less afraid. You're good at this, you tell her. I'm angry, she corrects. Angry people learn fast. September 1794. News arrives. The French are retreating. Austrian forces pushing back. The tide is turning. Captain Moreau gathers his men, prepares to evacuate. He finds you in the kitchen. We leave tomorrow. Dawn. Good. Don't celebrate yet. The Austrians are coming, and they won't be as polite as we were. We've dealt with soldiers before. These are different. They're hunting collaborators. Anyone who helped the French, and Klaus, he looks at you seriously. You helped the French. You fed us, housed us. That makes you a target. We didn't have a choice. That won't matter. To them, collaboration is collaboration. Forced or voluntary, the result is the same. He pulls out a letter, sealed. Take this. If they arrest you, give it to their commanding officer. It's a testimony. States you were coerced, that you had no choice. It might save your life, might not. But it's something. You take the letter. Why are you helping me? Because you didn't have to be kind. You could have poisoned our food, could have sabotaged our supplies, could have done 100 things, but you didn't. You chose humanity over revenge. That's rare, especially in war. He extends his hand. Good luck, Klaus. You'll need it. You shake his hand. You too, Captain. He leaves at dawn. With his men. with his supplies, with his war, and you're left waiting for the next army, the next threat, the next test, because the war isn't over. It's just changing uniforms. September 20th, 1794. They arrive like a storm. Not politely, not with negotiations or requests. Just arrive, 40 soldiers. Austrian Imperial Army, exhausted, bloodied, angry from weeks of fighting. Your father meets them in the courtyard. You're beside him, your sister and mother behind. United front. The commanding officer dismounts. Major Victor von Eisenberg, older than Moreau. 50 maybe. Scarred face, eyes like chips of ice. This establishment housed French troops, he says. No greeting, no preamble, just accusation. We had no choice, your father replies. They commandeered. I don't care about your excuses. You sheltered the enemy. That makes you traitors. The word lands like a physical blow. Traitors. We're innkeepers, your father says. We serve whoever comes. French, Austrian, German. We're neutral. There is no neutral in war. Von Eisenberg gestures to his men. Search the building. Every room, every cellar. I want evidence, documents, anything that proves collaboration. There's nothing to find, you say. Your voice is calm, steady. Von Eisenberg's eyes snap to you. Who are you? Klaus Hoffmann. This is my family's inn. How old are you? 15. 15. And speaking to a superior officer like you have authority. He steps closer. Boy, I could have you shot for less than that. You could, but then who would cook your dinner? Silence, absolute silence. Then, incredibly, von Eisenberg laughs. You have spine, I'll give you that. Stupid spine, but spine nonetheless. His men search. They tear through rooms, overturn furniture, dump supplies, looking for evidence that doesn't exist, because you burned it, days ago. Every note, every map, every scrap of information you'd collected. Fed it to the kitchen fire and watched it turn to ash. The monks taught you prayer. Andreas taught you combat. The war taught you to cover your tracks. After 2 hours, the soldiers find nothing. Von Eisenberg is furious. Impossible. The French were here for months, there must be something. You hand him Captain Moreau's letter, the sealed testimony. The French captain left this. It explains everything. Von Eisenberg breaks the seal, reads. His expression doesn't change, but something shifts in his eyes. This says you were coerced, had no choice, that you maintained neutrality despite occupation. That's the truth. Or it's a lie, a cover story, something you arranged with your French friends before they fled. Why would a French captain protect an Austrian citizen? Because you provided value, intelligence, support, something that made you worth protecting. You meet his eyes. Don't blink. We provided food and shelter. Nothing more. We're innkeepers, Major, not spies, not soldiers, just people trying to survive. He studies you, long and hard, trying to break you with silence. You don't break. You've been stared down by thieves, by monks, by French officers. One more doesn't scare you. Finally, you'll stay, but under supervision. My men will occupy this inn. You'll serve us, cook for us. And if I find even a hint of treachery, he doesn't finish, doesn't need to. Understood. Good. Now get to work. My men haven't eaten in 2 days. The Austrians are worse than the French, not more violent, just meaner, colder. They treat you like servants, like traitors, like something less than human. They make demands, unreasonable demands, food beyond what you have, accommodation beyond what's possible. And when you can't deliver, they threaten. Lazy collaborators, French sympathizers. Should have shot them all. You endure it, smile, nod, serve, survive. But inside, you're keeping score. Every insult, every threat, every moment of cruelty. Because you're learning something important. The uniform doesn't matter. French or Austrian, revolutionary or imperial. Soldiers are soldiers, and soldiers in war become monsters. All of them, eventually. Your mother breaks first, 3 weeks in. An Austrian soldier, drunk, stupid, aggressive, grabs her, inappropriately, in the kitchen. She slaps him, hard. He raises his fist to hit her back. You're there in an instant, staff in hand. The tip pressed against his throat. Touch her again, you say quietly, and I'll kill you. The soldier freezes. So does the entire kitchen. You're threatening an imperial soldier, he sputters. That's execution. So is assaulting a civilian woman. Which do you think Major von Eisenberg will take more seriously? The soldier hesitates, realizes he's trapped, stumbles back. This isn't over, he mutters. Yes, you say. It is. He leaves. Your mother is shaking. You lower the staff. Your hands are trembling too. Klaus, your mother whispers, you can't do that, they'll kill you. Then they kill me, but nobody touches you. Nobody. Von Eisenberg hears about the incident, summons you to his makeshift office, your father's study, commandeered. You threatened one of my men. He assaulted my mother. He was drunk. Men get drunk, it's war. That's not an excuse. It's an explanation. Von Eisenberg leans back. You're clever, Klaus. I've been watching you. The way you move, the way you observe. You're not just an innkeeper's son, you're something more, something dangerous. I'm 15. Age is irrelevant. Capability is everything. He pauses. I have a proposition. Here it comes. You knew it would. Everyone wants something from you. I'm listening. Work for me. Officially, as an interpreter, liaison. You speak French. You understand how soldiers think. You could be valuable. Doing what? Intelligence gathering. When we recapture French territory, we'll need people who can blend in, who know the language, the customs, who can extract information without drawing attention. You want me to be a spy. I want you to be useful, and in return, I protect your family. Guarantee their safety, no more incidents, no more threats, you have my word. You laugh, can't help it. Your word, as if that means anything in war. It means something to me. He's serious now. Klaus, I'm offering you a way out. A way to matter, to make a difference instead of just surviving day to day. Don't you want that? The question cuts deeper than you'd like to admit. Because yes, part of you wants that, desperately. Wants to be more than just the boy at the inn. Wants to use your skills, make an impact. But at what cost? I need to think about it, you say finally. You have 24 hours. He dismisses you with a wave. That night, you can't sleep, can't stop thinking about the offer. Your sister finds you in the barn, training again, always training. I heard, she says. Heard what? Von Eisenberg's offer, Papa told me. And I think you should take it. You stop mid-swing. What? You heard me. Take it. Work for him. Get us protection. End this nightmare. You want me to become a spy for the Austrians? I want you to survive. I want us all to survive. If that means you spend a few months pretending to be useful to von Eisenberg, so be it. It's not that simple. Yes, it is. She steps closer. Klaus, listen to me. You've been preparing for something your whole life. Since that night with the thieves, you've been training, learning, becoming dangerous. Maybe this is why. Maybe this is what you're supposed to do. Or maybe it's a trap. Maybe von Eisenberg suspects me of something and this is how he controls me. Maybe. But what choice do you have? None. You have no choice. You never have. That's the secret they don't tell you about surviving trauma. You spend your whole life thinking you're in control, making choices, determining your own path. But you're not. You're just reacting, adapting, doing whatever it takes to live one more day. You're not a hero, you're not brave, you're just trapped. And you're very, very good at pretending otherwise. The next morning, you give von Eisenberg your answer. I'll do it. On one condition. You're not in a position to make conditions. One condition, you repeat. My family is completely off limits. No threats, no accidents, no retaliation if something goes wrong. They're civilians. They stay that way. Von Eisenberg considers. Agreed. But Klaus, if you betray me, if you play both sides, I won't just kill you. I'll make you watch while I destroy everything you love. Understand? I understand. Good. You start tomorrow. We're moving to the French border. You're coming with us. Your heart drops. For how long? As long as necessary. That evening you tell your family. Your mother cries. Your father looks grim. Your sister nods, like she expected this. How long will you be gone? Your mother asks. I don't know. Will you be safe? I don't know that either. She hugs you, fierce, desperate. Come back to us, Klaus. Whatever happens, find a way to come back. I will. I promise. It's a lie. You both know it. But she needs to hear it, so you give her the lie. Wrapped in love and hope and desperation, that night you pack, not much, just essentials, clothes, your knife, Andreas's staff. Your sister slips into your room, hands you something, a letter. For Anna, she says. I've been writing to her, in Munich, keeping her updated. This explains what's happening, where you're going, why. You've been writing to her. Someone had to. You're terrible at letters. She smiles, sad. She loves you, you know, still, despite everything. She's waiting for you. What if I don't come back? Then she'll mourn you and eventually move on and live a full life, because that's what survivors do. She kisses your forehead. But you will come back. You're too stubborn to die. From your mouth to God's ears. God stopped listening to this family years ago. We're on our own now. She's probably right. Morning, dawn, September 25th, 1794. You're 15 years old. You're leaving your home, your family, everything you know. To work as a spy for an army you don't trust, in a war you don't believe in, for a cause that isn't yours. But you're doing it anyway, because survival requires sacrifice, and you've always been good at surviving. Von Eisenberg is waiting with horses, 20 soldiers, you, one civilian boy pretending to be useful. Your father shakes your hand, man to man. Remember who you are. Remember where you come from. Don't let them turn you into something you're not. I'll try. Don't try. Do. You mount the horse. You're not a great rider, but you're functional. Good enough. The soldiers move out. You follow. One last look back at the Golden Star, at your family standing in the courtyard, watching you leave. Your mother is crying. Your sister is stone-faced. Your father's hand is raised in farewell. You don't know if you'll see them again. Don't know if you'll survive. Don't know what you're becoming, but you're going anyway. Because that's what Hoffmanns do. They survive. At any cost, even if the cost is everything. October 1794. The border is chaos. Not the organized chaos of battles and formations. The messy chaos of retreat and advance and retreat again. Territory changing hands weekly. Villages occupied, liberated, reoccupied. Nobody knows who controls what. The maps are useless. The intelligence is contradictory. The orders are impossible. And you're in the middle of it. Von Eisenberg's unit moves fast, never staying anywhere longer than 3 days. You sleep in barns, abandoned houses. Once memorably a church, the soldiers thought it was funny, you didn't. Your job, gather information, talk to locals, find out who helped the French, who's loyal to Austria, who's just trying to survive. Turns out, most people are just trying to survive, same as you. You interview farmers, merchants, priests, children, anyone who might know something useful. You're good at it, too good, because you understand them. You've been them. Trapped between armies, doing whatever it takes, lying when necessary. You know how to read lies because you know how to tell them. First week, intelligence gathering feels academic, abstract. You collect information, report it to von Eisenberg. What happens after isn't your problem. Second week, you realize what happens after. The people you identify as French sympathizers get arrested, questioned, sometimes executed. You tell yourself it's not your fault. You're just reporting facts. What von Eisenberg does with those facts is his responsibility. But at night, lying in whatever barn you're sleeping in, you know better. You're choosing who lives and dies. With every name you report, every detail you share. You're 15 years old, and you're complicit in executions. Third week, you stop sleeping well. October 15th, 1794, the unit occupies a small village, Saint-Pierre. 30 families, mostly farmers. They fed French soldiers for 6 months. Von Eisenberg wants names. Who helped them? Who provided intelligence? Who's the leader? You interview the villagers. They're terrified, cooperative, desperate to prove their loyalty to Austria now that the French are gone. An old woman, Madame Beaumont, runs the village. Unofficial mayor, respected, kind. She admits everything. Yes, we fed the French. We had no choice. They had guns, we had children. What would you have done? You write it in your report. Factual, neutral. Madame Beaumont cooperated with French occupation under duress. No evidence of voluntary collaboration. Von Eisenberg reads it. This woman, she's the leader? Yes, but she was coerced. The whole village was. Her name goes on the list. The list? Collaborators, for trial. There's nothing to try. She did what she had to survive. That's not for you to decide. Von Eisenberg's voice is cold. Your job is to gather information, not to judge it. Understand? You understand. You understand perfectly. You're not a spy, you're a weapon pointed at civilians, and you don't get to choose your targets. They arrest Madame Beaumont that night. She doesn't resist, just asks if someone will feed her chickens while she's gone. The soldiers laugh, like it's a joke. You don't laugh. You watch her being led away, hands bound, dignity intact. She meets your eyes, nods, like she understands, like she forgives you. You can't forgive yourself. That night, you find von Eisenberg. What happens to her? Madame Beaumont? Trial, probably execution. For what? Feeding people? That's not a crime. In war, everything is a crime. Or nothing is. Depends on who wins. He pours himself wine. Klaus, you need to understand something. This isn't about justice, it's about control. We need these villages to fear Austrian authority more than they feared French authority. That means examples. That means consequences. That means murdering old women. That means winning. He drinks. You're young, you think war has rules, honor, morality. It doesn't, it just has sides. And you chose yours, live with it. You don't sleep, can't, just lie there, staring at the ceiling, thinking about Madame Beaumont, about how you put her name on that list, how you signed her death warrant, how you're responsible. Your hands are shaking, have been shaking for days now. Tremor you can't control. Your body knows what your mind won't admit. You're not surviving, you're drowning. Slowly, in guilt and complicity and the growing certainty that you've become exactly what you swore you'd never be. A monster. October 20th, 1794. The unit moves to another village, another round of interviews, another list of names. You're mechanical now. Efficient. Ask questions, record answers, report facts. Don't think about consequences, don't think. Period. A young woman, maybe 20, begs you. Please, don't tell them about my brother. He's 17. He only carried messages for the French because they threatened to burn our farm. He's not a traitor. He's just a boy. You write it down anyway. Name, age, actions, everything. I'm sorry, you say. Mean it. I don't have a choice. Everyone has a choice, she says. Her eyes are wet, angry. You're choosing to be a coward. She's right. You are. That evening, von Eisenberg pulls you aside. You're getting sloppy. What do you mean? Your reports. They used to be detailed, thorough. Lately they're basic, minimal, like you're holding back. I'm reporting everything I learn. Are you? Or are you learning things and choosing not to report them? He steps closer. Klaus, I warned you. Don't play both sides. It ends badly. I'm not. I think you are. I think you're developing sympathy for these people. I think you're starting to see them as victims instead of enemies. They are victims. So are we. So is everyone in war. That doesn't change what needs to be done. His voice is steel. You're 15, you don't understand yet, but you will. War doesn't care about your feelings, your guilt, your moral crises. It just grinds forward. And you either grind with it or get ground up by it. What if I can't? Then you become useless. And useless people don't survive. He walks away. Think about that. November 1794. Winter is coming. You can feel it in the air, in your bones. Another winter, another year of survival. Except this time, you're not sure you want to survive. Not like this, not as this person. You're sitting in a barn writing a report when one of the soldiers approaches. Franz, younger than most, maybe 19. One of the few who treats you like a human instead of a tool. Klaus, he says quietly, can we talk? About what? About what we're doing. About... He struggles for words. About whether it's right. You look up. What? The arrests, the executions, the people we're hurting. They're not soldiers. They're civilians, families. Is this really necessary? Von Eisenberg thinks so. Von Eisenberg is a bastard. Franz sits down. I joined the army to defend Austria, to fight the French, not to terrorize villages and hang old women for feeding people. Then why don't you say something? Because I'm a soldier. I follow orders. But you... He looks at you. You're not a soldier. You're civilian. You could refuse. You could stop. And get shot for insubordination? Maybe. Or maybe you'd inspire others. Maybe you'd start something, a refusal, a rebellion, something that says this is wrong, this isn't who we are. I'm 15, Franz. Nobody's going to follow me. I would. The words hang there, heavy, dangerous, true. You're serious, you say. I'm tired of killing people who don't deserve it. I'm tired of pretending it's honorable. I'm tired of... He cuts himself off. If you refuse, if you say no, I'll stand with you. I think others will too. You want to believe him, want to believe that standing up matters, that there's still goodness in this war, but you know better. You've seen what happens to people who resist, who refuse, who choose principle over survival. They die, quickly, publicly, as examples. And then someone else takes their place, and nothing changes. I can't, you say finally. I'm sorry, Franz, but I can't. He nods, disappointed. Then we're all damned. He leaves. You're left alone with your report, your guilt. Your cowardice. He's right. You're choosing to be a coward. Every day, every name you report, every life you help destroy, you're choosing survival over everything else, just like you always have. And for the first time, you're not sure survival is worth the cost. November 10th, 1794. Madame Beaumont is executed. You don't witness it. Von Eisenberg doesn't require you to. But you hear about it. From Franz, from other soldiers. The details spread through the unit like disease. She died with dignity, they say. Didn't beg, didn't cry, just stood there while they read the charges, accepted the sentence, faced the firing squad with her head high. Her last words, God forgive you, I already have. You vomit in the barn. Empty your stomach until there's nothing left. Then keep heaving, dry, painful, like your body is trying to expel guilt through your throat. It doesn't work. That night, you write a letter to Anna. First one since you left. Anna, I don't know if this will reach you. I don't know if you still care, but I need to write to someone who knew me before, who might remember who I was. I'm doing terrible things, not with my hands, with my words, with information. I point at people and they die, and I tell myself I have no choice, that I'm just surviving. But that's a lie. I do have choices. I'm making them, every day. And every day, I choose wrong. I don't know how to be the person you loved. I don't know if he even exists anymore. I think the war ate him, or maybe he was never real to begin with. Maybe I was always this, a survivor. Nothing more. I'm so tired, Anna. Tired of being afraid, tired of being angry, tired of being whatever this is. I don't know how to end this letter. I don't know what to ask for. Forgiveness, understanding, permission to give up. I just needed you to know. I'm sorry. For everything. For leaving. For becoming this. For not being strong enough to be better. I love you. I think I always will, even though I don't deserve to. Klaus, you seal the letter. Address it. Give it to the supply wagon driver. Hope it reaches her. Hope she doesn't write back. Because if she does, if she forgives you, it'll break you completely. November 15th, 1794. The unit occupies a town larger than the villages, maybe 200 people. Significant French presence before. Von Eisenberg wants thorough investigation. You interview dozens of people, teachers, shopkeepers, mothers, children. Everyone is guilty of something. Everyone helped the French in some way. Food, shelter, information, because the alternative was death. Your list grows. 20 names, 30, 40. Von Eisenberg reviews it. This is better, more thorough. You're learning. You feel nothing. The numbness is complete now. You're a machine, recording data, processing information. Reporting results. Human emotions are optional. You've opted out. One interview changes things. A boy, maybe 11, brought to you by soldiers who found him hiding in a cellar. He was carrying this, they say. Hand you a document. French, military, supply routes and troop positions. The boy is terrified, shaking. I didn't know what it was. I was just delivering it. The French officer gave me bread and told me to take it to the next town. I didn't know. You look at the document. It's real. Current. Valuable intelligence. Exactly the kind of thing that gets people executed. What's your name? You ask in French. Etienne. How old are you, Etienne? 11. Almost 12. Almost 12. The same age you were when thieves broke into your home. When you learned what survival costs. Did you know what you were carrying? No, I swear. The officer just said it was a message. I can't even read. You believe him. Looking at his face, once dirty, young, innocent, you believe him completely. But belief doesn't matter. The evidence is clear. He carried intelligence for the enemy. That's espionage. That's execution. Von Eisenberg enters, sees the document. Where did this come from? The boy. He was carrying it. Then he's a spy. Add him to the list. He's 11. He can't read. He didn't know what he was carrying. Ignorance isn't a defense. The law is clear. He's a child. So are you. Von Eisenberg's eyes are flat. And you're doing your job, so do it. Put his name on the list. You look at Etienne, at his terrified face, his shaking hands, his complete incomprehension of what's happening. You look at the document in your hand, and you make a choice. No. Silence. Absolute silence. Von Eisenberg's voice is dangerously quiet. What did you say? I said no. I won't put him on the list. He's innocent. That's not your determination to make. Someone has to make it. And I'm making it. He's 11. He was used. He's not guilty of anything except being poor and hungry and in the wrong place. Klaus. Von Eisenberg steps closer. I'm giving you an order. Put his name on the list. No. I will have you shot for insubordination. Then shoot me, but I won't do this, not to him. Not to a child who reminds me of... You stop. Can't finish. Can't say, who reminds me of myself. Von Eisenberg studies you, calculating. You're serious. Completely. You're willing to die for this boy, this French peasant child who means nothing? I'm willing to die for the principle that 11-year-olds don't get executed for crimes they don't understand. The silence stretches, long, painful. Then von Eisenberg laughs, actually laughs. You've finally found your line, after weeks of complicity, after dozens of names, after God knows how many deaths you helped cause. This is where you draw the line, an illiterate French child. Yes. Why, what makes him different? Because I was him 3 years ago, 12 years old, caught in something I didn't understand, doing what I had to survive. If someone had judged me then, if someone had put me on a list, I'd be dead. So yes, this is where I draw the line. Von Eisenberg studies you, then Etienne, then the document. Finally, take the boy, get him out of my sight. If I see him again, I'll shoot him myself. You don't wait. Grab Etienne, pull him toward the door. Klaus, von Eisenberg says, you stop. This is your one refusal, there won't be another, understand? I understand. And Klaus, you just made yourself useless. Congratulations. You take Etienne out of the town, into the forest. Give him what food you have. Point him toward the French border. Run, you say. Don't stop. Don't look back. Find your family. Stay hidden. Stay alive. Thank you, he whispers. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Go. He runs. Disappears into the trees. Gone. You stand there, alone in the forest. Knowing what you just did, knowing what it cost, you defied a direct order, refused to participate, drew a line. And in doing so, you signed your own death warrant. Because von Eisenberg was right. You're useless now. A tool that refuses to function. And useless people don't survive. You return to the town, expecting arrest, execution, whatever comes. Instead, Franz is waiting, with 3 other soldiers. We heard what you did, Franz says. The boy. The refusal. And we're done too. We won't do this anymore. We won't arrest civilians. We won't execute children. We're deserting. Tonight. And we want you to come with us. You stare at him. Deserting is death. They'll hunt us. Staying is death. For our souls, if not our bodies. He extends his hand. Come with us, Klaus. You don't belong here. You never did. 4 soldiers. 4 men who've seen enough. Who've broken under the weight of what they've been asked to do. Who are choosing principle over survival. Who might get you killed, but at least it'll be for something real. You take his hand. Where are we going? Away, as far from this war as we can get. Maybe Switzerland, maybe farther. Anywhere that isn't here. They'll call us traitors. Let them. We know what we are, what we're not. Franz grips your shoulder. You saved that boy. You drew a line. That matters, Klaus. That's worth more than any uniform or cause or nation. You want to believe him. Want to believe that one good act balances the scale. That saving one child redeems all the others you condemned. It doesn't. You know it doesn't. The guilt is still there. Will always be there. But maybe, you can carry it somewhere else. Somewhere quieter. Somewhere the ghosts aren't quite so loud. November 16th, 1794. Just after midnight. 5 figures slip out of the occupied town, into the forest, into the darkness. Deserters, traitors, fugitives. Or just 5 people trying to be human in a world determined to make them monsters. You move quickly, quietly, using every skill Andreas taught you, every lesson learned from 3 years of survival. Behind you, the war, the Austrian army, von Eisenberg's fury, execution orders with your names. Ahead, uncertainty, danger, the possibility of death at every turn, but also freedom, choice, the chance to become something other than what the war made you. You're 15 years old. You've killed no one with your hands, but you've condemned dozens with your words. You're complicit in executions, in terror, in the machinery of war that grinds civilians into dust. You can't undo that. Can't take back the names on those lists, can't resurrect the dead. But you can stop adding to them. You can refuse to participate. You can choose, finally, to be something other than a weapon. It's not redemption. It's not even close. But it's a start. Franz leads. You follow. 3 other soldiers, Johann, Peter, Thomas, and bring up the rear. No one speaks, just move. Through the forest, under bare trees. Cold. Silent, determined. Somewhere behind you, in the town, von Eisenberg will discover you're gone. Will send men after you. Will make an example of you if he catches you. Ahead, Switzerland, neutrality, sanctuary. Maybe, if you survive the journey, if you're not caught, if luck favors you for once, you think about your family, about the Golden Star. About whether you'll ever see them again. You think about Anna, about Munich, about the life you might have had if the world weren't on fire. You think about Etienne, about an 11-year-old boy running through another forest, hoping to find home, hoping to survive. You saved him. That matters. It has to matter, even if nothing else does. Dawn breaks, grey and cold. You're miles from the town now, deep in forest territory. No roads, no paths, just wilderness. Franz calls a halt. We rest here. 2 hours, then we move again. You collapse against a tree, exhausted. Your body isn't used to this. Weeks of sitting, interviewing, writing. And now sudden flight, forced march, combat pace. Johann hands you bread, hard, stale, delicious. Eat. You'll need strength. Where exactly are we going? Basel, Swiss border. Maybe 2 weeks if we're fast. Longer if we have to avoid patrols. 2 weeks, you repeat. In winter, with the Austrian army hunting us. You have a better plan? You don't. You never do, you just react, adapt, survive, same as always. Peter keeps watch. Thomas sleeps immediately. Soldier's skill, sleeping anywhere. Franz sits beside you. Thank you, he says quietly, for the boy, for giving us permission to be human again. I didn't do it for you. I know you did it because you couldn't live with yourself otherwise, but it helped us too. Reminded us we still have choices, still have souls. Do we? You're not sure anymore. I think so, I hope so. He's quiet for a moment. I have a wife, back home, and a daughter, 3 years old. I haven't seen them in 18 months. Every time I arrested someone, every time I helped with an execution, I thought, what if someone does this to my family? What if my wife is on someone's list, my daughter? War doesn't care about your family, no, but I do, and I can't be the person who does to other families what I'd kill to prevent happening to mine. He looks at you. You understand that. Don't you? You do, God help you, you do. My father told me once, what you do here matters, this inn, it's not just a business, it's a community, a refuge, a home. You laugh, bitter. I thought I understood. But I didn't. Not until I became the person who destroys homes, who breaks communities, who turns refuge into threat. And now? Now I understand that the inn wasn't just a building. It was a principle. Help people. Don't harm them, even when it's hard, especially when it's hard. You close your eyes. I broke that principle, over and over, for weeks, and I can't fix it, can't undo it. But maybe I can stop breaking it. That's all any of us can do, Franz says. Stop. Choose better. Try again. You rest for 2 hours, then move, all day, through forest and field and the growing cold. No pursuers yet, but they're coming. You know they're coming. That night, you camp in a ravine. No fire. Can't risk the light. Just cold rations and colder ground. You take first watch. Sit with your staff across your knees. Listen to the forest, to the wind, to the breathing of 4 men who chose principle over orders, who might die for it, probably will die for it, but who at least will die human. There are worse things to be. You've been some of them. November 17th, 1794. Day 2 of desertion, day 2 of freedom, day 2 of waiting to die. You wake before dawn. Habit. Your body doesn't believe in sleeping through sunrise anymore. Too dangerous. Too vulnerable. The 4 soldiers are still asleep. Franz twitches in his sleep. Bad dreams, you recognize the signs, you have them too. You check your supplies. Minimal. Bread for maybe 3 days if you ration hard. Water skin half full. Your knife. Andreas's staff. The clothes on your back. No money, no maps, no real plan beyond go west and don't die. It's not much, but it's more than you had at 12. You've survived worse. Probably. The group wakes. Johann immediately checks the surroundings. Military discipline, looking for tracks, signs of pursuit, threats. Clear, he reports. For now. We need to move faster, Thomas says. Put more distance between us and them. We also need food, Peter counters. We'll starve before we reach Switzerland at this pace. So we steal, Franz decides. Find a farm, take what we need, move on before anyone notices. That makes us exactly what they'll call us, you say. Thieves, deserters, criminals. We are deserters, Johann points out. Might as well eat. He's not wrong, you've crossed the line, might as well acknowledge it. Midday you find a farm, small, isolated, perfect. The plan, Peter and Thomas create a distraction, draw the farmer away from the house. Franz and Johann enter, take food, exit quickly. You keep watch. Simple, clean, Quick. It goes wrong immediately. The farmer has dogs, 3 of them, big, aggressive. They smell strangers and start barking before Peter even gets close. The farmer emerges, armed. Shotgun, not taking chances. "Who's there?" he shouts in German. "Show yourself!" Peter freezes. Thomas reaches for his rifle. "Don't," you hiss. "Don't shoot a civilian, that's the line." He's about to shoot us. Then we run, but we don't kill him. Franz makes the call. "Retreat now." You bolt, all 5 of you. Back into the forest. Dogs chasing, farmer firing, shot going wide, but close enough to make your ears ring. You run for 10 minutes, until you're sure you lost them. Until your lungs burn and your legs scream. You collapse in a clearing, gasping, empty-handed. "Well," Johann says between breaths, "that went perfectly." Nobody laughs. That night, you sleep hungry. Bellies empty, spirits lower. "We're not going to make it," Thomas says. Quiet, defeated. 2 weeks with no food? Through winter? We'll die before we reach the border. Then we find another farm, Franz says. We try again. We survive. Or we go back, Thomas continues. Claim we were scouting. That we got separated from the unit. They might believe us. They'll execute us, you say flatly. Von Eisenberg doesn't forgive desertion. You know that. But there's no going back, only forward, no matter how hard. You're surprised by your own certainty. We chose this, we live with it or die with it, but we don't go back. Thomas looks at you, this 15-year-old civilian telling soldiers what to do, and somehow he nods, accepts it, because you're the one who drew the line first. Who refused orders? Who started this? You're not the leader, but you're the reason they're here, for better or worse. November 20th, 1794, day 5, still no food, water from streams, hunger gnawing like a living thing. Franz is getting weak, his face is grey. He's hiding it, but you see the way he moves, the way he breathes. How much farther? Peter asks. A week, maybe more. Johann checks the position of the sun. Poor man's compass. If we keep this pace, we can't keep this pace. We're starving. Then we hunt, you say. They all look at you. Hunt with what? Thomas asks. We have one rifle, limited ammunition, and we can't risk gunshots. They'll attract attention. So we trap. You pick up Andreas's staff, feel its weight, its balance. I know how to trap. Of course you do, Franz says. Might be a smile. Hard to tell under the beard and exhaustion. You build snares, simple ones, using techniques your grandfather taught you. Wire from Johann's pack. Branches from the forest. Patience. Set them along game trails, near water sources, where animals have to pass. The soldiers watch, skeptical, but also hopeful, because hope is all they have left. Will it work? Peter asks. It worked when I was 12. That was different. You were defending your home. This is wilderness. Survival is survival. Location doesn't matter. Principles are the same. You sound like Andreas, like your grandfather. Like all the people who taught you that cleverness beats strength, that thinking beats fighting. You hope they were right. Morning, day 6. One snare caught a rabbit, small, scrawny, barely enough for 5 men. But it's food, real food, and you've never seen anything more beautiful. Franz insists on cooking it properly, rationing it, making it last. You each get maybe 3 bites, stringy, gamey, incredible. This is the best meal I've ever had, Thomas says. Not joking. You agree. 3 bites of rabbit, earned through patience and skill and refusal to give up. It's not survival, it's victory. Small, fragile, real. Day 7, another rabbit, and a squirrel. Day 8, nothing. But you're not panicking anymore. You know the traps work. It's just probability. Numbers game, day 9, 3 rabbits, a miracle. You actually have surplus. Franz smokes the meat, makes it last, makes it travel. You saved us, he says, with traps, just like you saved your inn. I'm just doing what I know. That's all anyone can do. He hands you smoked meat, your portion. Klaus, when we reach Switzerland, what will you do? I don't know. Find work, I guess. Send money home. Try to survive. You're 15. You should be in school, learning, being young. I don't know how to be young anymore. None of us do. He's quiet. War takes that. The ability to be anything except alert, ready, afraid. Do you think we get it back, afterward? Some people do. Others don't. I've seen both. He looks at the forest, the endless trees. I hope you do, Klaus. You deserve to be more than what this war made you. So do you. Maybe. But I'm a soldier. This is what I chose. You were just a boy defending his home. You shouldn't be here, shouldn't be running, shouldn't be any of this. But I am, and wishing it different doesn't change reality. No, he agrees. It doesn't. November 24th, 1794. Day 10. You cross into territory that might be Switzerland. Might be. Geography is uncertain this close to the border. The forest looks the same. The cold feels the same. But something shifts. Hope, maybe. The possibility of safety. You camp that night in a cave. Small, dry, defensible. Johann keeps watch. The rest of you huddle together for warmth. December is coming, and winter doesn't care about borders or neutrality. Tomorrow, Franz says, we reach Basel. Real civilization. Real safety. If we're not caught, Thomas adds. We won't be caught. We're too close now. You want to believe him, want to believe that survival is just one more day away. But you've learned not to count on tomorrow. Tomorrow is a lie. A promise the world doesn't keep. All you have is now, this moment, this breath, this heartbeat. Everything else is hope, and hope is dangerous. November 25th, 1794. You see it in the distance. Basel, Swiss territory. Actual buildings, streets, civilization. The five of you stop at the forest edge, staring, disbelieving. We made it, Peter whispers. We actually made it. Not yet, you say. Not until we're inside, past the border guards, officially on Swiss soil. Ever the optimist, Johann mutters, but he's smiling. You approach carefully. 5 armed men, 4 in Austrian uniforms, 1 civilian boy, suspicious as hell. The Swiss border guards stop you. Professional, wary, armed. State your business. Franz steps forward. We're deserters. Austrian army, requesting asylum. The guard's expression doesn't change. Deserters are not protected under Swiss neutrality. We know, but we're here anyway. We won't fight, won't spy, won't cause trouble. We just need somewhere to exist. Somewhere the war can't reach. The guards confer. Quiet. Tense. You hold your breath. Finally, weapons. Surrender them. All of them. Franz doesn't hesitate. Unbuckles his sword. Hands over his rifle. The others follow. You hesitate. Your knife. Andreas's staff. They're all you have, your only protection. Boy, the guard says, weapons. You hand over the knife. Keep the staff. It's a walking stick, not a weapon. The guard looks at it, at you, knows you're lying, but nods. Welcome to Switzerland. Don't make us regret this. Basel is overwhelming. People, buildings, noise, normalcy. The war exists here only as rumor, as distant threat, not as immediate reality. You walk through streets like a ghost, like you don't belong. Because you don't. These people haven't seen what you've seen, haven't done what you've done. They're living lives, not just surviving. It's beautiful and alien, and you don't know how to exist here. Franz finds lodging, a boarding house, cheap, clean enough. The landlady doesn't ask questions, just wants payment. You have nothing, no money, no possessions, just the clothes you're wearing and a staff. Franz pays for you. You'll pay me back, when you can. How? Find work. You're clever. You'll figure it out. That night in a real bed for the first time in weeks, you can't sleep. Too soft, too quiet, too safe. Your body doesn't understand safety. Keeps waiting for the attack, the threat, the next crisis. You lie there, staring at the ceiling, listening to Franz snore in the next bed. You made it. You survived. Again. But the victory feels hollow. Because you're still you, still carrying everything you did, everyone you condemned, every choice you made in the name of survival. Switzerland doesn't absolve that. Distance doesn't erase guilt. You're 15 years old, you're in a neutral country. You're technically free, but you've never felt more trapped. The next morning you find a church, Catholic, probably. They all look the same to you. You sit in the back, alone. Just sit. Don't pray, don't know how anymore. A priest approaches, old, kind face, sees the look in your eyes, recognizes it. You've come from the war, he says, not a question. You nod. And you carry it with you. Another nod. Confession might help, if you're willing. I'm not Catholic. God doesn't care about paperwork, only truth. He gestures to the confessional. If you want to speak, to be heard, the door is open. You shouldn't. You're not religious. Haven't been since Andreas died, since you learned that God doesn't intervene, doesn't stop suffering, just watches. But you enter anyway, sit in the dark wooden box, the priest on the other side, invisible. Just a voice. When you're ready, he says gently, and you speak. For the first time in months you actually speak. About the inn, about the thieves, about Andreas, about von Eisenberg and the lists and the names and Madame Beaumont and Etienne and everything. You confess, not to God, to yourself. Out loud, making it real, undeniable. The priest listens, doesn't interrupt, doesn't judge, just listens. When you finish, your face is wet, your voice is broken, your chest feels cracked open. My son, the priest says quietly, you carry great guilt, but also great courage. You drew a line. You refused. You chose humanity over orders. That matters. It doesn't bring back the people I helped kill. No, it doesn't. Nothing can. But it stops you from killing more, and that's not nothing, that's everything. I don't know how to live with this. Neither does anyone who survives war. You carry it. You honor the dead by being better. By choosing every day to be human despite what you've seen, despite what you've done. Is that enough? It has to be, because it's all we have. You leave the church, eyes red, soul exhausted, but lighter, somehow. The priest was right. Confession doesn't erase, but it acknowledges. Makes the guilt external instead of internal, shared instead of solitary. You're still responsible, still complicit, still haunted, but you're not alone. Franz finds you in a tavern, not drinking, just sitting. Processing. How are you? He asks. I'm 15, you say. I've killed no one. I've saved one person. I've condemned dozens. I've deserted an army. I'm homeless, penniless, alone in a foreign country, and I have no idea what comes next. So, average? You laugh. Actually laugh. First time in weeks. Yeah, you say. Average. Franz sits, orders 2 ales. The innkeeper serves them without asking for proof of age. War has aged you both beyond your years. What will you do now? Franz asks. I don't know, find work, save money, eventually go home, find Anna, try to be normal. Think that's possible? No, but I'll try anyway. That's all any of us can do. You drink. The ale is Swiss, clean, good, tastes like freedom and guilt, and the possibility of tomorrow. You're 15 years old. You've survived thieves and monks and French and Austrians and yourself. You've learned that survival isn't the same as living, that being clever isn't the same as being good. That escaping the war doesn't mean the war escapes you, but you're here in Switzerland, safe for now, and tomorrow, whatever tomorrow brings, you'll face it, because that's what you do. That's all you've ever done. You survive, one day at a time, one choice at a time, one breath at a time. It's not heroic, it's not glorious, it's not even particularly noble, but it's real, and it's yours, and maybe, just maybe, that's enough. December 1794. Basel in winter is grey. Stone and snow and the kind of cold that settles in your bones and won't leave. You find work within a week. Not good work, not meaningful work, just work. A printing house hauling paper, mixing ink, cleaning presses. The owner, Herr Dietrich, doesn't ask questions. Just needs hands. You have hands. The pay is terrible. Barely enough for rent and food, but it's honest. No one dies because you showed up. No names on lists. No executions. That's worth more than gold. The work is mindless. Repetitive. Your body moves while your brain goes elsewhere. You think about home, about the golden star, whether it's still standing, whether your family survived, whether they think you're dead. You haven't written. Can't. What would you say? Dear family, I deserted the Austrian army after helping them terrorize civilians for months. Also, I'm in Switzerland. Hope you're well. So you say nothing, and the silence grows heavier every day. Franz finds work at a brewery. Johann and Peter at a stable. Thomas disappears after 3 weeks, no one knows where. One day he's just gone. Probably went home, Johann says. Risked execution rather than live here. Or he's dead in a ditch somewhere, Peter adds. Either way, he made his choice. You wonder which it was, which is worse. Going back to face consequences or disappearing into nothing. You're still deciding. The 4 of you, now 3, meet twice a week. At a tavern called Die Krone. Cheap beer. Cheaper food. Conversation that never goes anywhere. How's work? Franz asks every time. Fine, you answer every time. Made any friends? No. Met any girls? No. Klaus, you're 15. You should be... I know what I should be. I'm not it. Can we move on? He drops it, but his eyes are worried. He sees what's happening. The withdrawal, the numbness, the slow erosion of everything that made you human. You see it too. Don't know how to stop it. January 1795. Your 16th birthday passes. No one notices. You barely notice. 16. The age boys become men. The age you're supposed to know who you are, what you want, where you're going. You know none of these things. You're a ghost, haunting your own life, going through motions, existing without living. The work continues, the days blur, winter deepens. You stop eating regularly, not intentionally. Just forget. Food seems irrelevant. Your body disagrees, gets thinner, weaker. Herr Dietrich notices. Boy, you look like death, he says, not unkindly. When did you last eat? You can't remember. He gives you bread, forces you to eat in front of him, like you're a child who can't be trusted. You're not the first war refugee I've employed, he says. I know the signs, the distance, the not quite here-ness. You need to fight it, Klaus, or it'll consume you. What if I don't want to fight anymore? Then you'll die, slowly, quietly, but die nonetheless. He refills your plate. I lost a son. War took him. He came back broken, wouldn't talk, wouldn't eat. Within a year, he was gone. Not from wounds, from giving up. I'm sorry. Don't be sorry. Be alive. Fight for it. Even when you don't want to. Especially when you don't want to. You promised to try, mean it even. But trying and succeeding are different things. February 1795. A letter arrives. At the boarding house. Forwarded through channels you don't understand. With your name on it. Your sister's handwriting. Your hands shake opening it. Klaus, we heard you deserted. Heard you're in Switzerland. Don't know if this will reach you. Trying anyway. We're alive. All of us. The inn is standing. Business is slow. The war scared everyone away. But we're managing. Papa's back is worse. Mama cries every night. You left a hole, Klaus. In our family. In our home. In me. I'm angry at you. For leaving. For not writing. For choosing strangers over family. But I'm also proud. For refusing orders. For drawing a line. For being brave enough to run. I don't know which feeling is right. Maybe both. Life is complicated like that. Anna writes to me. From Munich. Every week. She asks about you. I tell her I don't know anything. Because I don't. Because you disappeared. She still loves you, in case you're wondering. Despite everything. Despite you being an idiot who vanishes into war zones and doesn't write. Come home, Klaus. Or at least let us know you're alive. We need to know you're alive. We miss you. even when we're angry, especially when we're angry. Your sister, who's too stubborn to give up on you. You read it 17 times, until the paper is soft from your fingers, until you've memorized every word. They're alive, they're okay, they miss you, and you've been too much of a coward to tell them you're alive too. That night you write back, first letter in months. I'm alive. I'm in Basel. I'm working. I don't know what I am. But I'm breathing. That counts for something. I'm sorry I didn't write sooner. I didn't know what to say. Still don't. But silence is worse than inadequacy, so here's inadequacy. Tell Mama I'm eating. Tell Papa his back isn't the only thing that hurts. Tell yourselves I'm trying, even when it doesn't look like it. I don't know when I can come home. The Austrian army considers me a deserter. There's probably a warrant. Coming back might mean execution, but I will come back. Someday. When it's safe, when I'm ready. When I remember how to be human instead of just haunted. Tell Anna. Tell her I'm sorry. For everything. For leaving. For not being who she needed. For being exactly who the war made me instead. I love you all. Even when I'm bad at showing it. Especially then. Klaus, who's still learning how to be your brother. You seal it. Send it the next day. Feel marginally less dead inside. Marginally. March 1795. Spring arrives. Sort of. Basil's version of spring. Grey becomes slightly less grey. Snow becomes rain. Cold becomes merely freezing. You notice flowers. For the first time in months, you actually see them. Small purple things pushing through mud. They remind you of Anna, of walks in the forest, of being 15 and in love and unaware that you had months, not years. You wonder if she's still in Munich, still waiting, still hoping you'll magically become the person she fell in love with. You're not that person. Not anymore, maybe never were. But maybe you could be someone adjacent, someone close enough to functional. Maybe. Franz finds you in Die Krone, alone, drinking water because you can't afford ale. Klaus, we need to talk. About? About the fact that you're disappearing, fading, becoming less every day. I'm fine. You're not. None of us are. But you're the worst. Because you're the youngest. You weren't supposed to be in any of this. And it's destroying you. What do you want me to do? Live. Actually live. Not just exist. Find something, anything that makes you want to wake up. I don't have anything. Then find something. Create something. Choose something. He leans forward. Klaus, you saved that boy, Etienne, remember? You chose humanity over orders. That was real. That mattered. Find more of that. More moments that matter. How? I don't know. But figure it out. Because if you don't, the war wins. Not by killing you. By making you wish you were dead. And I refuse to let that happen. He leaves you with that, with the challenge, with the absolute certainty that you're at a crossroads. Choose life, or choose slow death. Binary, simple, impossible. That night you make a list. Things that used to matter. Before the war, before everything. Family, Anna, the inn, stories, bread, sunlight, forest walks, being clever, solving problems, helping people, belonging. You stare at the list. Half of these things are gone, unreachable, lost, but half aren't. Half could still exist if you fought for them. You think about Herr Dietrich's son, about giving up, about dying slowly because living seemed too hard. You think about Andreas, about his final note. Don't let it destroy you. You think about Anna, about a girl who loved a boy who might not exist anymore, but who might be worth rediscovering. And you decide, not dramatically, not with grand gestures, just quietly, privately. In a rented room in Basel while the world sleeps, you decide to try. Not to be happy, not yet, that's too far, too impossible. Just to try being alive, intentionally, consciously, deliberately, one day at a time. April 1795. You start small, eating 3 meals a day, regular meals, sitting down, tasting food instead of just consuming fuel, sleeping at regular hours, not just collapsing when exhaustion overwhelms you, walking, in the city, looking at things. Actually seeing them instead of just moving through space. Small things, tiny things, but intentional, chosen. And slowly, impossibly slowly, something shifts. Not happiness, not even contentment. Just less emptiness, a fraction less hollow. It's something. You write to Anna. Finally, after months of silence, Anna, I don't know if you still care. I don't know if you should. But I'm writing anyway because silence is cowardice, and I've been a coward long enough. I'm in Basel. I'm alive. I'm working at a printing house. I'm trying to remember how to be human. I can't promise I'm the person you fell in love with. I don't think he exists anymore. War ate him. Left something else. Something harder. Darker. More broken. But I'm trying to become someone new. Someone who learns from the broken parts instead of being destroyed by them. Someone who chooses better. Does better. Is better. I don't know if that's enough. If I'm enough. If I'll ever be enough. But I wanted you to know I think about you every day. You're the light I'm walking toward. Even when I can't see the path. Even when I'm not sure the light is still there. I love you. Present tense. Actively. Despite everything. Maybe because of everything. If you've moved on, I understand. I don't blame you. You deserve someone whole. Someone undamaged. Someone who can be present without being haunted. But if you haven't, if there's still a chance, I'm here. I'm trying. I'm becoming. Wait for me if you can. Forget me if you can't. Either way, thank you for being the reason I'm trying at all. Klaus, who's still learning how to be your Klaus. You send it before you can second guess, before fear paralyzes you, before cowardice wins. And then you wait. May 1795. Her response arrives 3 weeks later. You're terrified to open it. Hold it for 2 days before finding the courage. Finally, in your room, alone, you break the seal. Klaus, you're an idiot. A beautiful, broken, frustrating idiot. Of course I still care. Of course I haven't moved on. Did you really think a war could erase what we had? What we have? I'm not waiting for the boy I fell in love with. He's gone. I know that. I've known that since you left. I'm waiting for who you're becoming, the man you're choosing to be. That person interests me more than the boy ever did, because the boy was innocent, sweet, easy. But the man has scars, has made mistakes, has seen darkness and chosen light anyway. That man is worth waiting for, so yes, I'm still here, still yours, still stupid enough to love someone who writes letters like a dramatic poet having an existential crisis. Come back to me, Klaus. Not now. Not until you're ready, but come back. I'll be here. In Munich. Baking bread. Living life. Waiting. Not patiently, but waiting. Anna, who's too stubborn to give up on idiots. You read it 7 times. Then laugh. Then cry. Then laugh while crying because you're a mess and she knows and she doesn't care. She's waiting. She's yours. You're hers. Despite everything. Because of everything. It's not redemption, but it's hope. And hope is dangerous, and necessary, and everything. That night you sleep dreamlessly for the first time in months. No nightmares, no ghosts, just sleep. Deep, restorative, real. You wake up different. Not healed, not whole, but less broken. Moving in the right direction. Franz notices at Die Krone. You look different. I got a letter. From the girl. From the girl. And she's still waiting. Still mine. Still impossibly patient. He grins. Then you have something to live for, beyond just not dying. Yeah, I do. Good. Use it. Let it pull you forward. Let it remind you why survival matters. I will. And you do. June 1795. You're promoted at the printing house. Not to anything grand. Just from hauling paper to actually operating a press. It requires skill. Attention, learning, you're good at it. Turns out the same brain that designs traps and memorizes intelligence can also understand mechanics and problem solving, Herr Dietrich notices. You have aptitude, Klaus. More than most boys your age. Where did you learn to think like this? A monk taught me. And necessity. And survival. Interesting teachers. He shows you a complex mechanism. Think you can fix this? It's been jammed for weeks. You study it. See the problem immediately. A gear misaligned, simple fix, you adjust it. The press runs smoothly. Herr Dietrich stares. How did you... I see patterns, understand systems. It's just how my brain works. Well, your brain just saved me 3 weeks of headaches. He raises your wages, not much, but something. You're valuable, Klaus, remember that. Valuable, not dangerous, not useful as a weapon. Just valuable. It's been a long time since anyone said that. July 1795. Another letter from your sister. The inn is improving. Business picking up, the war is stabilizing, maybe ending soon. It won't. It'll last another 20 years, but hope is important. She's managing the accounts now. Your father's back makes physical work impossible. Your mother cooks, they're surviving, adapting. Come home when you can, she writes. We need you, not as a soldier, not as a spy, just as Klaus, our brother, our son, our family. Papa says the Austrian warrant might be lifted soon. Deserters are being pardoned. The army needs bodies more than it needs revenge. Check with Swiss authorities. See if it's safe. See if you can come home. We miss you. We love you. We need you. Come home. You check. The Swiss have contacts, information networks. Within 2 weeks you have an answer. The warrant is still active. Desertion is still execution. Coming back is still suicide. But there's a caveat. After 3 years, 1797, the warrant expires. Statute of limitations. You could return safely. 2 more years. 2 more years of exile. 2 more years of waiting. You can do 2 years. You've done worse. You write to Anna. Tell her the timeline. 1797. 2 more years. Then you can come back. See her. Be with her. Actually build something instead of just surviving. Can you wait 2 more years? You ask. Her response. I've waited this long. What's 2 more years? I'll be 18 by then. Old enough to marry without permission. Just saying. You read that line 17 times, marriage. She's thinking about marriage. With you. A 16-year-old broken mess who's still learning how to be human. It's terrifying. And perfect. And exactly what you need to hear. August 1795. You've been in Basel 9 months. Long enough to have routines, patterns, something resembling a life. Work during the day. Dichrone twice a week with Franz and Johann. Peter left last month, went home. Faced consequences, survived, wrote to say he's okay. You're reading now. Books. Herr Dietrich has a library. Lets you borrow. You devour them. History, philosophy, stories, everything. You're learning who you are when you're not in crisis, when survival isn't the only goal. When life has space for curiosity and growth and becoming. It's strange, uncomfortable, good. Franz announces he's leaving, going home, taking the risk. The war is winding down, he says. My daughter is 6 now. I've missed 3 years of her life. I can't miss more. Not for safety, not for anything. They might execute you. They might. But dying trying to see my daughter is better than living without her. Some risks are worth taking. You understand? Completely. You walk him to the border. Say goodbye. Watch him cross into territory that might kill him. Take care of yourself, Klaus, he says. Finish becoming whoever you're becoming. Then go home. Go to your girl. Build the life you deserve. I will. Promise. Promise. He leaves. You're alone now. The last of the 5 deserters still in Basel. The last ghost still haunting himself. But you're not as haunted as you were. Not as lost. Not as broken. You're healing. Slowly. Painfully. Imperfectly. But healing nonetheless. September 1795. You turn 16. Again. Wait. No. 17. Time is strange. Months blur. Ages overlap. You're 17. Legally an adult. Functionally ancient. Emotionally somewhere in between. Herr Dietrich gives you a raise. Makes you assistant foreman. It's real responsibility, real respect, real acknowledgement that you're more than just trauma on legs. You're becoming someone. Not the boy from the inn, not the spy, not the deserter. Someone new, someone chosen, someone intentional. You don't know who yet, but you're discovering him. One day, one choice, one breath at a time. That night, you write in a journal, something you've started doing, recording thoughts, processing experiences, making sense of chaos. I survived thieves, a monastery, French occupation, Austrian service, desertion, exile. I've been a victim, a weapon, a tool, a ghost. But I'm choosing now to be none of those things, to be just Klaus, Innkeeper's son, Anna's beloved, someone's brother, someone's friend, someone's employee, just a person, trying, failing, trying again. Maybe that's enough. Maybe that's everything. 2 more years until I can go home. 2 more years until I can see Anna. Build a life. Be something other than haunted. I can do 2 years. I can do anything. Because I'm Klaus Hoffmann, and I survive. Always. You close the journal. Blow out the candle. Sleep. Tomorrow you'll wake up. Go to work. Eat 3 meals. Walk in the city. Write to Anna. Make progress. Small progress. Incremental progress. But progress. And in 2 years, you'll go home. You'll see your family. You'll find Anna. You'll start the next chapter. Not as the boy who defended the inn, not as the legend, not as the survivor, just as Klaus, whoever he turns out to be, and that, finally, is enough. April 1797. You're 18 now, taller than your father was, broader in the shoulders, face harder, eyes older. You barely recognize yourself in mirrors. The boy who left at 15 is gone, completely, erased by time and experience and the slow work of becoming. In his place, someone else, someone you're still learning to know. The warrant expired 2 months ago. Officially, you're no longer a wanted man, just a citizen of the Holy Roman Empire. Free to move, free to go home. You've been delaying, finding excuses. 1 more week, 1 more month, just a little longer. Fear masquerading as caution. Franz writes from Bavaria. He survived. Saw his daughter. Reconciled with his wife. He's working as a blacksmith now. Teaching his daughter to read. Living quietly. Happily. Stop waiting, he writes. Go home. Face it. Whatever you're afraid of, it's not as bad as never trying. He's right. You know he's right, so you pack. Not much to pack. A change of clothes. Your knife. Andreas's staff. Letters from Anna. Saved wages. 3 years of life condensed into 1 small bag. Herr Dietrich is sorry to see you go. You're the best assistant I've had. Smart. Reliable. You're welcome back any time. Thank you for everything. For seeing me. For giving me work when I needed purpose. For not asking questions. We all need purpose, he says, and sometimes the questions don't matter as much as the person. He hands you an envelope. Extra wages. More than you earned. For the road, don't argue. You don't. Just accept. Gratitude too big for words. April 10th, 1797. You leave Basel at dawn. Walking, can't afford a horse. Don't mind. The journey gives you time to think, to prepare, to become ready for whatever comes next. The roads are better than they were. The war has officially paused. The Treaty of Campo Formio is being negotiated. Austria and France are pretending to be civilized. It won't last. It never does. But for now, the roads are safer. Refugees flowing both directions. Soldiers going home. Merchants resuming trade. You're just another traveler. Anonymous. Unremarkable. Exactly how you want it. The first day is hard. Your body isn't used to walking this much anymore. 3 years of printing press work. Standing in one place. Your legs burn. Your feet blister. But you push through because you're Klaus Hoffmann. And pushing through is what you do. You sleep in a barn that night. Old habits. You ask the farmer permission. He's surprised. Most travelers just take and feeds you dinner, bread, cheese, beer, generosity for its own sake. Where you headed? He asks. Home. Bavaria. The Black Forest. Long walk. Yeah. Why walk? Why not take a coach? Can't afford it, and I'm in no rush. He nods. Understands. Some journeys need to be slow, need to be felt, need to be earned. Day 3, you pass through a village. Something about it feels familiar. Wrong familiar. You realize you've been here before. With von Eisenberg, you interviewed people here, put names on lists. Your stomach clenches. You keep walking, head down, don't engage, don't be recognized. But a woman sees you, stares, follows. You, she says, in German, angry. I know you. You stop, turn. I don't think you were with the Austrians. The boy, the one who asked questions. Her eyes are hard, recognizing, remembering. My brother. You put him on the list. He was hanged. Your mouth goes dry. I'm sorry. I was following orders. I didn't... You didn't what? You didn't know. You didn't care. You didn't think about the lives you were destroying. She's shaking. He was 19. He carried messages because they threatened to burn our farm, and you condemned him. I know. I'm sorry. Sorry doesn't bring him back. She spits at your feet. I hope you rot in hell. I hope every face haunts you, every name, every person you helped murder. She walks away, leaves you standing in the street, frozen, gutted. Other villagers are staring now. Some recognize you, some don't. But the whispers start, the looks, the realization that you're not welcome here. You leave quickly. Don't stop until you're miles away, until the village is invisible behind you. Then you sit. On the side of the road, head in your hands, breathing hard. She's right. Every word, every accusation. You helped murder her brother. You helped murder dozens, hundreds maybe. You don't even know the number. And sorry doesn't fix it, doesn't undo it, doesn't mean anything. That night you can't sleep, just lie in another barn, staring at darkness, seeing faces, names, people you condemned with your reports. You thought you'd process this, thought 3 years of healing meant something. But it doesn't. The guilt is still there, will always be there. You're not a hero, you're not redeemed. You're just a person who did terrible things and is trying to live with it. Some days that's possible, other days, like today, it's not. Day 7, you cross into Bavaria, familiar territory, familiar trees. The Black Forest welcomes you with cold indifference. You're 2 days from home now, 2 days from facing your family, from explaining 3 years of absence. From being the son who left, the brother who disappeared. Your hands start shaking, old tremor. Back after months of absence. Your body knows what your mind won't admit. You're terrified. Day 8. You pass through the village near your home. Everything looks the same and completely different. Smaller maybe, or you're bigger. Perspective has shifted. You see Anna's old bakery. New family running it now. Her father sold it before moving to Munich. You don't stop, just keep walking. Toward the inn, toward home, toward whatever comes next. Day 9, April 19th, 1797. You crest the hill, see it, the Golden Star, 2 stories of stone and timber, smoke rising from both chimneys, exactly as you remember, except different. Larger? No. You're just seeing it with adult eyes instead of child's eyes. It's still home, still standing, still yours. You approach slowly, 1 step at a time. Your heart is hammering, your breath is short. Every instinct screams to run, to not face this, to stay gone forever. But you're done running, done hiding, done being a ghost, time to be real, whatever that costs. The door opens before you reach it. Your sister. She's 17 now, nearly 18. Taller, harder, beautiful in the way survivors are beautiful, tested and unbroken. She sees you, stops. Her hand goes to her mouth. Klaus? Hey. You're here. You're actually here. I'm here. She runs, actually runs, crashes into you hard enough to knock you back. Wraps her arms around you, squeezes like she's trying to merge your ribs. You idiot, she sobs into your chest. You beautiful, stupid, infuriating idiot. You came back. I promised, didn't I? You promised a lot of things. I didn't believe any of them. She pulls back, studies your face. You look different, older, sadder. But you, still you. Mostly me, parts got replaced. I don't care. You're here. That's what matters. She drags you inside, shouting. Mama, Papa, Klaus is home. Klaus is actually home. Your mother appears from the kitchen, drops a bowl. It shatters on the floor. She doesn't notice, just stares at you like you're a ghost. Klaus? Her voice breaks. My Klaus? Hi, Mama. She crosses the room in 3 steps, grabs your face in both hands, studies you, touches your cheeks, your hair, your shoulders, making sure you're real, solid, here. Then she slaps you, hard. Ow! That's for leaving, for not writing enough, for making me think you were dead for 3 years. I wrote, not enough. She pulls you into a hug. Never enough. Never ever enough. She's crying. You're crying. Your sister is crying. Everyone is crying. Your father appears in the doorway, moving slow. His back has gotten worse. He looks older, grayer, tired, but he's smiling, actually smiling. Klaus, he says, simply, just your name. Everything packed into one word. Relief, love, forgiveness, welcome. Papa, you're taller. Yeah, good. We needed someone who could reach the high shelves. And just like that, you're home. Not the boy who left, not the legend, just Klaus, the son, the brother, the person these people love despite everything. That evening dinner is chaos, everyone talking over each other, questions, stories, catching up on 3 years compressed into 3 hours. Your sister is engaged to the blacksmith's son, Ernst. The same Ernst whose father asked you to teach him cleverness years ago. He's not as clever as you, your sister says, but he's good, kind, stable, everything I need. Your mother's health is better. Your father's isn't, but they're managing. They always manage. The inn survived, business is steady, they expanded again. Added a small brewery. Your sister's idea. It's profitable. They ask about you. You tell them some things. Not everything. Edited version. Enough truth, to be honest. Enough omission to protect them. They don't push. They know, they see the gaps, the careful wording, the things you're not saying. But they accept it. Because you're here. You're alive. That's enough. That night, lying in your old bed, in your old room, everything feels surreal. Like you time traveled. Like 3 years didn't happen. But they did. Your proof. Your body. Your mind. Your scars. Visible and otherwise. You're not the boy who slept in this bed 3 years ago. You're not even the teenager who left at 15. You're 18. You've lived 3 lifetimes. You've done things that boy couldn't imagine. And now you're back, in his bed, in his home, expected to be him. Except you're not him. You're whoever you've become, and you have no idea if that's enough. The next morning you wake early. Old habit. Find your father in the kitchen, drinking coffee, reading a letter. He looks up. Morning. Morning. Sleep well. Not really. Bed's too soft. Doesn't make sense, I know. Makes perfect sense. You're used to harder now. He pours you coffee. Klaus, I need to ask you something, and I need you to be honest. Okay. Are you staying, or is this just a visit? Because if you're leaving again, I need to know. We need to know so we can prepare. You sit down, drink coffee. Think about the question. I don't know, you admit finally. Part of me wants to stay, be your son, help with the inn, build a life here. But another part, I don't know if I fit anymore, if I can be who you need me to be. I don't need you to be anyone except yourself, whatever self that is. He's quiet for a moment. Klaus, you left as a boy, you came back as a man. That's not bad, it's just different. We'll all adjust, but only if you're honest. About what you need, what you can give, what you can't. What if what I need is different from what you need? Then we negotiate. We're family. That's what families do. We don't give up on each other just because things are complicated. Even when I'm the complication, especially then. You sit with that. The unconditional acceptance, the love despite everything, despite absence and silence and all the ways you failed them. It's more than you deserve. But they're offering anyway. Maybe that's what home is. Not perfection, just acceptance. Belonging, despite everything. April 25th, 1797. You've been home for 6 days. 6 days of relearning routines. 6 days of being the son who returned. 6 days of pretending everything is normal when nothing is. Your family is trying. You're trying. Everyone is trying so hard it's exhausting. But there's one conversation you can't avoid anymore. One person you need to see. Anna. Your sister hands you an address. She's in Munich still, same bakery. She's been waiting, Klaus. Don't make her wait anymore. What if I'm not what she's been waiting for? Then you find out together. But you owe her the truth, the real you, not the version you think she wants. She's right, she's always right. April 26, 1797. Munich is 3 days away. You make it in 2, walking fast, like you're trying to outrun your own fear. The city is bigger than you remember, louder, more chaotic. People everywhere, buildings stacked on buildings, the opposite of the Golden Star's quiet isolation. You find the bakery, a small shop on a corner, warm light in the windows. The smell of fresh bread drifting into the street. You stand outside for 10 minutes, maybe 20, just staring, paralyzed. Finally, a voice from the doorway. Are you going to stand there all day, or are you going to come inside? Anna. She's different. 18 now, hair longer, face sharper. Woman, not girl. But her eyes, those are the same. Dark, intelligent, seeing everything, seeing you. Hi, you say, brilliantly articulate. Hi yourself. She's not smiling, not frowning, just looking, taking you in. You're taller. Yeah. And you look like you've forgotten how to sleep. Yeah. Are you going to say anything except yeah? Maybe. You force yourself to move, to approach, to be brave. Can we talk? That's why I'm here. She steps aside. Come in. Shop's closed. We'll have privacy. The bakery smells like home, like childhood, like every good memory compressed into yeast and butter and warmth. Anna leads you to a back room, small kitchen. Work table covered in flour, 2 chairs, simple, intimate, terrifying. She sits, gestures for you to do the same. So, 3 years. 3 years. You wrote, eventually. After months of silence. After I thought you were dead. I know, I'm sorry. I didn't know what to say. I'm alive would have been sufficient. Her voice is sharp, controlled anger, the kind that's been simmering for years. Do you know what it's like? Loving someone who disappears, who might be dead, who might be alive but doesn't care enough to tell you. I cared. I just what? Just decided your guilt was more important than my peace of mind. Just decided suffering alone was noble. Just decided I didn't deserve to know you were breathing. You don't have a good answer. You're right. I was selfish, cowardly. I thought if I stayed away, if I didn't reach out, it would be easier for you. To move on, to forget. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. She's crying now, angry tears. You don't get to decide what's easier for me. You don't get to make choices about my life without asking. That's not protection, Klaus. That's control. I know. You're right, I'm sorry. Stop apologizing and start explaining. What happened? Really happened? Where were you? What did you do? Why couldn't you come home sooner? So you tell her. Everything. The Austrian army. The villages. The lists, the names. Madame Beaumont, Etienne. The desertion. Basel. The 3 years of learning to be human again. You don't edit. Don't soften. Don't make yourself the hero. Just tell the truth. Ugly. Complicated. Real. She listens. Doesn't interrupt. Doesn't judge. Just listens. When you finish, the silence is heavy, painful. Finally, you helped them kill people. Yes. You put names on lists knowing what would happen. Yes. And then you ran, and hid, and tried to forget. Yes. She's quiet for a long time, processing, thinking, deciding. Klaus, I need you to understand something. I fell in love with a boy, a clever, brave, stupid boy who defended his home and walked with me in forests and carried bread baskets. I know, and he's gone. I'm not him anymore. Let me finish. Her voice is firm. That boy is gone. You're right. But I'm not the girl who loved him either. I'm 18. I run a bakery. I support my family. I've had 3 years to grow up too. To become someone different. I know. So the question isn't, are you still the boy I loved? The question is, are you someone I could love now? The man you've become, with all the scars and guilt and complications. You look at her. Really look at this woman who's been waiting, who's been hoping, who's been growing into her own person while you've been growing into yours. I don't know if I am, you admit. I don't know if I'm capable of being loved, of being good enough, of being anything except broken. Everyone's broken, Klaus. That's not special. That's just being human. She leans forward. What matters is, are you trying? Are you choosing to be better? Are you doing the work? Yes, every day, even when it's hard, especially when it's hard. Then that's enough. She reaches across the table, takes your hand. I'm not asking for perfect. I'm asking for honest, for present, for trying. Can you give me that? I can try. Then we start there. Not where we were, where we are, two different people, figuring out if they fit. What if we don't fit? Then we don't. And we part as friends who loved each other once. But Klaus, we owe it to ourselves to try. To see if what we had can become something new. Something real. You squeeze her hand. Feel the warmth, the connection, the possibility. Okay, you say. Let's try. You stay in Munich for a week, getting to know this new Anna, this woman who's sharp and funny and tired and strong. She shows you her life, the bakery, the apartment she shares with her family, the city she's learned to navigate. You show her yours, the person you've become, the guilt you carry, the hope you're building, the man you're trying to be. It's not easy. You're both different, changed, scarred, but there's something there still or new. Hard to tell. Maybe it doesn't matter. You kiss her on the 4th day, in the bakery, after closing, surrounded by the smell of bread. It's different from before. Less innocent, more weighted, adult. But it's good, real, right. I missed you, she whispers against your mouth. I missed me too, you say, but I'm finding him again. Slowly. We'll find him together. On the 7th day, you have to leave. Your family needs you. The inn needs you. You can't hide in Munich forever. Come back, Anna says, every month, or I'll come to you. We make this work, deliberately, intentionally. No more disappearing. I promise. Real promise this time. Good. She kisses you hard, claiming, because if you disappear again, I'll hunt you down and I won't be gentle. Terrifying. Good. You should be terrified of me. Keeps you honest. You laugh. Actually laugh. First time in days, maybe weeks. She makes you laugh. Makes you lighter. Makes you remember that life isn't just survival. It's also joy, connection, love. You've been so focused on not dying, you forgot about living. She reminds you, and you're grateful. The journey home is different. Lighter. You're carrying hope now instead of just guilt. Hope that you and Anna can work. Hope that you can build something. Hope that the war didn't destroy everything, just damaged it. And damaged things can be repaired. Maybe not to original condition, but to something new, something stronger. Maybe. You arrive home May 5th, 1797. Your family knows immediately. They see your face, the change. You saw her, your sister says. Not a question. I saw her. And? And we're trying. Figuring it out, seeing if we fit. Do you? I don't know yet, but I want to find out. Your mother hugs you. Good. Everyone deserves love, Klaus. Even broken people. Especially broken people. I'm trying to be less broken. You're succeeding. Slowly. but succeeding. That night your father finds you in the barn. You're practicing with Andreas's staff. Old habit, old comfort. He watches for a moment. You're good with that. I've had practice. I can tell. He sits on a hay bale. Klaus, I need to ask you something, and I need you to be honest. Okay. Do you want to stay here, run the inn, take over when I'm gone? Or do you want something else? Something different? You lower the staff. Think about the question. Really think. I don't know, you admit. Part of me wants to stay. This is home, this is family, this matters. But another part, I don't know if I'm meant for innkeeping. I'm good at it. But is that enough? Only you can answer that. But Klaus, whatever you choose, we'll support you. If you want to stay, you're welcome. If you want to leave, build something else, you're still welcome. This will always be your home, no matter where you go, no matter what you do. What if I fail? What if I try something else and I'm terrible at it? Then you try something else, or you come back, or you adapt. That's what Hoffmanns do. We adapt, we survive, we try again. Even when we're broken? Especially then. The next weeks blur together. Work at the inn, learning the business, relearning your place in the family. Monthly trips to Munich to see Anna. It's not perfect. You still have nightmares, still see faces, still carry guilt, but you're functioning, you're present, you're building something small, incremental, but real. Your sister's wedding is in June. You stand beside her, give her away. Watch her marry Ernst and start her own life. She's happy, actually happy. It reminds you that happiness is possible, even after everything, even for you. Maybe. July 1797. Anna visits the Golden Star for the first time, meets your family, sees your world. Your mother loves her immediately. Your father is cautiously optimistic. Your sister just grins and says, "Finally, someone to keep you honest." Anna fits. Somehow, impossibly, she fits into your family, into your home, into your life, like she was always supposed to be there. That night, walking in the forest, your forest, the one you walked together years ago, she says, "I could live here, if you wanted. Help with the inn, bake for guests, build a life. You love Munich, your bakery, your independence. I love you more." She stops, turns to face you. Klaus, I'm not saying now. I'm not saying rush. But I'm saying this could work. We could work. Here, together. If you want that. I want that. I don't know if I deserve it, but I want it. Deserve has nothing to do with it. Love isn't about deserve, it's about choice, and I choose you. Every day I choose you. You kiss her. Under the trees, under the stars, under the weight of everything you've survived and everything you're becoming. And for the first time in years you feel it. Not just survival, not just existence, but life. Actual life. Messy, complicated, imperfect, beautiful. You're 18 years old. You've been a victim, a weapon, a ghost, a deserter, a worker, a son, a brother, a lover. And you're still becoming, still choosing, still trying. And maybe, just maybe, that's enough. Maybe that's everything. Spring 1799. You're 20 years old, married for 6 months. Running the Golden Star with your father while your body still allows him to pretend he's in charge. Anna is pregnant. 3 months. Barely showing, but glowing. Actually glowing in that way people talk about that you thought was metaphor. It's not metaphor. She's luminous, and terrified, and excited. And everything at once. You're terrified too. The idea of being responsible for another human, for a child, for someone who will depend on you completely. You who still sometimes forgets to eat, who still has nightmares, who still sees faces in crowds and wonders. Did I put them on a list? You're going to be a father. God help that child. The inn is thriving, better than ever. Your father's reputation for neutrality during the war made the Golden Star known as a safe haven. People still come specifically for that reason. And Anna's baking transformed the business. Her bread is famous. People travel hours just to buy it. She's had to hire help, teach others, expand production. Your mother jokes that Anna's bread saved the family business more than your father's diplomacy ever did. Your father doesn't argue. just smiles and eats another roll. You've learned to manage, to function, to be present without being consumed by the past. It's not forgetting. You'll never forget. The faces, the names, the guilt. But you've learned to carry it differently, not as a weight that drowns you, but as a reminder, a responsibility, a reason to be better. Every morning you wake up, you check on Anna, you work at the inn, you help guests, you solve problems, you're useful, necessary, good, not perfect. Never perfect, but good enough, and good enough is a victory. Franz visits in April, first time since you both left Switzerland. He's older, greyer, but happier, settled. His daughter is 9 now, learning to read, learning to smith, following in his footsteps. She asked about you, Franz says over beer, the man who saved Uncle Franz during the war. I told her you're a hero. I'm not a hero. You saved a boy's life. You refused orders. You chose humanity over survival. That's heroism, Klaus. I also helped kill dozens, maybe hundreds. That's not heroism, that's just complicated. Everything is complicated. That doesn't erase the good. He drinks. How are you doing? Really? I'm okay. Most days. Some days are hard. But I'm building something. With Anna. With my family. With this place. It helps. Having purpose beyond just surviving. Good. Purpose matters. It's what kept me alive in Switzerland. Knowing I had a daughter to return to. A reason beyond fear. What's your purpose now? Teaching her. Making sure she never has to be what we were. That's enough for me. That's good purpose. What about you? What's your purpose? You think about it. Making sure my child grows up safe. In a world where innkeeping is boring. Where the most exciting thing is burnt bread. Where trauma is abstract. Where war is something that happens elsewhere. To other people. That's good purpose too. Your sister has a son, your nephew. Born in May, she names him Andreas. After the monk. After the man who taught you, who saved you. Who may be killed for you. I wanted him to have a strong name, she explains. A name with meaning. Andreas means manly. Brave. That's what I want for him. You hold your nephew. Tiny. Fragile. Perfect. He grips your finger with his whole hand. Trusts completely. The responsibility is crushing. This child. Your future child. Your sister's child. All these lives depending on the world being safe enough. Kind enough. Just enough. You'll do everything you can to make it so. Even if it kills you. Especially if it kills you. Summer, 1799. The war is officially over. The Treaty of Luneville is being negotiated. Austria and France are done. For now, the roads fill with soldiers going home. Some stop at your inn. Some you recognize. Austrian uniforms. Men you served with. You keep your head down. Serve them. Don't engage. They don't recognize you. You're just the innkeeper now, not the spy, not the deserter. Just Klaus, serving beer, clearing tables, invisible. One evening, an officer sits at the bar. Older, scarred, something familiar about him. He orders wine, drinks slowly, studies you. Finally, Klaus Hoffmann, your blood turns cold. Yes? You don't remember me. I'm not surprised. It was years ago, and I've changed. I'm sorry, I don't... Captain Moreau, French Army. I occupied this inn in 1794. Oh. Oh no. I remember, you say carefully. You were... kind. Fair. You gave me a letter. Testimony. It saved my life. I heard. I also heard you deserted the Austrians, spent 3 years in Switzerland, came back, married, building a life. Yes. Good. He finishes his wine. I'm glad. The war destroyed too many young men. You deserve to survive, to thrive. Why are you here, really? Because I wanted to see, to know if the boy I saved became a man worth saving. And you did. You're here. You're building, you're trying. He stands, prepares to leave. That's all any of us can do, Klaus. Try, and when we fail, try again. You're doing that. Keep doing it. He leaves, You're left standing at the bar, shaking, grateful, confused. The world is smaller than you thought, and kinder than you deserved. Anna goes into labor in September, early morning, 3 weeks before expected. You panic, completely panic. Run to get the midwife, run back, run in circles, useless. Your mother takes charge, calm, efficient. Klaus, go downstairs, manage the inn, let us handle this. But now, Klaus, you obey, because you're still terrified of your mother. The labor lasts 14 hours, the longest 14 hours of your life. You pace, you pray, you bargain with God despite not believing in God. Please, please let them both survive. I'll do anything, be anything. Just let them live. Finally, evening, a cry. Small, angry, alive. Your mother appears at the top of the stairs, smiling. You have a daughter, and Anna is fine, exhausted, but fine. You climb the stairs on shaking legs, enter the room, see Anna, pale, sweating, holding a tiny bundle. Klaus, she says, smiling, meet your daughter. You approach, look down, see her. Your daughter, your child, eyes closed, fists clenched, mouth open in outrage at being born. She's perfect, impossibly perfect. What do we name her? Anna asks. You think about it. About the people who shaped you, who saved you, who made you possible. Marie, you say, after the journalist, the one who told my story, who reminded me I was more than trauma. Marie Colette. Marie Hoffmann, Anna tests it. I like it. Strong name, good name. Marie opens her eyes, looks at you, doesn't see you. Not really. Too new, too small. But you see her, and in that moment, everything changes. You're not just surviving anymore. You're not just building a life. You're protecting one. Creating one. Making the future possible for someone who trusts you completely. It's terrifying and perfect, and exactly what you needed. The first months of fatherhood are chaos. No sleep, constant crying, diapers, feeding, exhaustion so complete it becomes your natural state. But also, joy. Unexpected joy. Watching Marie discover the world. Watching her smile. Laugh. Reach for things. She's a person. Small, new, but a person. With personality. With preferences. With a future you're helping create, you take your responsibilities seriously. Too seriously, Anna says. She won't break, Klaus. She's tougher than she looks. She's 2 months old. She's definitely breakable. So are you. But you survived war. She'll survive your parenting. That's not comforting. It's not meant to be. It's meant to be true. Winter, 1799. Marie is 4 months old, starting to notice things, starting to reach, starting to smile when you walk in the room. That smile, that recognition, it breaks you and remakes you every time. You're her favorite person, not because you're good at this, but because you're present. You show up, you try, and trying you're learning is enough. For her, for Anna, for yourself. Your father's health is declining, his back, his heart. He's slowing down, accepting it with grace you can't imagine possessing. The inn is yours now, Klaus, he says one evening. Officially, I'm retiring. You and Anna run it, I'll advise. But it's yours. I'm 20, I don't know if I'm ready. No one's ever ready, you just do it anyway and figure it out as you go. He smiles. You'll be fine, you've survived worse. That's what everyone keeps saying, because it's true. You take over officially January 1st, 1800. New year, new century, new era. The golden star is yours. The legacy, the responsibility, the weight of 3 generations. You're terrified and determined and capable. You've learned from your father. From your grandfather's stories. From Andreas. From every mistake and victory and compromise. You know how to run this place, how to balance accounts, how to manage staff, how to make guests feel welcome, how to keep everyone safe. You know how to build, not just survive, but actually build. And you're good at it. Better than you expected. Your brain, the same one that designed traps and memorized intelligence, understands systems, logistics, problem-solving. The inn thrives under your management, expands again, more rooms, more staff, more reputation. People come specifically to the Golden Star because of the food, the safety, the hospitality, because of you. It's strange, being known for something good, something constructive, after years of being known for violence and survival and complicated trauma. But you'll take it. You'll be the innkeeper, the husband, the father, the good man, even if you're not sure you deserve it. Even if the guilt still lives in your bones, you'll be it anyway. Because that's what you do. You become what's needed, even when it's hard, especially when it's hard. Spring, 1800. Marie is 7 months old. Crawling, getting into everything. A tiny chaos agent destroying your carefully organized world. You love her more than you thought possible. More than you love yourself. More than you love life. She's your purpose, your reason, your redemption. Not because she erases the past, but because she's the future. And the future needs you to be better, do better, choose better, so you do, every day, every choice, every moment. For her, for Anna, for your family, for yourself. You're 20 years old. You've been a victim, a weapon, a ghost, a deserter, a worker, a husband, a father, an innkeeper. You've survived thieves and monks and armies and yourself, and now you're building, creating, making something that lasts beyond survival. It's not redemption. It's not forgiveness. It's not erasure of guilt. It's just life. Messy, complicated, imperfect, beautiful, and you're living it, fully, intentionally, gratefully, one day at a time, one choice at a time, one breath at a time. It's enough. For now, it's enough. And maybe, someday, it'll be everything. Winter, 1805. You're 26 years old. You have 2 children now. Marie is 6. Your son, Thomas, is 2. Named after the soldier who disappeared in Switzerland, who made his choice and vanished into history. You hope he found peace, whatever form that took. Your father died last spring, peacefully in his sleep. His heart finally gave out after years of slowly failing. He was 63, older than most innkeepers get, older than he probably deserved, given the stress of running the Golden Star through wars and occupations and everything. But he made it, saw his grandchildren, saw you settled, saw the inn thriving under your management. He died knowing the legacy was safe. That 3 generations of Hoffmanns hadn't built for nothing. It's something. The funeral was small, family, close friends, people whose lives your father touched. Franz came, brought his daughter. She's 14 now, tall, smart, learning the smithing trade. She'll be better than Franz, everyone knows it. Your father was a good man, Franz said. He gave you space to be broken, and tools to rebuild. That's rare. That's precious. I know. Do you? Because you carry so much guilt. Still. After all these years, like you don't deserve what you have, like you need to keep punishing yourself. Maybe I do. Or maybe you've punished yourself enough. Maybe forgiveness, real forgiveness, self-forgiveness, is the next step. I don't know how. No one does. You just do it anyway. One day at a time, like everything else. Marie is asking questions now. 6 years old and curious about everything. Why is the sky blue? Where does bread come from? Who built the inn? And, Papa, why do you have bad dreams? You're caught off guard. What do you mean? I hear you sometimes, at night, talking, shouting. Mama says you have bad dreams. Why? How do you answer that? How do you explain trauma to a 6-year-old? Sometimes grown-ups have scary memories, you say carefully. Things that happened a long time ago. And sometimes those memories come back when we sleep. What memories? Difficult ones from before you were born, from a time when the world was harder. The war? You freeze. How do you know about the war? Grandpa told me, before he died, he said you were very brave, that you defended the inn, that you saved everyone. Your father telling stories, making you a legend to your own daughter. Grandpa's version is simplified. Real life is more complicated. How? Maybe when you're older I'll explain. For now, just know, yes, I have bad dreams, but I'm okay, and you're safe, that's what matters. She accepts this, because she's 6, because she trusts you completely, because she doesn't know enough to doubt. But someday she will. Someday she'll ask harder questions, want real answers, want to know who her father really is, and you'll have to decide, what truth do you tell her? What story do you want her to know? Anna finds you in the barn, late evening, working on accounts, hiding, really. From questions, from memories, from yourself. Klaus, she says, gentle but firm, we need to talk. About the fact that you're disappearing again, not physically but mentally, emotionally. Since your father died, you've been distant, going through motions, present but not present. I'm fine. You're not. And lying to me doesn't help either of us. She sits beside you. Talk to me. What's going on? You set down the pen, stare at the ledger, numbers blur. I'm scared, you admit finally. Of failing, of not being good enough, of Marie and Thomas asking questions I can't answer, of them learning who I really am and being disappointed. Who you really are is a man who survived impossible things, who made mistakes, who's trying to be better. That's not shameful, Klaus, that's human. I helped kill people, Anna. I put names on lists. I was complicit in executions. How do I explain that to our children? How do I make them understand that sometimes survival requires terrible choices? Maybe you don't. Maybe you just love them. Protect them. Give them a life where those choices aren't necessary. And if they ask, when they're old enough, you tell them the truth. All of it. And trust them to understand. What if they don't? What if they hate me? Then you'll deal with it. Together. As a family. But Klaus, hiding from them doesn't protect them. It just teaches them that secrets are normal, that shame is acceptable, that parents aren't human. She's right. She's always right. It's infuriating. I don't know how to do this, how to be the father they need, how to be the man you deserve, how to run this in and carry this legacy and not collapse under the weight. You do it imperfectly, you do it scared, you do it anyway, like you've done everything else. She takes your hand. Klaus, you're not alone. Stop acting like you are. I'm here. Your mother is here, your sister is here, Marie and Thomas are here. We're a family, we carry things together. I don't want to burden you. It's not a burden, it's a marriage, it's partnership. Let me help. Let us help. You try, you really try, to be present, to share the weight, to let your family in. It's harder than fighting thieves, harder than surviving war, harder than anything you've done, because it requires vulnerability, trust, admission of weakness. All things you've spent years armoring against, but you try. Because Anna asked, because your children deserve it, because hiding forever isn't living. It's just slow death in disguise. Marie turns 7 in September. You throw her a party, invite village children, bake a cake, play games, normal things, happy things. She's delighted, running around, laughing, being 7. Watching her, you realize this is what you were fighting for, all those years ago, all those terrible choices. All that survival, not for yourself, for this, for the possibility of children who get to be children, who don't have to know war, who don't have to understand what desperation feels like. You gave her this, you and Anna and your family and everyone who fought for the idea that peace is possible. It's not redemption, but it's something. Its purpose realized, its meaning extracted from chaos. And it's enough. Today, watching your daughter be happy, it's enough. Fall 1805. A visitor arrives. Old, travel-worn. Something familiar about him. He asks for you by name. Klaus Hoffmann, the innkeeper. That's me. He studies your face. You don't remember me, but I remember you. Etienne, the boy you saved. I was 11. You were 15. Your heart stops. Etienne, the French boy. The spy document. The line you drew. I remember. You're alive. Thanks to you. I made it home. Found my family. Survived the war. Grew up. And I wanted to find you. To thank you. For choosing humanity when you didn't have to. For saving a child when it could have cost you your life. I didn't do anything special, just refused to participate in murder. That was everything. To me, to my family. You gave me a life. He pulls out a package. I brought you something, a book. I wrote it, my story, your story, our story. I wanted you to have the first copy. You take the book. Open it. See the dedication. To Klaus Hoffmann, who taught me that ordinary people can choose to be extraordinary, and that choosing humanity is always worth it. Your eyes burn. I don't know what to say. Say you'll accept it, and know that your choice mattered, that you saved more than just one boy. You saved the idea that goodness is possible, even in war, even in darkness. He leaves. You're left holding the book. This testament to a choice you made at 15. A choice that rippled, that mattered. That changed someone's entire trajectory. Maybe you're not just the sum of your mistakes. Maybe you're not just the sum of your mistakes. Maybe you're also the sum of your choices, the good and the bad, the moments you failed and the moments you didn't. Maybe that's all any of us are, complicated, human, trying. That night you read Etienne's book, cover to cover, can't stop. He writes about the war from a child's perspective, the fear, the hunger, the confusion. And then, the moment a 15-year-old deserter refused orders, drew a line, saved him. He doesn't romanticize it, doesn't make you a hero, just tells the truth, that you were terrified, that you were complicit in terrible things, that you finally said no. And it mattered. Anna finds you at dawn, still reading, crying quietly. Klaus. He wrote a book, The Boy I Saved. He wrote about me, about us, about that choice. Is it true? Yes. All of it. The guilt, the fear. The moment I finally grew a spine, you closed the book. Anna, I thought that choice was selfish, that I did it because I couldn't live with myself. But he says it gave him hope, that it showed him ordinary people can resist, can choose better, can matter. That's what I've been telling you for years. I know, but I didn't believe it. Not really. Not until I saw it, in his words, in his life, in proof that it mattered. She sits beside you. Does it help? Knowing. Yes. And no. It doesn't erase what I did before. All the names, all the lists, all the people I helped condemn, but it shows that one good choice can ripple, can change things, can mean something. So what will you do with that knowledge? I don't know. Keep trying, I guess. Keep choosing better. Keep being present, for you, for Marie, for Thomas, for everyone who depends on me. That's all anyone can do. Winter, 1805. Marie finds Etienne's book. She's 7, shouldn't be able to read it. But she's advanced, smart, your daughter in every way. Papa, is this about you? You take the book gently. Yes. You saved someone, a boy. I did. Were you a soldier? Sort of. It's complicated. Grandpa said you were brave, that you defended the inn from bad men when you were 12. That's true. And this book says you saved a boy when you were 15. Also true. So, you're a hero. You kneel, eye level with your daughter. Marie, listen carefully. I'm not a hero. I'm just a person. I did some good things, I did some bad things, I made mistakes, I tried to fix them, that's all. But you saved people. I also hurt people. Made choices that caused pain. Choices I regret. You pause. Being grown up means understanding that people are complicated, that someone can do good things and bad things, and that we're all just trying to be better than we were yesterday. Are you better than yesterday? I'm trying. Every day. I'm trying. She thinks about this, processes it with 7-year-old logic. Okay, so you're not a hero, but you're trying, that's good. That's all I can promise, sweetheart, that I'll keep trying. I love you, Papa. I love you too. She runs off, back to playing, back to being 7. You're left kneeling on the floor, grateful, terrified, hoping you gave the right answer, hoping that teaching her complexity is better than teaching her fiction, that she can handle truth better than lies. Time will tell. Spring, 1806. Your mother is declining. She's 60 now. That's old for women of her generation, especially women who've worked as hard as she has. She's slowing down, forgetting things, getting confused. Your sister manages most of her care, but you help when you can. Between running the inn and raising children and trying to be human, one evening your mother is lucid, clear, present. "Klaus," she says, "sit with me." You sit, take her hand. It's thin, fragile. When did she get old? "I want to tell you something before I forget, before I'm gone. Mama, don't talk like—" "Hush, let me speak." She squeezes your hand. Weak, but determined. "You've always carried such guilt, such weight. Since you were 12. Since those men came, since everything changed. I know, I'm trying to let it go. Good, but I want you to know something. I'm proud of you. Not because you survived. Not because you're brave or clever or successful. But because you never stopped trying to be good, even when being good was hard. Even when being good cost you everything." Your throat closes. "I'm not good, Mama. I've done terrible things." "So have I. So has everyone. That's not what matters. What matters is, do you keep trying? Do you keep choosing better? Do you keep being human even when the world makes it hard?" She touches your face. "You do, Klaus. Every day. You do. And that's what makes me proud. I don't know if I can keep doing it. It's so hard and I'm so tired. Then rest. Let people help. Stop carrying everything alone. You have Anna. You have your sister. You have me. For a little while longer. You have your children. Let us love you. Let us share the weight. I don't want to burden anyone. Love isn't a burden. It's a gift. Accept the gift, Klaus. Please. Before I die. Accept that you're loved. Completely. Despite everything. Because of everything." You cry. Actually break down. In your mother's arms, like you're 12 again, like the world hasn't happened yet. She holds you, strokes your hair, sings quietly, a lullaby from childhood. A sound you forgot existed. "You're my son," she whispers. "My beautiful, broken, brave son. And I love you. Always. Forever. No matter what. It's what you've needed to hear for 14 years. Since the night the thieves came. Since the world changed. Since everything broke. Your mother sees you. Knows you. Loves you anyway. It's enough. Finally, it's enough. Your mother dies 3 weeks later. Peacefully in her sleep like your father. The funeral is larger. She touched more lives. Was more beloved. People come from villages away. To pay respects. To mourn. To remember. Your sister speaks. You can't. Can't find words. Can't function. Anna stands beside you. Holds your hand. Keeps you upright. Does what she always does. Marie and Thomas are confused. They don't understand death yet. Don't understand that Grandma is gone forever. You'll explain later when they're older, when you can speak without breaking. For now, you just exist. One breath at a time. One moment at a time. Surviving the unsurvivable. Again. Always again. Summer 1806. The grief is heavy. Constant. Your father and mother both gone within 2 years. The generation that built this place, the generation that survived and thrived and passed it to you, now it's fully yours. The legacy, the responsibility, the weight. Your sister helps. She and Ernst live nearby. They have 3 children now. Andreas is 7, 2 daughters 5 and 3. The cousins play together. Marie bosses them around. Thomas follows Marie everywhere. Your nieces cause chaos. It's loud, messy, alive. It's exactly what your parents would have wanted. The inn full of family, full of life, full of future. You're managing, barely, but managing. The inn runs smoothly. Anna's bakery is thriving. Your children are healthy and happy and safe. From the outside, you're successful, lucky, blessed. From the inside, you're exhausted, grieving, barely holding together. But you're holding. That counts for something. Fall, 1806. Marie is 8. She's reading everything, including things she shouldn't. She finds an old newspaper from 1795, tucked in a drawer, an article about Austrian deserters, lists of names, including yours. Papa, is this you? Klaus Hoffmann, deserter. Wanted for... You take the paper, gently. Where did you find this? The desk, in Grandpa's old room. Is it you? No point lying, she's too smart, too persistent. Yes, it's me. You deserted the army? That means you ran away, during war. That's bad, right? It's complicated. That's what you always say. But what does it mean, really? You sit down, exhausted. She deserves truth. Age-appropriate truth. But truth. When I was 15, I made some bad choices. I worked for people who did bad things, and when I realized how bad I left, I ran away. Some people think that makes me a coward. Other people think it makes me brave. I think it makes me human. Someone who made mistakes and tried to fix them. Did you fix them? I'm trying. Every day I'm still trying. She processes this. Her face is serious, old beyond her years. Papa, did you kill anyone? No, but I helped others do it, by giving them information. Names. That's almost as bad. Do you regret it? Every day. Is that why you have bad dreams? Yes. She's quiet for a long time, thinking, deciding. Finally, I'm glad you ran away. If you didn't, you wouldn't be here. You wouldn't have met Mama. You wouldn't have had me and Thomas. So I'm glad you chose us, even if it was hard, even if people think you're a coward. Your eyes burn. Your chest cracks open. Your 8-year-old daughter just absolved you of 14 years of guilt. It doesn't erase anything. But it helps. God, it helps. Thank you, sweetheart. I love you, Papa, even when you made mistakes. Maybe especially then. She hugs you, small, fierce, complete, and you realize this is what redemption looks like. Not erasing the past, not forgetting, not even forgiving yourself, just being loved completely by someone who knows the truth and loves you anyway. It's not what you expected, but it's what you needed. And it's enough. Winter, 1806. You're 27 years old. You run the Golden Star. You're married to Anna. You have 2 children. You've survived thieves and war and desertion and exile and grief and yourself. You're not the boy who defended the inn at 12. You're not the teenager who ran at 15. You're not the young man who hid in Basel. You're someone new, someone built from all those versions, someone scarred and functional and present. You're Klaus Hoffmann, innkeeper, husband, father, survivor, builder, human, complicated, imperfect. Trying. And trying, you've learned, is everything. The nightmares still come, the guilt still lives in your bones. The faces still visit in quiet moments, but you're building something bigger than guilt. A family, a legacy, a life that says survival is possible, and so is joy, and so is meaning. You're teaching your children that people are complicated, that heroes don't exist, that trying is enough. You're running an inn that welcomes everyone, that maintains neutrality, that offers refuge, that honors your parents' vision. You're loving a woman who sees all of you, the good and the terrible, and loves you anyway. You're creating the future, one day at a time, one choice at a time, one breath at a time. It's not perfect. It's not redemption. It's not erasure of the past. But it's life. Real life. Messy and beautiful and hard and worth it. And you're living it. Fully. Intentionally. Gratefully. That's your victory. Not surviving, but living. Actually, truly living. After everything, despite everything, because of everything, you're living, and that's enough. It has to be, because it's all any of us get, and you've learned to make it enough. Block 19 takes us forward one more time, to 1815, to Marie at 16, to Thomas at 12, to the moment your children face their own crises, and to the question, what did you teach them? Did you prepare them? Can the lessons of your survival help them with theirs? Spring, 1815. You're 36 years old. Grey is threading through your hair. Lines map your face. Your body protests morning routines that used to be automatic. You're aging, becoming your father. The cycle continues. Marie is 16, beautiful, sharp, terrifying in her intelligence and confidence. She runs the accounts better than you do, plans to take over the inn someday or open her own. She hasn't decided. She's everything you hoped she'd be and everything you feared. Too smart for comfort, too curious for safety. Too much like you. Thomas is 12, quiet, thoughtful, artistic. He draws everything, sees the world in shapes and shadows, nothing like you. Everything you wish you'd been. He's gentle in a way you never managed. Soft in a way the world hasn't beaten out of him yet. You're trying to keep it that way, trying to protect that softness, that innocence. But the world has other plans. Napoleon escaped exile, returned to France. The war is starting again. The 100 Days, they're calling it. Europe is mobilizing. Austria, Prussia, everyone. The roads are filling with soldiers again, refugees again. The cycle continues. History repeating because people never learn. The Golden Star is suddenly relevant again. A way station, a neutral ground. A place where the war pauses at the door, just like 1794. Just like your childhood. Your children are watching, learning, seeing what you saw, experiencing what you experienced. And you're terrified, because you know what comes next. What war does to children, how it ages them, breaks them, changes them forever. You've spent 16 years trying to prevent this, trying to give them peace, safety, childhood, and the world is taking it anyway. Austrian soldiers arrive in April, not occupying, just passing through. A battalion heading to France, 200 men. They need food, lodging, rest. They ask permission. You grant it. What choice do you have? Marie watches them arrive, studies them with those sharp eyes, calculating, understanding. Papa, are we safe? Yes, they're not here to hurt us, just passing through. But they're soldiers, in war. That means danger. It means caution, awareness, but not panic. We've done this before. We'll do it again. You mean you've done this before? She's right, you have. At 12, at 15, at every age she is now and younger. But she hasn't, and you don't want her to. Don't want her to learn these lessons, develop these skills, become what you became. You want her soft. Safe, sheltered. But life doesn't care what you want. The soldiers are polite, professional, better than the French were, better than the Austrians were in 1794. Maybe the army learned, maybe these officers are different, maybe you're just older and less obviously threatening. They pay for everything, thank you for service, treat your family with respect. Marie serves them, against your wishes. But she insists, I need to help, I need to contribute. I'm not a child anymore, Papa. You're 16. You were 15 when you deserted an army. Don't talk to me about age. She's right. God, she's right. And it kills you. So she serves, clears tables, talks to soldiers, learns their names, their stories, their hopes. She's good at it. Too good. Natural. Like it's in her blood. Maybe it is. Maybe survival is hereditary. Maybe you passed it down whether you wanted to or not. One evening, an officer approaches you. Captain Werner, young, maybe 25, intelligent eyes. Herr Hoffmann, may I speak with you? Of course. I've heard stories about this inn, about you, the boy who defended it, the man who survived the occupation, who deserted, who built this place into what it is. Your stomach clenches. Those are old stories, not relevant anymore. I disagree. They're very relevant, because my men need hope, need to believe survival is possible, that ordinary people can endure extraordinary things. He pauses. Would you speak to them, share your story? It would mean a great deal. I don't. Please, they're scared, young. Some have never seen combat. They need to believe they can survive what's coming. You're proof they can. You look at this young captain. See yourself at 15, 16, 20. See the fear he's hiding, the responsibility he's carrying, the hope he's clinging to. One story, you say finally. That's all I'll give. That's all I ask. That night, 200 soldiers gather in your tavern, cramped, packed, silent. You stand at the front. Marie and Thomas watching from the kitchen door, Anna beside them. You tell them the story, the real story, not the legend, not the sanitized version. You tell them about being 12, about thieves, about traps built from fear and desperation, about getting lucky, about not being brave, just being terrified and refusing to give up. You tell them about Andreas, about learning to fight, about becoming a weapon when all you wanted was to be a child. You tell them about von Eisenberg, about lists and names and complicity, about guilt that doesn't fade, about choosing to draw a line. Finally, too late, but drawing it anyway. You tell them about desertion, about survival, about learning to live with what you've done, about building a life from ashes and guilt and determination. You tell them the truth, all of it, ugly, complicated, human. When you finish, the silence is absolute. 200 men staring at you, some crying, some nodding, some just understanding. Captain Werner stands. Thank you for your honesty, for showing us that survival is possible, that mistakes don't define us, that trying is enough. The soldiers applaud, not for heroism, for humanity, for the truth that everyone is scared, everyone makes mistakes, everyone is just trying. It's the most honest moment you've had in years. Marie finds you later, in the barn, sitting with Andreas's staff. Processing. Papa, why didn't you tell me all that before? Because you were a child, you didn't need to know. I'm not a child anymore, and I needed to know, needed to understand who you are, what you survived, what it cost you. I wanted to protect you from it. You can't protect me from reality. You can only prepare me for it. She sits beside you. Those soldiers, they were scared. And you helped them. Not by lying, by telling the truth, by showing them fear is normal. That making mistakes is human. That survival is possible. I don't know if I helped. You did. I saw their faces. You gave them something to hold on to. That's not nothing, Papa. That's everything. You look at your daughter, 16, sharp, brave, too much like you. I'm scared for you, you admit. This war, this world, I don't want you to have to be what I was, to do what I did, to carry what I carry. Maybe I won't have to, but if I do, you've taught me how, not just survival, but how to stay human while surviving. That's the real lesson, isn't it? Yes, that's exactly the lesson. Then trust me. Trust that I learned it. Trust that I'm ready. You're 16. No one's ready at 16. You were 15. That's different. Why? Because you're my father? Because you want me safe? Papa, I am safe. Because of you. Because of Mama. Because of this inn. Because of everything you built. But being safe doesn't mean being helpless. It means being prepared. She's right. Again. Always right. You've prepared her without meaning to, every story, every lesson, every moment of honesty. She's ready, not for what you hope will happen, but for what might. And that's all you can give her. Preparation, tools, truth. The rest is hers. The soldiers leave 2 days later, heading to battle, to victory or death, to history. Captain Werner thanks you personally. You gave my men hope. That's rare in war. Thank you. I hope they survive. Some will, some won't. But they'll face it knowing that survival is possible. That's because of you. They march away, 200 men, young, scared, human. You watch them go. Wonder how many will return, how many will die, how many will become what you became. You pray for them. Despite not believing in prayer, despite knowing it doesn't work, despite everything, you pray anyway, because it's all you can do. May 1815, Thomas comes to you, 12 years old, looking older, serious. Papa, I need to ask you something. Anything. The soldiers, the war, everything happening. I'm scared. Not for me, For Marie, she's acting like she wants to do something, be involved, help beyond just serving food. Your blood runs cold. What do you mean? She's been talking to travelers, asking questions about troop movements, supply lines, information, like she's gathering intelligence. Oh no. Oh God, no. She's doing what you did, seeing patterns, using her mind, becoming useful in dangerous ways. She's 16, the same age you were when you worked for von Eisenberg, when you helped condemn people, when you became complicit. She's walking your path, and you have to stop her, before it's too late. You find Marie in the cellar, taking inventory, writing notes, organized, efficient, dangerous. Marie, we need to talk. About what you're doing. Thomas says you're asking questions, gathering information. Why? She doesn't lie, doesn't evade, just meets your eyes. Because I can, because I see patterns, because people talk around me thinking I'm just the innkeeper's daughter, and because maybe I can help, make a difference, like you did. I didn't make a difference. I made mistakes. I helped kill people. I became something I'm not proud of. But you also saved someone, Etienne. You drew a line. You refused. That mattered. After condemning dozens, after being complicit for months. That's not heroism, Marie. That's just finally growing a conscience. But you grew it. That's what matters. You chose to be better, eventually. And I can choose to be better from the start. Learn from your mistakes. Be smarter, more careful. No, absolutely not. You're not doing this. I won't let you become what I was. You can't stop me, Papa. I'm 16. I'm smart. I'm capable. And I'm choosing this, just like you chose. And look where my choosing led. Desertion, exile, years of guilt. Is that what you want? No, but I'm not you. I can do better. Be better. Learn from your mistakes instead of repeating them. She's determined, stubborn, Hoffmann through and through, and you realize you can't stop her, can't control her, can only guide, advise, prepare. The same thing your father did for you. The same thing every parent does when their child walks into fire. If you're going to do this, you say slowly, then you do it my way, with rules, boundaries, safety measures. I'm listening. First, no names, no lists, no specific intelligence that could get people killed. General information only, troop movements, supply issues, nothing that targets individuals. Agreed. Second, if it ever becomes dangerous, if anyone suspects, if anything feels wrong, you stop immediately. No heroics, no risks. You walk away. Agreed. Third, you tell me everything, every conversation, every piece of information, every risk, complete transparency, no secrets. Agreed. And fourth, the moment you feel guilty, complicit, wrong about what you're doing, you stop, no questions, no shame, just stop, because guilt is the warning sign that you're crossing a line. She's quiet, processing. Did you have these rules? No, and I should have. Maybe if I had, I wouldn't have become what I became. Maybe I would have drawn the line sooner. Thank you, Papa, for trusting me, for teaching me, for not treating me like a child. You're still my child. You'll always be my child, but you're also your own person, making your own choices. I just want you to make better ones than I did. I'll try. That's all I ask. She gathers information for 6 weeks, carefully, smartly, following every rule. She learns that Austrian supply lines are weak, that morale is low, that the army is stretched thin. General information, nothing specific, nothing that targets individuals. She passes it to Captain Werner's replacement when the next battalion comes through. Information that might save lives, might shorten the war, might matter, or might not. You can't control outcomes, only choices, and she's choosing carefully, thoughtfully, humanely. She's being better than you were, learning from your mistakes, honoring your lessons without repeating your failures. It's what you hoped for, what you prepared her for, what you feared and wanted simultaneously. She's becoming herself. Not you, not a weapon, not a victim, just Marie, smart, capable, choosing. And watching her, you realize this is what legacy means, not avoiding mistakes, but teaching the next generation to make better ones, not protecting them from fire, but teaching them how to walk through it without burning, not being perfect, but being honest enough that they can learn from your imperfections. You're not a hero, but you're a teacher, a father, a guide, and maybe that's enough. Maybe that's everything. Winter 1820. You're 41 years old, younger than your father was when he died. But you feel ancient. Your body aches in the mornings. Your back protests. Your hands have that beginning of arthritis stiffness that you remember from your grandfather. You're becoming the old innkeeper, the man with stories, the survivor who lived long enough to see peace. The war ended 5 years ago. Waterloo. Napoleon's final defeat. The Congress of Vienna redrew the maps. Europe settled into an uneasy peace that might actually last. Might. History has taught you to doubt permanence. Marie is 21, married last year to a merchant's son from Munich. Stefan. Good man. Kind. Smart enough. He adores her. She tolerates him affectionately. They're planning to open their own inn in Frankfurt, bigger city, more opportunity. Marie's ambition won't be contained by a Black Forest tavern. She's pregnant, 3 months, your first grandchild, due in summer. The cycle continues. Thomas is 16, still quiet, still artistic. He wants to study in Vienna. Art, architecture, beauty instead of survival. You're encouraging him, paying for it, making sure he gets the life you never had, the life of someone whose biggest worry is creative expression, not staying alive. Anna is 39, grey threading her dark hair, lines around her eyes, still beautiful, still sharp, still the person who keeps you tethered to earth, still the reason you're alive. The Golden Star is successful, more than successful, legendary. People come from across Europe to stay at the inn where the story happened. The boy who defended it, the man who survived everything, the place where war paused at the door. It's become mythology, polished, simplified, commercialized. You hate it, but it pays the bills, sends Thomas to Vienna, gives Marie her dowry, maintains the legacy. So you smile, tell the stories, let people believe what they want to believe. The truth is yours, private, complicated, too messy for legend. A visitor arrives in December, old, maybe 70. He asks for you by name. Klaus Hoffmann, I've traveled far to meet you. Who are you? No one important, just an old soldier, Austrian. I served with von Eisenberg. I was there when you deserted, when you saved that boy. Your stomach drops. Don't worry. I'm not here for revenge, for justice, for anything except understanding. He sits down heavily. I'm dying. Cancer, maybe 6 months. And I wanted to meet you before I go, the boy who drew a line, who said no, who showed us that refusing was possible. I don't understand. After you deserted, after you left, 5 more men followed, then 10, then 20. You started something, Klaus, a rebellion, small, quiet, but real. Men who looked at what we were doing and said, no more. This isn't right. This isn't who we are. I didn't start anything. I just ran away. You showed us that running was an option. That's revolutionary. He coughs, wet, painful. I stayed, kept fighting, kept following orders, and I regret it. Every day, every name, every village, every execution. I was a coward who stayed. You were brave enough to leave. I was a coward who ran. Call it what you want, but you chose humanity. At 15, when most of us couldn't, when I couldn't. He extends his hand. I wanted to thank you, before I die, for showing me what courage looks like, even if I couldn't follow your example. You take his hand, this old soldier, this dying man, this ghost from your past. I'm sorry, you say, for the weight you carry, for the choices you made, for everything. Me too, but Klaus, you don't have to be sorry. You chose differently, you survived, you built this, that matters. Let it matter. He leaves. You never see him again. Later you hear he died in February, peacefully, in Vienna. You hope he found peace, the kind you're still looking for, the kind that might not exist. Marie gives birth in July 1820, a girl. She names her Clara, after no one in particular. A new name, a new generation, a fresh start. You hold your granddaughter, tiny, perfect, innocent, everything you were before the world happened, and you make a silent promise. To her, to yourself, to everyone. This child will know peace, safety, childhood. She'll never have to be what you were. Do what you did. Survive what you survived. You'll make sure of it if it kills you, and it probably will, but that's okay. Because that's what survival means. Not just living, but making sure the next generation lives better. Fall, 1820. Thomas leaves for Vienna. 16, terrified, excited, ready. You walk him to the coach, carry his bags. The bags containing art supplies, not weapons. Books, not survival tools. Papa, he says, I'm scared. Good. Fear keeps you careful. Just don't let it paralyze you. Did you get paralyzed? Sometimes, but I kept moving anyway. That's the trick. Feel the fear, move anyway. What if I fail? What if I'm not good enough? Then you try again, or you try something else, or you come home. There's no shame in any of those options. You never came home, not for years. You survived alone. And it nearly destroyed me. Don't be like me, Thomas. Be better. Ask for help. Accept support. Let people love you. Don't armor yourself so completely that nothing can get in. Is that what you did? Yes, and I'm still trying to undo it. Still learning to let people in. Don't make my mistakes. Learn from them. He hugs you. Fierce. Desperate. I love you, Papa. Thank you for everything. For showing me that surviving isn't enough. That you have to also live. I'm still learning that lesson myself. Then we'll learn it together. From different cities. But together. He boards the coach. Waves. Disappears down the road. Your son, your youngest. Going to Vienna to study beauty. You've succeeded. You've given him what you never had. Options, safety, the luxury of artistic dreams. That's victory. Quiet. Unglamorous. Real. Winter, 1820. You're sitting in the tavern. Late night. Everyone asleep except you. Insomnia is permanent now. Sleep means dreams. Dreams mean faces. You pull out a journal. One you've been keeping for years. Recording thoughts. Processing experiences. Trying to make sense of everything. You write, I'm 41 years old. I've survived 29 years since that night. 29 years since thieves broke into this inn and changed everything. I've been a victim, a defender. A monk student, I've been a victim. A defender, a monk student, a spy, a deserter, an exile, a printer, a husband, a father, a grandfather, an innkeeper. I've made terrible choices. I've condemned people. I've been complicit in deaths I can never undo. But I've also chosen humanity. Eventually. Too late, but chosen it. I saved one boy, built a family, raised children who are better than me, created a legacy that might mean something. The guilt is still there, will always be there. The faces still visit, the names still echo, but I'm also here, still breathing, still trying, still choosing to be better than yesterday. Is that redemption? I don't know. Probably not. Is it enough? I don't know that either, but it's what I have. A complicated life, built from survival and mistakes and determination, and maybe that's all any of us get. Not perfection, not absolution, just the chance to keep trying, to be present for the people who love us despite knowing the truth, to build something that outlasts our failures, to teach the next generation to be braver, kinder, smarter than we were. That's what I've done, for better or worse. That's my story. Not the legend, not the myth, just the truth. Complicated, human, real. You close the journal, set down the pen, stare at the empty tavern. This room has seen everything. Thieves, soldiers, refugees, celebrations, funerals, life. Your grandfather built it. Your father maintained it. You've carried it forward. And someday, maybe Marie's children will run it, or maybe they won't. Maybe the legacy ends with you. Either way, you've done what you could, survived what you survived, built what you built. That has to be enough. Anna finds you there, past midnight. She's wearing her nightgown, hair loose. She looks young in the firelight, like the girl you fell in love with. Can't sleep? She asks. Never can. The faces again? Always the faces. She sits beside you, takes your hand, the same hand she took when you were 15, when everything was new and terrifying and possible. Klaus, I need to tell you something, and I need you to listen without arguing. Okay. You're a good man. Anna, I said no arguing. You're a good man. Not perfect. Not heroic, not unbroken, but good. You try every day to be better, to do better, to choose better. That's what matters. I've done terrible things. So have I. So has everyone. We all have blood on our hands. Some literal, some metaphorical. That's humanity. That's being alive in a world that requires impossible choices. How do you live with it? The guilt? The knowledge of what you've done? I don't know. I just wake up every day. I bake bread. I love you. I love our children. I try to create more good than harm. That's all I can do. That's all anyone can do. It doesn't feel like enough. It never will. But Klaus, listen. Your children love you. Your granddaughter exists because of you. This inn stands because of you. Hundreds of people have found refuge here because you chose to build it, to maintain it, to make it safe. And dozens died because I put them on lists. Yes, both things are true. You're not absolved. But you're also not only your worst moments. You're also your best moments, and all the moments in between. I don't know how to forgive myself. Maybe you don't. Maybe forgiveness isn't the point. Maybe acceptance is. Accepting that you're human, that you failed, that you tried, that you're still trying. Maybe that's enough. You look at her. This woman who's seen you at your worst. Who knows the truth? Who stays anyway? How do you still love me? After knowing everything? How could I not? You're complicated, damaged, trying. That's the most human anyone can be. And I fell in love with your humanity, not your perfection. I'm not worth it. That's not your decision. I decide what I love. And I choose you, every day, even on the hard days, especially on the hard days. She kisses you, soft, familiar, real. Come to bed, Klaus. The ghosts will still be here tomorrow. But tonight, come to bed. Let me hold you. Let me remind you you're alive. You follow her. Upstairs, to your bedroom, to your life, to the present moment instead of the past. The faces are still there, the guilt is still there, the weight is still there. But so is Anna, so is love, so is the possibility of rest. You lie down. She wraps around you, warmth and presence and acceptance. And for once, just once, you sleep, dreamlessly, peacefully, home. Spring 1821, you're 42. Clara is 10 months old, learning to walk, falling constantly, getting up, trying again. Watching her, you realize that's all survival is. Falling, getting up, trying again. No one does it perfectly. Everyone falls, everyone struggles, everyone fails. But the ones who survive, they get up, over and over, until one day they're walking, then running, then teaching others. That's what you've done. Fallen, gotten up, tried again, and now you're teaching others to do the same. Marie, Thomas, Clara, everyone who stays at the inn, everyone who hears your story. You're not a hero, but you're a teacher, a guide. A person who survived and is sharing the lessons. Maybe that's enough, maybe that's the point. A letter arrives in May, from Etienne, the boy you saved. He's 32 now. A writer, successful, happy. Klaus, I heard you're a grandfather now. Congratulations. I hope you're teaching your granddaughter about the man who saved me, who showed me that choosing humanity is always worth it. I'm writing a new book about survival, about choices, about the ripple effects of one person's decision. You're in it, again, because your story isn't just yours, it belongs to everyone you've touched, everyone you've inspired, everyone who's learned from you. I know you don't think of yourself as important, as special, but you are. Not because you're perfect, but because you tried when others didn't, because you drew a line when others couldn't, Thank you for saving me, for teaching me, for being proof that ordinary people can do extraordinary things. And Klaus, forgive yourself, please. I forgave you years ago. Your family forgives you. The world forgives you. It's time you forgive yourself. Etienne, you read the letter 17 times, until the paper is soft, until you've memorized every word. Forgive yourself. Can you? Should you? Do you deserve to? You don't know. Maybe you never will. But maybe Etienne is right. Maybe forgiveness isn't about deserving. It's about choosing. Choosing to let go, to move forward, to accept that you're human. Maybe. Summer, 1821. You're in the forest where you walked with Anna, where you set traps at 12, where you trained with Andreas, where everything happened. You're standing at a specific spot, where you think, you're not sure. The thieves' bodies were found, where 3 men died, where your childhood ended. You've avoided this place for years, decades, too heavy, too haunted. But today you're here, deliberately, intentionally. You kneel, touch the earth, feel the soil, soft, rich, alive. Nothing marks this place, no memorial, no sign, just forest, growing, living, continuing. The dead are gone, absorbed into earth, recycled into life. That's nature. That's the cycle. You think about the people on your lists, the ones who died because of you, because of von Eisenberg, because of war. They're gone too, absorbed, recycled, part of the earth now. You can't bring them back, can't undo the damage, can't change history, but you can choose how to carry it, how to honor them, how to make their deaths mean something. By living, by being better, by teaching the next generation to be kinder, smarter, more human. That's not redemption, but it's purpose, and purpose is something. You stand, brush off your knees, look at the forest. I'm sorry, you say, to the dead, to the earth, to yourself. I'm sorry for my part, for my choices, for not being strong enough sooner. The forest doesn't answer. Wind through leaves, birds singing, life continuing. And that's enough. That's all you needed, to say it, to mean it, to let it be heard. You walk back to the inn, to your life, to the present. Lighter. Not absolved, not forgiven, but lighter. One small step toward acceptance, toward peace, toward being okay with being human. It's progress, small, incremental, real. And real is all you've got. Fall, 1821. Thomas writes from Vienna. He's thriving, learning, creating. He's in love with a girl, a musician. They're planning to marry next year. Marie writes from Frankfurt. The new inn is successful. Clara is walking now, talking, being 2 years old, chaos and joy. Your family is scattered, growing, becoming their own people. And you're here, at the Golden Star, the center, the root, the place it all started. You're 42 years old. You've survived 30 years since that night. 30 years of life built on survival, on choices, on trying. Is it enough? Have you done enough? Mattered enough? You don't know. You'll never know. But you've tried. God, you've tried. And trying is all anyone can ask, all anyone can give. Anna finds you in the barn one evening. You're holding Andreas's staff, remembering, processing. What are you thinking? She asks. About everything. About the boy I was, the man I became, the person I'm still becoming. And I think I'm okay. Not perfect, not redeemed, but okay. I survived. I built something. I raised children who are better than me. I loved and was loved. That's not nothing. That's everything. Is it enough? Klaus, listen to me. You survived impossible things. You made terrible mistakes. You chose humanity when it would have been easier not to. You built a family, a legacy, a life. You taught your children to be brave and kind and human. You're teaching your granddaughter by example what it means to endure. I'm just an innkeeper. You're just a man who survived and chose to live, who carried guilt and kept going, who loved despite being broken, who built despite being damaged. She takes your hand. That's extraordinary. That's everything. And it's enough. You really believe that? With everything I am. You kiss her, grateful, exhausted, home. Thank you, you whisper, for staying, for loving me, for making me believe I'm worth something. You are worth something. You always were. You just needed time to see it. Winter, 1821. You're sitting in the tavern, Christmas Eve. The room is full. Travelers, locals, family, everyone celebrating. Marie is here with Stefan and Clara. Thomas came home from Vienna with his fiancée, Helena. Your sister and her family. Everyone together. The inn is alive, warm, joyful, everything it's supposed to be. You're watching Clara, 2 years old, toddling between cousins, laughing, living, being exactly what you fought for. This moment, this peace, this family, this life. Marie sits beside you. What are you thinking, Papa? That this is what survival was for? Not just staying alive, but building this, creating this, making it possible for all of you. You did good, Papa, really good. I did terrible things too. I know, we all know, and we love you anyway. Because you also did good things, because you kept trying, because you're human. Thank you, Marie, for understanding, for forgiving, for being who you are. Thank you for teaching me, for showing me what real strength looks like, not violence, not armor, but vulnerability, humanity, trying despite everything. Clara toddles over, climbs into your lap, grabs your face with sticky hands. Opa, she says, one of her first words. Grandfather. Your heart breaks open, remakes itself, becomes something new, this child, your granddaughter. She'll never know the boy you were, the things you did, the weight you carried. She'll just know Opa, who tells stories, who makes her laugh, who loves her completely. That's enough, that's more than enough, that's everything. Later that night, the house quiet, you stand at the window, looking at the forest, at the stars, at the world that tried to destroy you and failed. You're 42 years old, you're scarred, damaged, complicated, human. You're the boy who defended the inn at 12, who learned war at 15, who deserted at 15, who survived exile, who built a life from nothing. You're Klaus Hoffmann, innkeeper, husband. Father, grandfather, survivor, builder, teacher. You're not a hero, you're not redeemed, you're not absolved of guilt. But you're alive, and you've lived, actually truly lived. You've loved and been loved. You've failed and tried again. You've hurt and healed. You've fallen and gotten up. You've survived. And made survival mean something. That's your story. Not the legend, not the myth, not the sanitized version. The real story. Complicated, messy, honest, human. And it's enough. After everything, despite everything, because of everything, it's enough. You close your eyes, breathe. Feel the weight lift, not disappear, never disappear, but shift. Become bearable. Become part of you instead of all of you. You're Klaus Hoffmann. You survived, you lived, you mattered, and that's enough, it has to be. Because it's all any of us get. And you've learned, finally, painfully, completely learned, to make it enough. Anna appears behind you, wraps her arms around you, holds you. Come to bed, she whispers. Tomorrow's another day, another chance, another moment to choose. I'm tired of choosing. I know. But you'll do it anyway. Because that's who you are. Who am I? Klaus, just Klaus. Complicated, trying, loved, mine. You turn. Kiss her. Let her lead you to bed, to sleep, to rest. The ghosts are still there. The guilt is still there. The weight is still there. But so is this. This life. This love. This family. This moment. You're 42 years old. You've survived 30 years. You'll survive 30 more if you're lucky. And you'll spend every one of them trying, being present, choosing humanity, building meaning from chaos. Not because you're a hero, but because you're human, and humans try, even when it's hard. Especially when it's hard. That's the lesson. The one you learned at 12, and keep learning at 42. Survival isn't the destination, it's the beginning. Life is what you build afterward, from the pieces, from the scars. From the guilt and hope and determination. You're building, still building, always building. And that's enough, that's everything. That's the whole point. You close your eyes, in Anna's arms, in your home, in your life, and for once, finally, completely, fully, you're at peace. Not absolved, not redeemed, not perfect, just present, just trying, just human, just Klaus, the innkeeper's son who became the innkeeper, who survived everything, who built something that matters, who learned by slowly, painfully, finally, that survival becomes life when you choose to let it, and you choose every day, every moment, every breath. You choose life, and that's your victory. Small, quiet, real, enough. The Golden Star Inn stands to this day. 400 years of history, 6 generations of Hoffmanns, wars and peace, occupations and celebrations, life. Klaus Hoffmann lived to be 63, the same age as his father. He died peacefully in 1842, surrounded by family. Having built something that lasted, his children scattered across Europe, but they remembered. They told the story, the real story, complicated, human, true. Marie's descendants still run an inn in Frankfurt. Thomas's descendants became artists, musicians, creators. The story was written down, published, became legend, then myth, then simplified, then commercialized. But somewhere, in family journals, in private letters, in memories passed down, the truth survived. That Klaus Hoffmann was just a boy, then a man, then a grandfather, who survived impossible things, who made terrible choices, who tried to be better, who built a life from survival, that he wasn't a hero, just human, complicated, trying. And that trying was enough, is enough, will always be enough. Because that's all any of us can do. Survive, try, build, love, become. One day at a time, one choice at a time, one breath at a time. That's the lesson. That's the legacy. That's the truth beneath the legend. Klaus Hoffmann survived, and made survival mean something. That's everything. That's enough.